Hello and welcome back, everybody. Excited for another set of good day, trying to see who's going to be the next qualifier here. Crackety, how are you doing over there today?
I'm doing amazingly, Daps. Now, I gotta say, like, so far, this tournament has definitely not disappointed with the caliber of games, and it's just gonna keep getting better and better. Kiljardi up against Scatterbrain here. As he said, this weekend, we'll decide who's gonna be the third person to join our already qualified players in the Red Bull Wololo Londinium.
Yeah, obviously, if you didn't catch last week, Wham ended up qualifying. Spoilers fully there, but there's a lot of games to catch up on. There's a lot of games today to watch, so if you haven't caught up at this point, it might be a little late already.
Indeed, indeed. And man, looking at this so far, just looking at the draft here, I mean, we're already starting off straight into the draft. Dry Arabia, dude, Sengoku has been looking absolutely incredible so far all around in this tournament. And I'm surprised that it's actually made it through this time, even like compared to French. Scatterbrain actually sniping French over Sengoku here. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I feel like last time I was casting, there were plenty of series where Sengoku was picked, but not plenty of series where Sengoku was played because it was constantly sniped out game after game. But Scatterbrain lets it on through. Guess he is a little bit more scared of Kiljardi's French, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, Kiljardi, he's one of those players that has just an incredible play when it comes to aggressive civilizations like the French here. Now, I think Sengoku is still going to be very strong overall for Kiljardi. I'm not sure about this choice, actually, like, legitimately. Banning French over Sengoku. Then again, Scatterbrain did have Delhi, and Delhi is not the strongest up against the French, so maybe it's more like of a matchup-dependent snipe here.
Yeah, it can always be that way. There's a lot of these mind games when it comes to the civilization picks, when it comes to these civ drafts as well, plenty of maps ahead of it. And sometimes you want to be, saving a civ for a certain specific map or making sure that, your opponent doesn't get one to completely counter you on out. So you never know what are going through some of these players' minds when it comes to this prep work that they have.
Definitely a ton of preparation going into these games as well. I mean, all you need is one good run here on one of these weekends in order to make it through to the main event. And, there's been a lot of banter between the players as well. And Kiljardi himself said that this week, for sure, he's going to be getting into the finals at the very least on this week's qualifying run. So we'll have to see whether he's going to be able to make it past Scatterbrain first, because Scatterbrain is definitely not a joke. Like, this guy, he's been climbing up the ranks a lot, and I think that at this point, like, he's kind of cemented himself in the top 16 category as well. Like, his cavalry play is very on point.
Yeah, and getting yourselves into, solidifying yourselves as a finals participant is definitely, easier said than done. It's, I would say, a little bit further than what maybe most people would expect him to be in. But, hey, he's got that confidence, and confidence is key when it comes to some of these games.
Confidence indeed, and I mean, it's definitely well-deserved. Kiljardi, though, on the other hand side, he's been also a player that I think at this point is very well established when it comes to their style of gameplay. Kiljardi, a very aggressive player. Sengoku is an interesting civilization in that regard. Like, they start off relatively slow. They get a very late feudal age up because they want to get those hot dog stands, those yatais out early on into the game. And yeah, I mean, it takes a little bit of time for them to age up, but once they have aged up, once they get that yatai economy going, their food income is through the roof. And especially with Kiljardi, plenty of times we've seen them not actually going for the immediate fast castle strategy, but rather we see Kiljardi with Sengoku go for a ton of infantry and Yari cavalry in feudal age and try and make something happen in feudal age before eventually going for that castle age. And I think that's also something that you very much need to do when you're up against a civilization like the Delhi, which just, you can't really fast castle against them, because if you do, they take sacred site control, they're going to flood the map with units, and Ghazi raiders can take down castle age units as well.
Yeah, not a civilization that you can let them do what they want. Delhi kind of has that, not necessarily one-dimensional, but you know what they have planned, you know what they have in store. But we are beginning game number 1 of the series here today. Scatterbrain playing the Delhi, Kiljardi playing Sengoku.
Here we go, jumping straight into our game number 1. Looking at the map here that we've got going so far for Kiljardi. I'm not sure about DDEPs, but I'm always a little bit, I want to say, like, anxious when it comes to the positioning of my Mitsuri, because these buildings take a long time to fill up with the traders, and having the Mitsuri in the front, sure, you're going to be buffing up the food, you're going to be buffing up the gold, but you're not going to be buffing, at least in this regard, the wood line, and it's just so far forward that all it takes is, like, one well-coordinated attack from Scatterbrain onto that Mitsuri, and potentially, if it's like fully kitted out, you're going to be losing 30% of your economic efficiency.
Yeah, it's such a big importance when it comes to Sengoku as far as their base layout goes. It kind of, you know, reminds me of the old HRE in a sense where everyone was going with the chapel, and it's like, well, what's your positioning layout? What's the best spot? You know, while sometimes forward's nice, you got to think about it in the longer term series of the game. First hot dog cart moving out to the boar.
Base building is such an important skill in the game to have. Looking at the map overall here from Kiljardi, having 2 berry patches in the back can be very nice for Yatais, just to like have them in general in the back active. They're not going to be gathering up as much food, but at least they'll be relatively safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that, you know, it'll be nice and spread out too. Not easy to focus for the Ghazi that'll surely be circling here in the next couple minutes to focus and really do enough damage before you pull them back to home and put a little hammers on him to heal him back up to full. How many, you know, that's when, as far as the hot dog cart openings go, we've seen some people go for the 3, some people go down to 2 now, even to just be a little bit more conservative. So that's one where we'll see what Kiljardi ends up deciding to do here.
Yeah, looking at the positioning of the sacred sites, they're pretty centered all around. 2 of them are relatively close to each other, so that can definitely be a point of aggression that Kiljardi can go for. I personally like it a lot when I'm up against Delhi, when sacred sites are close to each other. Just because Delhi, in general, they tend to spam a lot of Ghazi raiders, so having that mobile army composition, they do benefit a lot from far, like, sacred sites that are spread far apart from each other. Meanwhile, if you're the opposing player and you gotta, like, aggress onto the sacred sites, keep them from being captured up, you benefit a lot more from them being relatively close to each other.
Yeah, it's very hard to, you know, match those Ghazis with just horsemen of your own, because you're going to be outmatched over time. The Ghazis, you know, Delhi, not only are the Ghazis a little bit stronger, but they have those scholars healing for them. So these high elo players are so good at, you know, taking a little bit of damage, making sure those Ghazis stay alive at a few health, then going on home, and all of a sudden it's going to be a brand new unit here soon.
That's the main reason why whenever you take a fight against the Delhi, you have to be sure to actually kill the unit and finish it off, because if you don't, as you mentioned, it's just going to get healed up back to full, and that can really lead to some snowbally moments when it comes to the army count out on the field. Kiljardi has opted for the Ryokan here. Now, the Ryokan has been buffed up significantly recently. It now increases the healing by 4 health every 5 seconds when out of combat. That used to be 3 out of every 6 seconds, so a significant buff there, alongside it also giving you that 60 bonus max population spot. And having that healing out of combat gives Kiljardi a very, very good way to combat the healing that Scatterbrain has with the Delhi Scholars.
Yeah, we just were hyping up Delhi so much on the healing, and then all of a sudden Kiljardi drops the different feudal age landmark and has some healing of his own to match that and not feel like he will be at such a deficit if he takes some poor fights.
Behind this, looks like Kiljardi is on 3 Yatais at the moment, so does have the full Yatai count out there. Scatterbrain after feudal age immediately going for that stable, so Ghazi opening it is. Not a big surprise there. Kiljardi also gathering a lot of wood, getting ready to get some stables going as soon as the age up comes in.
Yeah, so, actually, we're seeing the barracks dropped first. Should end up having enough for the stables as well to follow, like you mentioned here. And soon enough, we will start to see units flooding the field, as feudal age will be committed to, at least for a little bit of time here from Kiljardi.
Kiljardi respecting the Gaza Raiders, going for the barracks first instead. But most likely will be following this one up immediately with the stable. I don't imagine Kiljardi's just going to be going for the spears instead. You need some ability.
Oh
double barracks!
Not what you'd expect here, but you know, Kiljardi, he can always shock us. He can always be that player, and sometimes you want to just flood the field with some spears, make sure you have a few of your position points protected, and then being able to kind of move out and contest the sacred sites. But you mentioned one thing about those Ghazi is just the mobility, the ability to just kind of move out and about and all around, and should make it a lot easier to control the map here for Scatterbrain.
I'm a little bit surprised here by the double stable barracks opening. But Kiljardi, he might have a plan here, just flooding the map with Spearmen early on, is going to force Scatterbrain to invest into another type of unit here sooner rather than later. Because this is typically what we see a ton of times from Delhi, that even if their opponents go for Spearmen early on, with production from just a single barracks, they tend to just be able to outmass Spearmen for a significant amount of time. And you can see the Ghazi there were actually ready to take a fight up against that single Spearman, but with that double spear production, actually able to get enough Spearmen onto the field to make Scatterbrain like not be able to take these engagements with the Ghazi Raiders.
Yeah, not if those spears are sticking on together. The key that Scatterbrain can try to take advantage of is those rallying spears, but when there's two rallying together, it makes it a lot more difficult for these Ghazi, and Scatterbrain is actually following up with spears of his own.
I love this play, actually, from Kiljardi. This is super, super smart. Scatterbrain, this is a little bit where the routine is kind of hurting him a little bit. The routine with Delhi is to, if your opponent goes for Spearman, you just add in your own Spearman as well, so you get like Horseman Spearman in. But because Kiljardi just has so many Spearmen on the field out already, this play from Scatterbrain just isn't going to work. He's never going to be able to flood enough Spearmen to keep up with Kiljardi's army mass, as Kiljardi is still pumping out non-stop Spearmen. He can afford it. He's got such great food income with the hot dog stands that he can keep this army pump up for quite a while.
Yeah, Scatterbrain doing a great job, though, just being annoying, hitting from one spot to the others, forcing those spears to continue to run around and not actually be able to take these head-on engagements.
Yeah, it's Spearman pushing forward, and remember, whenever Kiljardi has a minute to breathe, these units are going to be able to heal up again thanks to the Ryokan. So this is actually going to be very, very good for Kiljardi, these intermediate fights. Even if he gets his units a little bit hurt in between, they're not going to be fully dead. Instead, they're going to recover just like Scatterbrain's units would. So these fights actually looking very good, and Scatterbrain pulling a lot of his scholars now, 5 scholars getting pulled towards the middle. But Kiljardi's army mass might just be enough in order to combat that. Look at how many units are coming in. Now we see another production building come. Wait, what production building was that? Don't tell me it's another barracks. Okay, it is the archer range alongside the other clan Taimyo. So it's going to be going for the upgrade on the Yumi archers.
And here we see the scholars moved out. The Ghazis are not in position here, so it's just the spears and the scholars for the most part. And there's so many spears from Kiljardi. Scatterbrain cannot take this fight. Those scholars, they cannot out-heal that many spears.
Looks like one of the Atai might be going down here, though. Spearmen are going to be making their way over, but they're not going to be in time. Yatai surely to be going down here, and indeed it is going to... Oh! 3 health? Wow, okay. Yatai able to stay alive and just going to be repaired now inside of the base from Kiljardi. Meanwhile, Scatterbrain losing one of his scholars there that he did pull forward. Just this massive, massive spearman count from Kiljardi. And Scatterbrain, he still has not invested into any archers. No sacred sites capped yet. And at the moment, yeah, Scatterbrain, this routine, this daily routine, has been absolutely dismantled by Kiljardi so far with the double Rex opening.
Yeah, and Delhi, they're known for moving out, taking those pocket resources like we just saw Scatterbrain already on the berries at the bottom. Well, you know, that's very easy when you have the map control, when you're moving forward, taking the sacred sites, giving your opponent things to focus on other than your economy. But Kiljardi, he's been the one that's now kind of been the aggressor. He's the one moving forward with spears across the map, hasn't allowed a sacred site captured yet here at the 10-minute mark.
Scatterbrain is now investing into the archers, but he's got to be very, very quick with it. Kiljardi already quadrupling his archer mass with the Yumi archers. getting upgrades in behind all of this now as well.
Here comes the contestation. Still no sacred site captured yet. Scholars should be able to get their first one captured here in a second. Looks like Kiljardi's waiting, biding his time here. Is he going to commit for the denial here?
Right behind this, he is loading an impressive amount of food behind this. Could it be that Scatterbrain behind this is actually considering just going for the Castle Age follow-up now behind all of this? His units at the moment are getting outmassed quite heavily. Demu is there as well in order to provide the units with the attack speed buff. Kiljardi is falling back for the time being, but genuinely, he's got a very, very scary army at the moment for Scatterbrain. And Scatterbrain losing the Scholars there in the mid-map.
Yeah, 2 Scholars left out to dry. Army moved back, but Scholars did not. So solid pickup here for Kiljardi, and his mass is looking very, very scary here. He has just an absolutely absurd amount of infantry units already, completely outmassing Scatterbrain. And he's actually at the point here where the Scholar healing might just be out damaged here by the amount of archers that Kiljardi's about to have.
Right about to be taken. Archer stepping past the Spearman front line, but it's just so many units from Kiljardi here together with the attack speed buff. Scatterbrain's army just cannot compete against that. He's getting forced all the way back towards his base. Oh, one lonesome Ghazi Raider finding himself getting completely surrounded. Scholars also once again too far at the front side, gonna get taken down.
And this is a fight that Kiljardi wants to take. Again, Delhi has not been able to play their game. They haven't had any sacred sites. They haven't had this map control. The double racks opening for Kiljardi has just proven to be perfection here with this game plan.
Yeah, now Kiljardi just has such a significant army mass. Daimyo splitting off from the main army here in order to make sure one of those sacred sites is not going to get captured up. And the Scatterbrain moving out to the sacred sites on the sides, but Kiljardi reacting to both of those behind this.
Still on those back berries, starting to run a little bit lower, and that's when it gets even scarier for Scatterbrain, because then his food resources are all forward from his base. Basically, some of these points where Kiljardi has been moving, has been attacking.
How Kiljardi even switching to the Konobu Samurai, I think that's what they're called. The samurai that do percentage damage. It's an interesting unit, so even if Scatterbrain were to go for an age up, elephants would not help him, as those samurai absolutely obliterate units with high base health.
Yeah, and it's just nice mixing these into your army as well with how many spears, how much of a front line he has. Just, you know, add a little bit of tankiness in there, makes it so much harder for the archers on the other side to, you know, just move and let them go. Still sacred sites.
Yeah, still sacred side fights are going on. Kiljardi he's kind of stopped massing up, and Scatterbrain doing a great job of now being a little bit more aggressive on the sides on the map. Not trying to take direct engagements, but trying to find value elsewhere. But there might be a direct engagement coming in here shortly.
Ghazi look like they're diving in. Spearman mass is here in position, though. Ghazi not able to take this head-on engagement. Kiljardi's happy to do so, but this is a fight, though, that Scatterbrain, his numbers actually masked up pretty well. Numbers are not looking too bad, but it just seems like there's too much here for Kiljardi. He's microing to perfection. Not a ton of scholars here, and even if they were, not enough healing. So Kiljardi just wipes the floor here with against Delhi with his Sengoku.
Yeah, Scatterbrain, just the entire army getting butchered there. The archers, I feel like sometimes during that fight they were just too focused onto the Yari cavalry on the sides and didn't actually get the chance to finish off any of the spearmen at the front side. There's still 15 spearmen alive from Kiljardi at the moment, and he is once again taking control over the sacred site, so making sure Scatterbrain cannot hold these, and behind this actually able to amass a bank of resources to potentially look for an age up at some point in time. Atai once again getting focused down, but at this point, Kiljardi probably not too worried about the Atai at over 1,000 food per minute.
Yeah, and he's, just like you said, both players kind of sitting there where they're now starting to bank up a little bit of resources, but Kiljardi, he's putting a bunch back into queue and still halfway to castle, still taking these winning fights. This game, he is in full control of. Scholars pop out trying to do some healing, but Scholars pop out just to go into their own death.
Villagers getting sent to the TC for some support of arrow fire. And you're still alive behind all of this, and the Yumi Archers, just so many of them there. They don't mind that TC. It cannot kill them quickly enough. The Yumi Archers, before they go down, the entire army from Scatterbrain is going to be going down, and now Kiljardi cannot get sent back out of the base from Scatterbrain. Kiljardi behind this, even able to go for the age up, for the castle age up. Scatterbrain economy is still actively working on the sides, but it is now under threat of being discovered, and there it is. Villagers getting found out by the Yari Cavalry. Sake Brewery now in production. Scatterbrain without any units to defend himself. There's just no way, no realistic way for him to come back in this one. And I feel like as soon as the castle age gets telegraphed here, that Scatterbrain probably will realize that as well.
Yeah, the back berries were found out by those Yari Cavalry. The whole base of Scatterbrain getting dove upon. He is out on some other pocket food resources, and it looks like Kiljardi might have an idea, sending a few spears over there, sending a samurai over there as well. So not going to be a great position, even though it already wasn't for Scatterbrain here, and this is that devastation we're seeing.
Couple of spearmen and one samurai causing a ton of idle time here. Scatterbrain is going to be able to fight them off, but realistically what's going to be coming next is just going to be utter destruction. Double outpost here protecting the villagers. There's a market there as well in order to trade out some resources. Sake Brewery just moments away from completion, and look at the bang from Kiljardi. He's able to almost go castle right afterwards again, but it's not going to be castle. It's going to be most likely spent on either normal infantry samurai or mounted samurai. Mounted samurai, though, sounding a lot more likely now to finish this game off, and there it is. Castle Age coming in, Mounted Samurai and Yumi Archers getting upgrade as well.
Oh, it's so nice when you're able to, you know, with that fast castle, usually it's like 1-2 Mounted Samurai in queue. With this longer feudal age, he has so many resources, so much income at that point. There was just too much to deal with. Game number 1 goes over to Kiljardi.
GG coming in and looking at that resource overview there. It all kind of just makes sense, right? Like Kiljardi, he was able to completely deny that Sacred Side play from Scatterbrain. The double barracks play, completely devaluing the Ghazi opening that typically just works so well for Delhi. Such a routine play. The barracks follow-up afterwards from Scatterbrain, like, it makes sense typically in this matchup. Typically, the opponent goes for, like, doesn't go for that many spearmen early on, more likely going for some horseman type units as well, especially with the Yari Cavalry being an option for them. But Kiljardi just stuck it out with the spearmen all throughout the feudal age, and yeah, actually able to win the game off of that play.
Yeah, I love it. Kiljardi, he just ignores what the technically meta is, and it just says, hey, look, I'm gonna play my game. I'm an aggressive player. Play that extended feudal age. Mass up some units here, and just outmass and take some good fights.
Next up, though, we're going to be moving over to Kawasan, and it is going to be the House of Lancaster for Kiljardi up against the Ayubids for Scatterbrain, and that I feel like is probably a pretty decent matchup for the Ayubids, actually, because Ayubids do have access to the Desert Raider in Feudal Age. It's one of those units that is actually very, very strong on contesting what the House of Lancaster typically has to offer, alongside the Mass of Hobelas and the Lords of Lancaster, as the Desert Raiders have 5 melee armor, and let's not forget the House of Lancaster there. Lords of Lancaster have received significant nerfs in the latest patch. I believe it was like from 200 health in Feudal Age down to 170. 30 health nerf. That is quite a significant nerf. So the Feudal Age push from the House of Lancaster is no longer nearly as strong as it used to be.
Yeah, quite a significant nerf, but let's be honest, that nerf felt like it was felt like it's been needed for a little bit, as those lords have been complained about time and time again, and now it finally seems, we'll see if they're a point where they feel a little bit more balanced, where it feels like, you know, it's not just this one-dimensional, I know exactly what's coming play.
Yeah, definitely one of those things that players have been complaining about for quite a while. A late reaction is better than no reaction at all, I tend to say. But yeah, it does feel like that one was definitely long in the making. And yeah, will lead to a potential easier matchup now for the Ayubids. And it's not just that. The Desert Raiders, like, if it's just a couple of the Lords of Lancaster, and if it's just Lords of Lancaster alongside Hobelas, you pretty much only need Desert Raiders, maybe alongside just a couple of Horsemen to be able to have a little bit of an additional meat shield there. I'm mainly wondering as well what the Feudal Age wing is going to be for the Ayubids. Plenty of times we've seen a mixture of just... Well, not a mixture. Typically it's just Advancement wing on this map in particular, just because Feudal Age aggression on water happens quite quickly here, and getting that additional timing advantage with the Advancement wing makes Ayubids very competitive in Feudal Age. But logistics, just having the Dervishes available to you when there's Hobelas in there, where they just work excellently against, might be something that Scatterbrain won't want to pass up.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like whenever it comes to hybrid maps, you have to take control of water or contest water, or else you are out of it. And sometimes with that delayed age up, you're just too far behind. So Advancement wings typically taken here for Ayubids. This will be the only hybrid map of the series, even though Socotra's got plenty of water. I wouldn't classify that one as hybrid. As the most water contestant you'll see is usually just a galley circling around, just being annoying on some gold at times. So this one, though, Kawasan, definitely more of a true hybrid, as those middle ponds is the main focus here for the first 5, 10, 15 minutes of this game at least.
Indeed. Something that we've seen a couple of times now with the House of Lancaster in particular are these interesting timing pushes with the Hobelas. And I like looking at this matchup, I don't think that Kiljardi's gonna get a chance at going for this. I think maybe it's going to be like this. This is my idea of how this game's going to go. Kiljardi is not going to be going for an immediate dock. Instead, he's just going to be opening up with the Dark Age Rex and immediately tries to deny the dock from the Ayubids instead. Meanwhile, at the same time, I think Scatterbrain isn't going to be going for a dock either, and just going to be trying to fast feudal here instead.
Okay, so we will see if that is what is in store, but like you've already mentioned multiple times, the Desert Raider just feels like it's that unit that it's a no-brainer for Scatterbrain to go for, and it's just such a hybrid unit. There's so many different things you can do with it. Even when you're using the counter unit against it, it just feels like they just run away and only take the fights that are good for themselves. But in we go to game number 1. Did look like a wood opening for Scatterbrain, so moving out to that water to go ahead and get a dock dropped early.
Yeah, at the same time, looks like Kiljardi. At least I'm not seeing a Dark Age Barracks coming up from him, so yeah, I guess I'm just completely wrong in this one. There's not going to be the fast feudal age from the Ayubids and not going to be the Dark Age aggression from the House of Lancaster, so players opting for a little bit of a different strategy here.
Yeah, Kiljardi's actually the one moving out to gold immediately, not worrying about going onto the pond here at all so far. Looks like he is just going to go for a little bit of a faster feudal with House of Lancaster. Meanwhile, Scatter is about to be finishing up that dock here soon. Let's see how much of a commitment he's going to go onto that pond as far as how many fishing boats he makes in this Dark Age before clicking the age up button. Right.
It's now finished up. Getting that cheaper dog, of course.
Yep, just these typical openings here that we see, this typical Dark Age, you know, build up. And Kiljardi not too far away from aging up himself, but Scatter doing a great job circling with his scout, sees Kiljardi already on that gold, so at least has the information that he needs, that knowing, hey, my opponent, he's already going onto that gold. He is going to be aging up here soon.
Age up is going to be coming in pretty quickly. House of Wisdom only just now coming up. Age up still far and far away from Scatterbrain. And is most likely just going to be that Abbey of Kings. We are used to it at this point in time. Question is, what is Kiljardi exactly going to be going for? Is he now going to be shifting a lot of villagers over to wood in order to do a follow-up dock? I mean, he will be getting at least one Lord of Lancaster in for free. So could be trying to pressure with that alongside a quick dock in order to get the first archer ship out onto the map.
Yeah, haven't quite seen anything yet. We do see him, I think, moving on. Yep, moving over to the wood line now. Pulls the villagers off of gold there, so he is trying to get that wood build up. Just like you said, probably trying to contest that water, not allow Scatterbrain to have that extra eco that he's already invested into.
Scatterbrain only on a single dock so far, so once the aggression comes in, it is going to be a little bit difficult for him to keep his water play safe there. And the villager is now moving out in order to get the dock up. On the side from Kiljardi. Scatterbrain, though, he's sending a ship out. He is actively looking for the potential dock drop from Kiljardi, and he is going to be able to spot that villager once he gets in line. That's a little bit close at the moment. Should be visible soon. Yeah, there it is.
Yep, has the information, sees the dock being dropped. And it's not always about, I feel like, you know, in these high-elo plays, it's not always about counteracting exactly what your opponent's doing. It's getting the information to be able to adjust your game plan here. Advancement Wing is on the way here for Scatter, though.
Yeah, Scatterbrain, he was looking for Logistics Wing age up. He kept piling up more and more resource, but now that he spotted that early dock coming in from Kiljardi, he realized, okay, no, I need the timing. So save some resources, save some age up time, chooses the Advancement Wing. It's going to be coming in a little bit later than the age up from Kiljardi, but it's still going to be a competitive timing, and that allows him to keep some semblance of control on water, as he's also getting that second dock up as well. So will, at the very least, have the advantage when it comes to the production speed out on water, and being able to immediately get 2 ships out. And most importantly, just being able to save some of his fishing ships, as the additional dock is going to give him 3 more garrison slots as well.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's the biggest importance in my eyes. It's just the ability to save all of this eco you invested into. With 2 docks too, it makes it hard for the galley to actually choose one spot or the other. So while you do get delayed on some of these fishing boats, you're still able to somewhat gather here and there. And then all of a sudden, age up finishes and the double production comes out. Like you said, you have enough resources already stacked in, as we can see Scatter's bank that he's already been building up, as well as walls to protect himself from any potential feudal aggression here.
Yeah, lots of Lancasters are going to have a rough time when it comes to getting onto the gold there from Scatterbrain. Now with the age up completed, you're going to be seeing a Springle ship and Archer ship in queue. Kiljardi at the same time, though, already getting his own Springle ship in queue as well. So this is going to be quite the tough fight out there on water now.
Yeah, I mean, Scatter, you know, this is one of those mind games too, though. If he had gone with double Springle ship, it would have been the perfect counteracting move, but you can't do so just in case a demo is already prepped and ready for Kiljardi. And here we go. His galley now, though, is under fire. Galley on the way out. Kiljardi's getting pretty close to losing that first ship.
Second ship already low on health as well. We are going to be getting a demo ship now. Follow up from Scatterbrain. Immediately gets the connection in. Great shot onto the Springle ship at the same time. Lots of Lancasters just running it through the base from Scatterbrain. Wants to deny the gold, but Scatterbrain already having that second demo ship up as well is going to be able to immediately follow up with the aggression on Kiljardi's side there, as the next Springle ship is going to be coming in. Needs to be careful though. The Archer ship is under threat. He's going to get taken down.
Yeah, Archer ship does fall.
In reserve. Oh.
And the galley's not paying attention to the demo at all. Just now turns and is able to turn and get enough damage. However, demo pops out for Kiljardi. Fishing boats are close. They're going to go for the healing. Springle ship healed just enough to stay on alive, but there's another Springle ship. There's another galley
He's waiting.
Here.
He gets the healing. He got the healing just in the nick of time in order to survive the demo ship attack. Loses the villager for it, but keeps the Springled ship alive most critically. That was so close.
And now that he's got a second sprinkled chip on out, this just makes it so much harder for Kiljardi. Just being on that one single dock, it's going to be close to impossible now to take back over that water. Every single ship he makes should just get taken down pretty quickly.
Not an additional ship in production quite yet. Scatterbrain actually falling back a little bit. Doesn't quite need to do so, at least not with the sprinkled chips on his side. More engagement, more trade-outs coming in behind all of this. Fishing ships also getting a little bit of the action when it comes to trying to get sniped. Demo ship now in queue. Kiljardi needs to make something happen with that next demo ship, else it's going to be very tough for him to keep competing on the water. But the sprinkled ships, they're quite close to each other. Kiljardi is baiting them in. Demo ship's coming in! Scatterbrain.
Oh, it doesn't get a connection onto the lower health one. Scatterbrain could have pulled it back, but doesn't get enough range in time. One sprinkled chip falls, but Scatterbrain now is at the point where Kiljardi lost his last ship on that pond.
Looks like
Kiljardi going ahead.
He's given up on trying to contest this pond. He is now docking on the other side. Lots of Lancaster behind this are grouping up in front of Scatterbrain's base. Not a single land unit out for him quite yet. Does have a couple of walls just to make it a little bit harder for those lords to find any connection there. Yeah, now Scatterbrain, he's been able to keep his water economy going throughout all of this. Kiljardi now starting to work on his water economy. Oh, demo ship looks like it actually managed to finish off the sprinkled ship there. Not sure if Scatterbrain's going to reinvest on water with another sprinkled ship. That's going to be quite costly for him, but it might be necessary if Kiljardi chooses to invest again. Yeah, there is another sprinkled ship in queue now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you just have to, just because you don't know what your opponent has queued up in that dock. You never know what is popping on out. Looks like Kiljardi has another galley, so the sprinkled ship is going to be a necessary investment rather than just being able to double, triple down onto this fishing economy.
And Scatterbrain actually cancelled the sprinkled ship. He assumed that Kiljardi was not going to be going for an additional ship here, but yeah, Kiljardi actually going to be going for that, and now that demo ship might actually be going down. Oh, a little bit of a housing situation.
Yeah. Scatter will at least have the fishing boats to do some mass healing, but Galley able to get right on top of that demo ship and immediately takes it on out, even going ahead being annoying to that fishing. So Scatter is forced to re-queue up a sprinkled ship. Galley almost immediately taken down though.
Yeah, both players now queuing up an additional sprinkled ship. Scatterbrain choosing to go for some Desert Raiders, but look at what Kiljardi's doing behind this. He has only committed to the Lords of Lancaster, and behind that is trying to go for a quick age-up, follow-up play. And you know where he could be placing that white tower? Right in the middle of the map, next to a large gold vein? Why is it spawned in the middle? That's unusual. The large gold vein spawned in the middle of the map here, next to a boar as well. Oh, Dapson, that could be the perfect white tower spot to go for.
It is definitely a lovely spot. Has the four lords to try to protect him, but Scatterbrain, he needs to get information, needs to get the knowledge of this, because he does have some Desert Raiders in queue. He has archers in queue, has horsemen in queue. This timing is very, very crucial for Kiljardi to be able to get this down in time. Scatterbrain, though, will he have the knowledge? Will he have the information, the scouting to see this? Oh,
that's so aggressive. That is so aggressive and ballsy. I feel like I've been dropped into a Diamond 3 lobby where these kind of plays are common, but yeah. I mean, if Kiljardi gets away with this, this is so greedy. If Kiljardi gets away with this, that is going to be absolutely game-ending, and it gets spotted out now. All the villagers are going to get pulled.
The villagers get pulled. It is a mass villager pull. There's archers here. This is what I was saying. There's units here in time. There's more archers in queue. It is about to just be an all-out craziness. Desert Raiders start to attack. Are we going to see any torches on the White Tower first? Torches on the White Tower before it gets canceled. Nope. Canceled in time. But villagers now starting to shoot. This is all-out warfare. Villagers now becoming military units, but they know they're going to fall. Kiljardi, did he just overstep? Did he overplay his hand here with the White Tower?
Yeah, but at the same time, Kiljardi actually getting good villager trades with the short bows. Miraculously, actually trading out not the worst at the end of
Not
it
the
all,
worst
with the
at the
idle time.
start, but there's about 5 more villagers that should go down for Kiljardi here.
Yeah, it doesn't end up being that great for him at all. There's another white tower placement coming in, but is there anything even working on it? He cancels it. He has to go.
He can't, yeah.
That
He
was
has to-
too greedy,
And
Kiljardi.
can you even do this at home? Like, if I'm Scatterbrain after that, I'm just headed straight for the base.
To be fair, with enough villagers, like the Desert Raiders actually low-key kind of getting countered out by the English short
bows.
villagers, but it's not going to be an easy one. He might lose some villagers there to it, and yeah. The Desert Raiders are fairly low, though.
Desert Raiders are low, but even more villagers going to start getting taken out. And this is just, again, a delay on the White Tower. 1 more villager falls. The short bows are doing significant damage, though. Desert Raider will go down. And the White Tower should be secured here. Has this given Scatter enough time? Because there's still a timing push for Kiljardi here. Ayubids, they already did the advancement wing. Their age up still is going to take a good little bit of time. And Kiljardi could try to take advantage of this. Already has 4 lords out again.
Yeah. Kiljardi, he was just so greedy with the initial placement of the White Tower. Scatterbrain behind this now is actually getting close to having enough resources to go for his own age up. Will need to be going for the reinforcement wing. I don't think you can comfortably go for logistics. I mean, he can't even go for logistics. He went advanced wing first, so logistics wing is not an option. It needs to be a reinforcement wing from Scatterbrain, and that is exactly what it's going to be now. Scatterbrain will be getting some additional Desert Raiders out into the field, exactly what he needs against both the Earl's Guard and the Knights that are going to be coming in from Kiljardi next.
Yeah, and those few extra archers he has, he's going around trying to find some sort of eco damage, knowing their use has served its time. There are Knights about to be on the way, Earl's Guards about to be on the way, so they will not be doing too much damage here in this Castle Age now. Ooh, scouts out the villager moving out, so we'll get a villager pick with these archers. So nice little
Maybe not. Just passing. Kiljardi actually noticed
He had it
it.
scouted. He had it scouted. His scout was right there. Oh my god. Okay,
So he's just going straight for the
he's
gold.
Even greedier for the gold. Okay.
Meanwhile, the base from Scatterbrain getting a little bit idled out, but he's just on the other side of the wall, gathering gold from there. Okay. But the Knights arrive now.
Oh, Knights arrive, and this is that danger point we were talking about. The villagers escape just in time, but they're leading to more and more villagers, more and more of an eco that is damaged. You need to see a quick wall. Oh, the quick wall happens! Just in time. It's even...
Oh, Scatterbrain! That was too
Villagers,
greedy.
no!
He's getting found out over there now.
Reinforcement wing, though, 26 seconds away. He might even be able to chop through and find another escape pattern for himself as long as he gathers enough. He just needs to gather enough wood from that one tree. Villagers found out, though.
Oh my god!
What? Kiljardi!
Kiljardi! No way! He's making it past! He's running away! And he's getting away with it too!
The reinforcement wing finishes. Here come the extra Desert Raiders out, and he has escaped with this villager mass and somehow basically unscathed.
9 Desert Raiders out on the field. Veterancy now in queue as well. Scatterbrain is recovering actively.
Somehow, some way.
More Vil going down. 2 more Vils. Okay. Kiljardi kill maxing in the wood line.
Yeah, finally getting some damage down. Gate about to be destroyed here. A lord about to fall as well. More villagers falling though for Scatter. Just didn't have enough here to deter this initial night. These couple nights and some good old transfer damage. This eco, this military, I mean, we're basically even at this point after all of that craziness, after the huge greedy play from Kiljardi.
Scatterbrain behind this still continues maxing up these Desert Raiders. Kiljardi, meanwhile, is going to be switching into some Yeomen as well. But this is where it starts becoming a little bit more messy, because Yeomen do actually cost a little bit extra compared to normal archers. I feel like maybe Scatterbrain can actually just outmass the Yeomen, and this is kind of crazy, Dabson, but for some reason they made it so that the attack speed on Desert Raiders, just baseline, in the range form, is very, very good. They, unironically, easily outclap any ranged unit in the game, and yeah, this is why, at least in team games specifically, in the late game, Desert Raiders can be quite a pain to deal with.
Yeah, quite a pain indeed. It's just one that the unit that counters them out so well is typically very immobile, so makes it very hard to deal with the Raiders efficiently. They're always kind of choosing the fights that they want to take. Speaking of fights they want to take, Scatterbrain moving up, taking this fight of, again, Kiljardi being greedy, moving forward a little bit too far. Villagers on the boar.
Oh, and Scatterbrain, he's just going to be running around. He's still going for the engagement. Look at that. The Desert Raiders just easily taking the trades up against the Yeomen, sniping them down quite quickly as well.
And reinforcements coming in. It's not just double Desert Raiders. We have Camel Lancers coming through as well. So going to have that tankier front line.
Individual fights being taken, and a potential Wololo coming in as well. Instead, it's just going to be healing, but healing is good enough alongside the Wololo.
Does come through. Villagers having to run.
God. What is this game? So many Desert Raiders coming in. Not Desert Raiders, Camel Lancers coming in.
Yeah, the Camel Lancer reinforcements has massed up so quickly. Scatterbrain all of a sudden is having the military number lead, and he's having the more expensive military as well.
It's still dragging on, about to fizzle out a little bit, but actually not really fizzling out. If we're looking at Scatterbrain's queue, 5 more Camel Lancers in queue behind all of this, and every now and then just getting that free spawn of the 3 Desert Raiders from the House of Wisdom. That can really reinforce your army.
I mean, and this is the point too where Kiljardi, he's down at single-digit military units. Meanwhile, Scatterbrain's, his queue is very healthy. Yeah, he does have, you know, some military pop on water, but that Camel Lancer number is so healthy. Villagers went back.
Villagers are back.
Villagers went back.
What are they doing? The boar. They are craving the boar, but what they might also be craving is the sweet embrace of death here, as they're getting charged onto by these Camel Lancers yet again. And this time, they are not gonna be returning back to their base.
Yeah, Scatterbrain doing a great job just running past the military units, getting onto that eco. No villager left alive that was on this boar. Crossbows now popping out, but the crossbows, they need to mass up in numbers. They need more than just 2 of them to be a little bit more effective, but looks like enough to push Scatterbrain away for the time being. However, is this enough damage now at this point for Scatterbrain to just continue this lead?
Scatterbrain almost at a 25 economic unit lead behind this Kiljardi. I don't think I've seen a manor coming in from him yet, so doesn't really have that typical economy going for the House of Lancaster. And Scatterbrain, he's massed up enough units. Desert Ray is just immediately going for the backline. Camel Lance is enough to deter the front line here. And Kiljardi, he's struggling to keep his position at the front line. Crossbows coming out, but only to go down right afterwards here. Scatterbrain now in a solid position to push this game back to Kiljardi's base.
Yeah, and we heard that Wololo come down from Kiljardi. That's the first relic he was trying to secure. Meanwhile, Scatterbrain, he already has 2 dropped in and gathering and producing that gold. The relic got denied by the scout, and Scatterbrain, he's about to be at a 3-0 relic count with another easy one to secure. So it's not only this economic lead, it's not only this military lead, it's also the passive resource lead here for Scatterbrain as well.
Kiljardi, what's the plan now? What's the follow-up plan behind all of this? First relic now secured. Second relic coming in for Kiljardi as well behind this. So, wait.
No, that was the first relic. Yeah,
it was the first relic. It looked a little bit odd there for a second. Yeah, you're right. It's only going to be that one relic and the fourth relic close to Kiljardi, close to Scatterbrain, so it's going to be getting that fourth relic in as well. That is an easy grab for sure. Kiljardi now switching up into some Spearmen as well. Look at this, 18 Desert Raiders already. Is 18 enough to one-shot a Spearman? I think we're getting fairly close to it.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the point, though, that Kiljardi, we saw a Knight just circling around, trying to do some damage into the eco, trying to find a way to equalize this game, but Scatterbrain, he's got the idea. He's got the way to take down some more of the eco. He knows Kiljardi's hurting on food. Kiljardi trying to move out to that boar. We just saw Kiljardi move out to the berries as well. Knight does find a little bit of some damage here. And by damage, it's just a little bit of damage. No actual eco losses yet, and I'm sure there's going to be some camels to deter that Knight away. Oh, no.
But Kiljardi, he's getting found out on the gold. Just a couple of Spearmen and Knights. That is nowhere near enough. Look at them. Yeah, it's enough to one-shot the Spearmen. Spearmen all getting sniped out by the Desert Raiders. And Kiljardi, there's just no way for him to stay in this game now, as the gold villagers also are gonna get sniped out. Tries to get some military going on water, but Scatterbrain did just knock on his pond and is starting to get some ships out there as well.
Yeah, so many economic losses here for Kiljardi. He is doing a little bit of return damage, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough. It is not the same as the damage that he is taking. Scatterbrain still continuing to circle, now forcing investment onto the water as well from Kiljardi. And Kiljardi, his resources, they're just cut so thin. He's taken so much damage, he doesn't have the ability to invest into all these different spots. Villagers on the deer. Villagers on the deer.
All getting found out. Kiljardi's food income is now going to be denied as well. Industry Wing coming in next from Scatterbrain. He's going for Imperial. Can we quickly look before Kiljardi surrenders how many resources he's getting from Industry Wing?
And a keep
in the middle.
4,
how much is it? Hover over it, please. 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 50% faster building speed. These villagers are going to be turning into Chinese villagers once the age up finishes.
Short bows pulled out yet again. Kiljardi has lost 44 economic units this game. Scatterbrain going on to that big 8k gold, has full mid-map control onto all of these berries as a Ubit, has water control as a Ubit. He is in full control here, and Kiljardi just no way to come back in sight.
Next up, fishing ships are going to get harassed as well. Desert Raiders quickly picking one off there, almost getting the next one as well. Big demo ships! Oh no! He wants to go for them, but can't quite kill all of them, but that was very close.
Very close indeed. Some Knights going for some additional raiding. It's so hard to raid here. Anytime Kiljardi's going to raid with these Knights, there's always Camel Lancers, there's always Desert Raiders in queue. That's just so easy to deter those away. Another demo ship going to the fishing boats. This time it should get 4 or 5 boats at least. Another demo to rally. It's just... This time Kiljardi goes for a little bit of a split. More fishing boats falling. Scatterbrain just with the mass demo play to deter the water, to force investment. Industry Wing is about to finish, and from there, maybe Kiljardi finally throws in the towel.
It's not over yet. Kiljardi says coming in with a raid, 4 Knights and a Dream, but Scatterbrain did notice that and is pre-pulling the villagers away. Imperial Age now reached. Imperial upgrades coming in. We're seeing the upgrades coming in on the Desert Raiders. Culverins coming in as well. Scatterbrain, he is very, very well aware of his position in this game, and he knows that he can just end it out with a siege push now and just take down the landmarks, because Kiljardi's just not giving this one up. Trebuchet now coming in from Kiljardi, but that is not realistic at this point.
A little too late, it seems, for the Trebuchet push. Scatterbrain double Culverin. He is ready to make a push of his own on that white tower. still has the Sacred Site security. The Sacred Site's ticking, although that is not his win condition. Scatterbrain should be ready to end this game soon in Imperial Age. Upgrades starting to come through.
It's the first culverin now. 2 more in queue right afterwards.
11 Desert Raiders in Q2. He is just doing that Imperial Age Desert Raider play where almost just acting like they're going to be horse archers over here.
They are. At this point, they most certainly are, and they're getting all the scaling benefits that come with it as well. More raids coming in on the gold, even more villagers going down. 2 Knights and a Dream still going for the raids.
2 Knights and a Dream indeed. Spearman trying to push up, trying to do some sort of damage, trying to dive on top of those culverins, on top of the Desert Raiders. Maybe Scatterbrain isn't paying attention, but he has a keep right there. He has a bunch of villagers right there. Culverin taken down to about half before it's starting to get repaired. And just so many villagers, he's going to be able to out-repair the damage done.
And all the ships are getting taken down now by the culverins as well. GG comes in. Kiljardi finally throwing in the towel in this one, and man, Scatterbrain able to clean up the score, or rather even it out. 1-1 now between each of them. I mean that age-up was just so greedy from Kiljardi. That, had he put that next to a large gold vein, I think he would have been more than okay, but he just had to go for it all the way next to Scatterbrain's woodline.
Yeah, I mean, that was just one where that mid game got so messy after the attempted white tower drop. It's just villagers were going down left, right, front, and center, and it just was too much for Kiljardi to try to come back from. He ended up losing water, ended up losing a bunch more villagers as well. Just Scatterbrain had always kind of had his scout in Kiljardi's base, seeing where the villagers were out and vulnerable.
Indeed, and what an interesting game. I'm just gonna put it like that. I mean, the mid game, genuinely, I feel like the White Tower could have just completely dictated the game there. Looking at the military value lead there, ever since Castle Age has been reached, it did not look good for Kiljardi past that, and overall. Something that we barely see anymore, by the way, that I just want to get attention to. Wingard for House of Lancaster, I don't recall it being actively nerfed, but we've just kind of stopped seeing Wingard into the mass spearman spam from the House of Lancaster. It's like people, ever since the just feudal age only aggression came in, kind of forgot that that is still a completely viable play for the House of Lancaster. Just never seen it anymore since it.
I mean, in this game, it's just crazy to see the resource difference that got so out of hand after all of that eco damage. Scatterbrain just able to do whatever he pleased there in this game.
And here we're getting the instant replay on the engagement around that boar. And yeah, just the Desert Raiders able to easily take the fight up against the Airmen. Just not enough mass out on the field there. Scatterbrain just having the better economy at this point. Not just the better economy, but also just the advantage with the age up, getting all of these free Desert Raiders. It really does make quite a difference. Next up, though, it looks like Kiljardi didn't really give Scatterbrain a choice when it comes to the civilization that he was going to pick. Getting both JD and the French in. Scatterbrain, he had to choose, okay, which one am I going to snipe? And he actually snipes JD over French, and I gotta say, this is a player-based pick. If I was up against Kiljardi, I would not want to face him when he's playing JD either, so I can thoroughly respect this choice. Genuinely, Kiljardi's JD is scary. It is a scary civ for him, so this is very much like a player-specific ban, player-specific snipe here. On the other hand side, Malians getting sniped, Byzantines making it through. Makes sense, Mali is just baseline scary civilization in the game at the moment with their fluid food transition that they've got going on with the cattle and just being able to spam those sofas all day long. Yeah, I would personally not want to play against Malians either, especially when you're trying to get JD in. The worst thing that could happen is you get JD and you're up against Malians and they can just snipe her all day long.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say is when you're seeing Mali up against your double French pick, you're like, okay, Mali's kind of the no-brainer snipe. It just matches up well into both of those civilization choices from Kiljardi. So we are seeing that French versus Byzantines game. He said, look, I'm going to play Royal Knights one way or the other. I'm not going to give you a choice here.
No two ways about it. Now we're going to be moving over to Boldlands. That's going to be our next map here in this game. Boldlands, it's one of those maps where aggression is most definitely key, and players can also, like, they got to get out onto the map. They typically got to go out on the map. There's a couple of exceptions to that, though. Mainly, of course, civilizations that pro-scout, and civilizations that have something like good food scaling inside of their base, like the Malians. Byzantines is an interesting one. There are a good amount of berries on this map that they can go for, so they can kind of like gather close to or around their base. And then they can go for the olive grove transition. And they get enough mercenary units in for free in order to sustain that as well. Looking at it, like, I feel like French and JD are just such a perfect civilization for this map, because as the game goes longer, you get the guild hall in, getting to the Red Palace if it goes really long, and it's a difficult map to wall, so if you get all the Red Palace emplacements with the Red Palace, it just synergizes so well with the openness of the map.
Yeah, you get to this point where your wood lines are thin. You got to start trying to move out to those middle wood lines, and it's just one that, you know, there's so many times playing against French or JD where, you know, you've been watching raids, you've been reacting so well, but then all of a sudden it just takes one little slip up for you to end up losing one timing push from the French civilization to just absolutely ruin your economy. And it just seems like you said, it's so hard to wall on Boldlands. That's usually what helps deter those knights from just constantly roaming, constantly raiding. We already saw Kiljardi, you know, trying to do some raiding, getting a little bit of success done with some raiding last game, even though he was significantly behind. So let's see about, you know, if he's not trying to drop a forward white tower and just playing a little bit more of a normal game, if that suits his style better.
Indeed, and while the French or JD don't really get any direct economic bonuses, what they do get, well, they get like the slight buff on the cost on the upgrades. That is fairly nice. Helps a lot with the timings on something like an early Dark Age wheelbarrow as well as the Pro Scout timing. What they do get later down the line, of course, is the reduced cost on their production units, on their production buildings. So JD, of course, with the Consecration, and the French, whenever they do eventually get that keep up in Castle Age, you're getting to the point where you're paying less for Royal Knight than you're paying for Sofa. And that's the point where French has become absolutely disgusting with the potential of just making Knights and only Knights to win games. We're about to find out exactly how this one is going to be going on, as we're about to jump into our game number 3 now. Set is all evened up, and we're jumping into game number 3 now between Kiljardi and Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain spawning in the color green as the Byzantines. And oh, that's a pretty nice spawn here, I want to say, for Scatterbrain, having the berries in the back and the gold in the back as well. There's the second gold that's all the way in the back. That's a very defensive base here for Scatterbrain that he can play with.
Yeah, second berries in the back as well. So just very, very nice build up for him there. As you know, we said it's hard to wall, but with those wood lines, he can always drop some short walls, try to make it a little bit harder for those French knights to roam on around. Kiljardi going ahead, spots out those first couple deer near his base, says, all right, let me just go ahead, move out to the deer early, take some of those further out resources here at the start. Which, you know, it's always kind of surprising that this doesn't delay French too much as far as their initial age up goes, even with the walking time from these villagers, because of the cheaper resource tech for survival techniques, and then they're just able to get to that faster food gathering resource.
Wondering if that's going to be coming in here alongside maybe a fast wheelbarrow as well after survival techniques. Kiljardi could most certainly go for it, and there we go. Survival techniques is going to be coming in now. 3 villagers in gold. I wouldn't be surprised if Kiljardi just immediately goes for wheelbarrow right afterwards as well.
Yeah, you can always just give yourself that, again, you're not delaying yourself too much. Byzantines, they're trying to be dropping their cisterns, get that water level raising. Well, this is your way to kind of equalize some of that eco bonus that your opponent's going to have in your own economy.
Indeed, and eventually behind that, you are also going to be getting that Pro Scouts in. So being able to get the deer right from underneath your TC is going to be a nice food source. And it looks like Scatterbrain went with 3 villagers, I want to say, to the stone. Can we quickly check up on that? Is it 2 or 3 villagers? It is, okay, it's just going to be 2 villagers. So the gathering speed from the cistern made it look for a second like it might have been already 3 villagers. Set for a second there, 108 stone per minute, but it's just going to be 88, which is still a very, very solid value. Of course, whenever you do complete a building, the Byzantines do get some bonus stone there as well, so that can kind of play some tricks there on the stone income. And School of Cavalry now going to be coming in. I'm still thinking that Kiljardi will want to go for wheelbarrow very, very soon, just because he already sent villagers out from his base, and whenever you do that, you're even more incentivized to getting that wheelbarrow in early, as then when you walk a lot with the villagers, getting wheelbarrow, just that extra movement speed, just makes so much sense.
Yeah, and it could allow him to just, you know, maybe be even more aggressive, go towards the deer in the middle sacred site after he finishes up the deer himself, since he's going to have these knights out, since it takes a little bit of time for Byzantines to get their mercenary units, and sure enough, there is the wheelbarrow investment from Kiljardi, much needed.
Behind this, Grand Winery now on its way from Scatterbrain, also about ready to get that Cistern level 3 going in just a second. That currently already sitting at a 14% bonus economic efficiency, about to be 18% once that level 3 comes in.
Yeah, this is really one where that water level raises. They just have that pseudo chapel bonus economy themselves. Lovely position for the Grand Winery as well. And there is that little short wall that I was actually expecting Scatterbrain to drop. So, like we said, walling very, very difficult on this map. But anytime you have a wood line that's close to the edge of the map, it just makes it a little bit easier. You're saving yourself some wood, and it just kind of corners those knights in where they can't circle, they can't run around constantly. They might have to run through TC, get some arrow fire, but more importantly, run past something that is going to give vision and knowledge and information.
First knight now in queue, already halfway finished up, so we'll be getting some aggression over on Scatterbrain's side soon. Scatterbrain still with only 3 villagers on the Grand Winery, not rushing it up too quickly. Will want to get a barracks up as soon as possible.
There is that 3rd water level now. Meanwhile, knights starting to roam, starting to move out onto the field. First knight, though, being tracked perfectly by the scout. This is one, anytime you're playing the French, you see their age up come through, you always park your scout right in front of that School of Cav, and you're just waiting till the first knight pops out, and you are following it to wherever it's going to go.
Knight gonna be running immediately to the gold vein. Not sure if Scatterbrain already pulled the villagers off of that, but it does look like it. Now the first couple of Lamentinei are gonna be in queue as well.
Yep, will give him the ability to move back out to that gold if need be. Has enough into the bank if he wanted to invest into wheelbarrow, if he wanted to invest into, you know, an eco-tech of some sort. Looks like villagers not opting for the deer next to the sacred site, like I mentioned, but instead going out towards that northern side boar. Limited deterring that first knight from being annoying so far. Another little short wall being dropped. Villagers need to watch out, though, as that could allow the knight to get a little charge follow-up.
And this knight also tanking for the villagers to be able to take down that boar. Yeah, that villager is able to make it back. Oh my god. Gets spotted for just a second. He's getting chased down. He's being chased down. Oh. Icritoid defense gets used.
And I mean, this is just one where it shows that knowledge, that scouting. If Kiljardi had his scout with that knight, he might actually been able to find a Vil pick, might have been able to find some eco damage, but instead, Scatter able to keep his economy unscathed, untouched for the time being.
We should be able to see some javelin throws coming in soon now from Scatterbrain. Javelin throw is just such a key unit when you're up against both the French and Jeanne d'Arc. Because they typically don't have that many archers going, or if they do have that many archers, then they don't have that many knights, so being able to snipe out the archers quickly is definitely key here. That is why the javelin throws just work so perfectly, and indeed it is going to be the javelin throws coming in here for Scatterbrain. Needs to be very careful though. It's already a good bunch of knights out on the field. Villager's gonna have to get pulled
charge
back.
coming in on the berries. Oh, late reaction here from Scatter. There were a few Limited there, but not quite positioned where they need to be. 2 villagers fall.
And now they're the archers in as well. So Kiljardi immediately applying pressure there with the full might of the French, already having the full army composition out there with the knights and the archers. It's gonna take a while here for the first couple of javelin throws to come in. You need exactly 2 batches of them. With 8, you're able to one-shot the archers from the French.
Yeah, and that's one where we see Kiljardi doubling down with another stables being built, so he's ready to pump these knights even further, sees villagers building a house, denies the house, forces the villagers under the TC. Another barracks being dropped by Scatter. He is feeling the pressure. He needs more units out to be able to hold this push here from Kiljardi.
It's gonna get finished up. First couple of javelin throws now out on the field. Scatterbrain realizing that he's gonna need to get a couple more units up on the field. Did go for that second barracks. Kiljardi actively gathering from the boar at the top side, so food income at the moment for Kiljardi looking very, very healthy.
Yeah, and the berries under the Grand Winery starting to run out. This is that very important time that Scatterbrain needs to be able to go behind his base, protect the back berries. Yeah, he's on the last 2 berry bushes, and so that's one where starting to rally all of these units where the wall is being burnt down. Javelin throwers trying to start sniping down some of those archers. Wall does get taken down, but Kiljardi cannot push through. A little bit too risky with how many Limited have built up here.
Yeah, it's a pretty big mass at the moment here from Scatterbrain. Kiljardi just continues maxing up those archers, so gonna be getting more and more of them onto the field. Kiljardi actually not having that much food income right now at the moment. Wondering what he's doing food-wise, whether he just went out. Yeah, it looks like he just sent out a couple of villagers to the deer in the middle of the map. No pro scouting at all from him, so just knows that currently he's got all the map control in the world and he doesn't need to invest into the pro scouts.
Yeah, the Byzantine military composition has 0 mobility at this point, so feels very comfortable with taking those pocket resources, moving out and about, being able to, you know, grab the deer in the middle, because for Scatterbrain to move out with javelin throwers or Limited, he has to do it with his whole mass. If not, they just get picked apart by the night mass.
Scatterbrain, he's doing what he thinks is necessary. He is trying to go for the eventual age up. He just sent villagers out to gold again. Is massing up a great amount of food behind all of this. Second batch of javelin throwers is out now, so he does have the critical mass to be able to one-shot any archer unit from Kiljardi. Still, this is not a comfortable situation at the moment for Scatterbrain at all. He does realize, and he is investing into some more Limitani now behind all of this. So 5 more Limitani in queue. Kiljardi's food income just skyrocketing again. Look at all the technologies coming in now behind us as well. Chivalry as well as the Pierce armor. Still comfortably gathering from the map.
Yeah, grabbing textiles even for his villagers, wants to protect them up. Outpost on the gold for Scatter. Allows, again, the information needed. Picks up a Royal Knight. Archers trying to kite back. Javelin throwers able to pick them apart anytime the archers stand and turn for a shot. Looks like Kiljardi is trying to bait out the brace here. Wants his knights to be able to attack, wants them to be able to do something, but doesn't want to risk losing anymore.
Yeah, good trade out there from Scatterbrain, able to pick off a couple of the archers, 1 knight down as well. Army value still in favor of Kiljardi, but the units from Scatterbrain are looking quite good when it comes to contesting this current military composition from Kiljardi, and he's actually going for siege engineering now, so maybe we'll be getting some rams in from Kiljardi. A ram push from Kiljardi, definitely nothing unusual there.
Yeah, and this is about to be at the point where Scatter needs to start moving out to other food resources. He does still have some sheep under his TC. The berries under the Grand Winery fully gone. The back berries probably starting to run pretty low. I think he's got about 20 villagers on those back berries that he moved on out to, so shouldn't last him too much longer here. Kiljardi just being delicate, not taking any fight, not trying to overstep at all, but this is giving Scatterbrain the confidence to start moving out. You can see that green blob moving across the mid-map. He feels comfortable enough to start making a push here.
The scout did see that. Scatterbrain realized that has been seen, so he's moving back again.
Yeah, this is one. Yeah, it's so risky moving out when you're playing against French, because you never know when French is just going to say, okay, this is going to give me enough time to send 10 knights to your base, 10 knights to your economy, and just run rampant. And I believe Scatterbrain was about to start moving out to that mid-map food. Instead, Kiljardi, though, he's diving behind the walls. This is so risky because now your knights can get blocked in. Your knights can get into a spot where they don't really have a clean escape. Very easy to corner them. Villagers running out through the walls. Rams being dropped, though, as well. Javelin throwers. I don't think they quite saw the Rams being dropped.
I think they did. I think they saw it. Knights also just running around. Villagers jumping inside the outposts. Yeah, he definitely saw this. Able to get some good picks on the knights early on here is so important for Scatterbrain.
So much idle time, though, caused by this knight circle there from Kiljardi. Has Scatterbrain on the back foot. Fight looks like it's starting to be taken. Some knights circle around the back after doing their raiding, trying to pick off some more villagers. Looks like there were a few more villagers that went down. Full fight being taken. Knights on the front side taking the fight against the Limitanei. Archers helping out. It is thinning the herd very, very quickly. We're about to be at the point where there's going to be more knights than Limitanei on the other side. Scatterbrain bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Is not going to be able to defend this push for it fully.
I'm not sure he did. I'm not sure he did. All the knights were low on health, and suddenly they all got taken down. Scatterbrain survives the deadly push.
It survives indeed. There were a few more knights on the back side.
So many builds.
Numbers weren't all on the front. He lost 6 more vills during that overall engagement. We had seen three picked early on, so 9 total vills gone down. This is the point where you need to get Byzantines on their back foot. You need to get a significant eco lead, or else that cistern economy just proves too much to deal with. Kiljardi, though, he's doubling, tripling down as the French. He needs more knights, needs this mass to build back up again.
His economy is still looking very good, and he does know about this food gathering operation out here from Scatterbrain. He does have a scout right next to that neutral market, so is completely aware of that. Outpost is going to finish up just in time. Scatterbrain, is he going to move inside to the outpost? He's not aware! He's not aware!
More villagers picked off. 2 more villagers fall. 3 more villagers fall. This eco difference is really starting to build for Kiljardi. You can see Scatterbrain's Q is absolutely nowhere to be found. He's been sitting with the same units he had. It looks like he's trying to make this Castle Age push, trying to build up enough resources, but forced to double, forced to triple down onto this Limitanei mass. 4 more in Q. And it's just, he needs to try to hold this push, but he wants to get Castle. You can see what his game plan is.
Castle Age is the next big scaling point, of course, for the Byzantines. That's why he really, really, really wants to get to that point. But Kiljardi completely remassing his army now behind this. Yeah, the food income's just still looking so good for him. He's been out on the map. He's been gathering from these outer food resources. He's got knights on the berries, or the bottom berries from Scatterbrain. So he's just got vision all around. He's got that information network going for himself. The army mass is climbing up fast from him. Looking at the army value, Kiljardi right now 50% more army value out on the field.
Yeah, and this is one where, like, sometimes you feel pressure to make some moves, to do some eco damage as the French, but sometimes you can be patient, because Kiljardi's at this point now where he's done a ton of damage. He knows that Scatterbrain's slowly going to be running out of these food resources on that front food, on those back berries, and there's just not much food that is safe and secure for him left. Another villager pick, almost another one, so 13 total vills have gone down. Again, pushing up for the front side food. more and more idle time being forced here. Limited moving forward. It's just, is there enough of a mass here? Scatterbrain, he's forced to take this fight. He can't take this fight even with 2 fat towers defending himself. Kiljardi has enough of a mass. So many knights out onto the field, and the Limited number is in single digits.
They're trying to defend the javelin throwers, but they're having such a rough time here as the Limited just getting absolutely destroyed here at the front line. Knights now just running rampant. Javelin throwers jumping out, but the Knights there to greet them. A couple of shots coming in, only a couple of archers going down, and now base from Scatterbrain is falling as Kiljardi is taking full control over it. All the javelin throws going down behind this, and GG is going to be coming in. Kiljardi once again taking the lead in this set.
Solid gameplay there from Kiljardi. Just took it a step at a time, took it nice and patiently, poked and prodded throughout. It's like, I feel like whenever you're watching French play, it's you know, yeah, you might get a villager pick or two here and there, and all of a sudden you look down and it's 17 eco kills to none by the end of that game. Just such a big difference that Kiljardi was able to make over that time.
Indeed. It's just every little bit. Kiljardi's so good at it when it comes to like extracting value from his units, from these individual units. And right here, just sending all the knights through Scatterbrain space. It was such a risky play. But not only did he manage to get away with the majority of the knights, but he also managed to get 6 kills behind all of that, 6 economic kills. And all of this value just hemorrhaging at Scatterbrain's economy, making him unable to keep up with the production from Kiljardi in the end.
Yeah, Scatterbrain just never able to get that castle age up like he wanted to. Every single time he started to build resources, it started to kind of look like he was going to be close to being able to drop an age up. That's right when Kiljardi started to push forward a little bit, gave Scatterbrain the vision and knowledge that he needed, that said, oh, okay, I cannot age up. I need to double down into units here. And now, Game 4 ahead of us. We've seen some messy games so far this series, and Socotra is a map that usually is known for some messy games as well. JD sniped out yet again, though. Scatterbrain does not want Kiljardi to be able to play one of his main comfort picks.
He's been trying to get JD for a while now. Instead, is going to be getting dealt with Tukluk, and Tukluk, they've been receiving numerous buffs in the most recent patch. They've been looking absolutely stellar after that last patch, so it's going to be interesting to see how Kiljardi is going to be able to utilize that civilization on a map like Socotra. Socotra tends to be very map control focused, as it is a rather small map, and having access to something like the Tukluk Fort, which did receive some of those buffs that we mentioned, just a lot of synergy potential there. So I'm surprised that Scatterbrain took the risk of letting Tukluk through with his HRE as the answer to it. Now, HRE, early economy, you still have that inspiration. It doesn't feel as strong as it used to, but yeah, it's I want to say that I think maybe HRE has a decent chance here, but Tukluk, with all the buffs and especially on this map, is looking like a tough opponent to beat.
Yeah, a tough opponent indeed. We're seeing some updates on some of these scores behind the scenes. Sounds like a couple of these other series have had some excitement there so far.
Yeah, indeed. I'm not sure if we got the bracket overall view set up at the moment, but we can quickly take a look at all the other sets that are going on behind all of this right now. We don't have the most up-to-date scores on all of these, but we can give you the updates there ourselves. Vortex has managed to beat Scarlet Devil 3-0. Kiljardi vs Scatterbrain is going on right now. Kiljardi leading that one 2-1. Beastie versus Miyamaika is going to game number 4 now, as Beastie is leading 2-1 up against Miyamaika. He managed to get a game off of Beastie there. And Numedan leading up against Lucifron 2-1 there.
Yeah, some you know, a lot of times in these round of 16s, you expect some close games here and there, but overall with the series, there's usually quite a few 3-0s, but almost every single series, you know, not just going to 3 games. We're seeing some battling. We're seeing Numadon, you know, have a lead up against Lucifron, which I think is going to be kind of a, not necessarily a big shock, but he's been playing great here these previous couple weeks. And will he be able to you know, get that foot ahead, get himself into this quarterfinal round to potentially play against Beastie?
And we've just had Beastie vs Numadon play a couple of games yesterday in the Crack Cup as well, and I gotta say, like, Numadon's been looking fitter and fitter in that regard, and I feel like, at the moment, Numadon's definitely a player that can even take games off the top 8, I want to say, in the game, like, maybe even the top 5, and yeah, he's been looking very, very strong, so definitely not a player that I would rule out, even against an opponent like Beastie.
Yeah, so definitely some excitement there on the rest of the bracket. Obviously, top side was still, you know, they get delayed. They gotta wait and watch around for a little bit before their games begin. But some exciting series up top there. Broadcast, we will be checking Demu, Voldemar, casting that after this one. So, you know, I know that is quite an exciting series. Fun names to match up against each other. Fun games to cast for sure.
Yeah, definitely a lot of banter between these two there as well, so gonna be an interesting one to watch out for. I'm personally very excited to see how that one's gonna be going. Voldemar looking very strong as well. He's been mostly specializing in these timing pushes, and yeah, Valdemar's a very timing push-oriented player, and Demu is a very, I want to say, defensive, greedy, macro-type player with the also occasional, like, he definitely knows how to throw down. Demu knows how to throw down in chaotic games. That's where he kind of shines as well. So this is definitely going to be an exciting matchup. I can't wait for that one, but we're still not out of this one yet, as Kiljardi versus Scatterbrain game number 4 is about to begin in roughly a minute. And yeah, I mean, HRE versus the Tuklak there. I really feel like Tuklak can get caught out by the HRE if Scatterbrain goes for like a mass army timing there. I don't think this is one where HRE can win off of a fast castle just because of the strength from the Tuklabot forts, where even if you go for something like Minework, Steel Barding style heavy knights, they can definitely tank a lot of arrow fire, even from the Tuklabot fort. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, especially with a mass spearman defense there to boot. Going to be interesting to see how exactly that one's going to be playing out. Map control is just so important on this map in particular, especially with the early boar. I think the early boar should definitely be going over to Scatterbrain, just because with the early prel that you have, like early healing, he should definitely be able to take control over the early boar. That can already give him a lot of tempo, and Scatterbrain isn't really incentivized when it or rather Kiljardi isn't incentivized when it comes to denying that, just because Tuklak can't gather from the boar in the first place. But giving it over to your opponent baseline, I think he will want to at least do some sort of denial there.
Yeah, there's so many Socotra games. It's just started out by the early boar in the center, usually an outpost to follow, and then usually later on you'll even see a wall in front of the outpost, just to make it so hard for your opponent to move through that middle map, kind of force him on one side or the other. But enough of that. This game number 4 about to begin here. All of it on the line with Kiljardi leading 2-1 here.
And here we go, jumping into our game number 2. We've got the HRE moving forward, of course, towards that board. Looks like Scatterbrain is able to lure that board towards his villagers. Kiljardi did make the effort of trying to deny that board from going over towards Scatterbrain's side. And the healing coming in from the Prelate. Able to keep all the units fully healed up. And yeah, Scatterbrain able to take control of the boar there. Great food income for him here early on in the game. Gathering from a boar with the inspiration, that is some awesome food economy for him.
Yeah, there was even an annoying wolf to try to put some more damage down onto it, but Prelate just proved to heal a bit too much. Kiljardi, once again, just moving out to the gold early, just going to be doing that typical opening, typical age up here. How will he try to deny the mid-map control, deny that boar gathering from going? Because as you said, that is just such a powerful piece of an HRE economy.
Just being sent out to gold, of course. Yeah, Scatterbrain, he's going to be having a very quick age up here. I'm wondering, like, if you, with the boar being so central on the map, I'm wondering if it even makes sense to go for an Archon Chapel. Looking at the potential spots here for an Archon Chapel, I don't really see any great spots for it. I think at this point, players, they've been kind of like getting used to just playing this one with Mind Work, of course. We did have a lot of, just overall, a couple of trickle nerfs, now a little trickle buff in regards to the Archon. But especially since the introduction of the unique upgrade on the monasteries, the Cistercian churches, I think it was, that came in for the HRE, where you're now able to utilize basically any monastery as an Archon. I feel like the Archon's just kind of lost its role in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it gives you that nice little early boost, but like you said, you can kind of almost have a pseudo replacement of the chapel for later stages. Dome of the Faith on the way here for Kiljardi. Nice clean timing for him here. Looking at some of the kind of wood lines and map and kind of where some of these resources are, this is always one where I find the gold so funny on this map because it gets so difficult if there is a galley that circles around and trying to go to other gold spots. They're almost all right there next to the water. Makes it very, very difficult if your opponent does have any military ships out roaming.
Yeah, things like that can definitely catch you off guard when you got a couple of clumped up villagers there gathering gold from one of those outer gold mines and suddenly got an airship shooting at them. Definitely be quite difficult there to rebalance afterwards, but Mindwork Palace is now going to be coming up for Scatterbrain. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly the plan's going to be. Can we get a look at Kiljardi's space there? The stone at least is very far forward from Kiljardi, so maybe Scatterbrain could get like a forward outpost going. Both the stones actually right next to each other. So one outpost could deny both of them. If Scatterbrain gets like an early aggression timing onto that position, it would be quite good for him. But for now, it's just going to be an early wall to segment the map a little bit further.
Yep, there's that mid-map wall that we always are expecting when it comes to this. It's, you know, grab the boar. Usually we'll even see an outpost and then a wall, but just opts for the wall to be enough for the time being. You know, Kiljardi can always circle around with some units and push those villagers through the front side or back on home. We will see what he has in store now that his feudal age finishes. Scatterbrain just a few seconds behind, you know, delayed a little bit since you have to go take that boar in the mid-map, but the gathering speed definitely starts to make up for that movement that you lost.
There's the first heal elephant in queue now. Scatterbrain already produced an additional prelate from his TC just in order to be able to continually buff up the villagers inside of his base as well. Yeah, Heal Elephant opening, wondering exactly what the army composition is going to be here now from Scatterbrain. Heal Elephant is a pretty strong unit overall. Not just against, or not just for healing, but also when it comes to having the potential ability of at least applying a little bit of pressure early on to these walls, as the Heal Elephant actually gets like, I think it's plus 15 or plus 30 damage against walls. Or not just walls, against buildings in general. Like, the Heal Elephant actually can take down buildings quite well.
And we see a proxy, pseudo-proxy barracks being dropped in this mid-map for Scatterbrain. The Healer Elephant is already arriving, though, at that barracks. Scout almost gets taken out, getting close to getting taken out. Ugh! Shivs get pulled and just quite able to escape. The Healer Elephant matching that Prelate healing, and actually Prelate being forced on away.
There we go. Spearman now makes its debut there. And as long as there's just one Heal Elephant, he's not going to be able to heal himself up. But yeah, the Spearman has to be careful. The damage that comes in from those tusks is quite deadly. There's the second one now.
There's the second one indeed. Going to be able to heal up the other Healer Elephant back to full. Second Spearman is out, though, so currently just some spears versus some Healer Elephants, but Fort dropped in front of that stone.
That, I feel like, is going to be the Amir's fort. That's going to be some Amir warriors that are going to be coming in shortly, for sure. Spearmen are going to have to run away for the time being. I think there probably needs to be an outpost soon here at the front side as well for Scatterbrain. Yeah, there it is. Outpost coming in now.
Fort has been finished.
There's the Amir warriors now coming in. Now, the thing with the Emir Warriors is that they're only strong when they're very, very, very close to the Tuklabat fort. Even from the range of the outpost is going to start doing a lot more damage to them.
Yeah, wall though will get taken down, and there's no real ability for Scatter to heal this wall back up, because if he does, now you're risking your villager's life being into that fort range. Any damage that the outpost can do easily healed up from those healer elephants as well, so Boar has been denied, at least for the time being.
Oh, the Spearman gonna get surrounded on one of the elephants though. That's one healer elephant going down.
Surround.
And the Emir Warriors, they're no longer that strong. And another healer elephant going down to Tuklabat Fort, getting some shots up against the Spearman, but that was a great, great trade. Prowler also out in order to be able to heal those Spearmen up, and yeah, the Emir Warriors are... They're not going to be able to catch that villager, by the way. They're so slow outside of the influence of that Tuklabat Fort, even losing their armor as well. You can see that they're actually going to be decaying even more and even more of their stats as they're further and further away from the Emir Fortress. So, yeah, every couple of seconds they lose more and more of their stats.
Yeah, Kiljardi just throwing away quite a few units. Great surrounds by Scatterbrain. Obviously, you know, it takes some skill to be able to move forward, to take advantage of your opponent just moving, overstepping just a little bit. And Scatterbrain did exactly that. So has been able to get back on the board, has the security, and is feeling quite comfortable here.
Behind this, we already have a second Tuklabat Fort. This one most likely going to be going for that food generation governor. And this is the great thing about the Emir Warriors. Sure, they lose a lot of their stats outside the range of the Tuklabat Fort, but they're free. They don't cost you a thing. You can just keep spamming them non-stop, and yeah, it's gonna be quite annoying at the moment for Scatterbrain having to deal with them every now and then. It's a lot of idle time on the villagers here. Now we see a ram coming in from Scatterbrain, so it looks like he's made up his mind when it comes to how he wants to deal with that constant aggression from the Emir Warriors.
Yeah, it does look like a few of those warriors are going to get taken down. Outpost still trying to be torched, should not fall here. Villagers jump out, take a little bit of damage. Warriors still pushing forward.
I think we should soon also see a little bit of a switch up into some men-at-arms from Scatterbrain. Raid Elephant now coming in. It's going to be doing some great damage onto the gold mine villagers there. But instead going for the wood line. There's already some spearmen nearby. Scatterbrain, good reaction to that.
Yeah. Raider Elephant just scooting on away. Ram not yet able to push forward. Kiljardi. Villager falls. No.
Some damage being done right there. And now switch up happens into men-at-arms. All pikes coming in as well for the spearmen. There's still a good amount of them there. Scatterbrain probably will want to wait until he gets the second ram in order to start pushing onto that Tuklabat Fort. No upgrade as well yet on the Tuklabat Fort, so doesn't actually have any additional health or arrow fire coming from that.
Yeah, and Scatterbrain's army is starting to build and build very quickly, with men-at-arms being sprinkled into that front line with the spears. He's just going to have a nice old mix on that front side with some damaging archers on the back side. Kiljardi, though, going for another healer elephant to try to heal up some of these units, try to potentially be able to dive this middle outpost again. But the boar, it just finished up. It has been fully gathered, so Scatterbrain feeling at least good about, you know, grabbing all of that food in the mid-map so far. Fight being taken.
Emir Warriors.
Great job by Scrats. Yeah,
the Emir
Scatter
Warriors
just diving forward.
At the same time, though, the Emir Warriors, they're still free, so they're getting a great amount of value in for what Kiljardi invested into them. Same time, raid on the wood line. Couple of raider elephants doing some damage there. Getting 2 villager kills in, and potentially some prelates as well.
A couple villagers. The prelate pickup would be huge. Next prelate does get pulled back. Scatter still pushing forward during this push. Healer Elephant is alive though. Spears have been thinned out significantly. That Healer Elephant's going to be hard to take down. Fight also still being taken under this fort, so a lot of damage going down into those infantry units. Men-at-Arms being that tanky front line. Fort trying to get rebuilt, trying to stay on alive through a double ram push, but will go down here.
Taking down that fort definitely was important for Scatterbrain, but he's gonna lose a lot of units on the retreat. Still producing more men-at-arms, but men-at-arms don't feel that strong up against a unit like the Raider Elephant.
I mean, he just traded so many units for taking down that fort. He sat under that arrow fire for so long with the Rams. I think he was ahead by 10 or so units at the beginning of that, and now finding himself at a deficit. Not only is this a worry for him because he's losing the mid-map, he has production buildings, double barracks in the mid-map. If that starts to get taken down, it's just going to slow his remass by such a long timing here. Raider Elephant still pushing forward. It's the archers now about to have to be the front line for Scatterbrain.
Production buildings here at the front side also in trouble now. And arms also, army count reduced significantly, and yeah, any unit that's coming out from these forward barracks now is gonna find itself potentially getting sniped out very quickly. Scatterbrain needs to reproduce these production buildings in the back of his base. A couple of archers are gonna get sniped out. Scatterbrain does have the army advantage when it comes to the archers, so needs to use that right now in order to regain map control here.
Yeah.
Another fortress coming in.
Is that some villagers that just got rallied to the front side?
One villager, yeah.
Archers pushing forward, able to take down a few more of those villagers trying to build the fort, but now focusing on the archers. If Scatterbrain's able to clear this mass, then that fort can never go up, but there's such a big mass, so many Raider Elephants here, so many Healer Elephants, and the heal has not been able to get cut through. The heal is just outmassing the damage here, so Scatterbrain losing unit after unit and not even getting trades for it.
Men-at-Arms are incredibly tanky, but in the presence of feudal age healing, they just stand no chance. They cannot get past the health pool of these Raider Elephants. Archers running for their lives, but they are going to get taken down on the retreat here as the Raider Elephants are about to catch up.
Yeah, Raider Elephants catching those archers. Scatterbrain now is at a point when he has single-digit military units out on the field, and there's 9 Raider Elephants alone for Kiljardi. There's 3 Healer Elephants. This is a problem for Scatter. I don't know if he's ever going to be able to out-damage the healing, but if you could pick off Healer Elephants by themselves out of position, that is a way back in the game for him. Wood line starting to get thin. We'll have to move to the next wood line soon. Kiljardi's mass, though, is just starting to look so scary. He's moving forward to the next stone. Next fort is going to be thought about here in the near future. And even has a galley now circling.
Yeah, so it's going to make this a lot harder for Scatterbrain when it comes to taking resource on the edge of the map. There's more raids coming in, Raider Elephants, just as the berries have to deplete there on the side.
So many villagers!
It's all the food from Scatterbrain. He's got to move out to the deer now on the side. Meanwhile, Kiljardi building up the army again.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where Kiljardi just saw all of Scatterbrain's economy over there on that food, knows he's going to be hurting for food here in just a second. That looks like, what, 25 villagers just going on to one deer pack. He is not only going to start getting some food in quick, but he's going to eat through those deer so quickly.
There's one counter galley now out from Scatterbrain. Up to almost 10 Raider Elephants, 14 Spearmen though. So Kiljardi's going to have to be careful with his next engagement. The Raider Elephants are closing in.
Raider Elephants right on top of those food villagers again. Spears in position, so just had to move away for a few seconds before moving on back. But Kiljardi just seems like he is in full control. He's slowly moving further and further forward on this map, feeling more and more comfortable to take more of these resources out on the field rather than being cooped up at home.
He's now fully upgrading his Tuklabat fort with the Emir Warrior, so he's soon going to be able to have 12 of them out at the same time. And sure, even though they do lose a lot of their stats upon leaving the range of the Tuklabat fort, there's still a great meat shield that is basically renewable the entire time.
Double galleys versus one on the other side. Villagers going to try to heal this one up, but now villagers going to start losing their lives for it. One villager falls. Galleys will at least trade with the other. But Scatterbrain still getting denied off of that back gold for the time being. Kiljardi now has paused his unit masked up. He's about to drop castle, but Scatterbrain, he is matching it at the same time.
There it is, House of Learning coming in, but we should be seeing a Burgrave play, I believe, from Scatterbrain.
Yeah, Scatterbrain being delayed off of that gold. He just hasn't been gathering gold for the past couple of minutes, so that galley did so much more to delay this timing of the Burgrave than what, you know, it may be realized.
Kiljardi, he's getting ready for this push. The thing with the Tuklak, of course, only needing 5 seconds for the upgrade, so this push is coming as soon as Kiljardi hits the age up.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he almost should go ahead and start moving forward with how quick the age up's coming on through, how quick those investments, those researches and technologies come on through once Castle Age hits. There we go, Castle Age has finished. And now we start moving.
Mere Warriors, just so many of them out on the field. 3 Men-at-Arms frontline. Now, age up coming in from Scatterbrain as well. Upgrade 13 Men-at-Arms in queue. Okay. He knows what he wants.
He knows what he wants indeed, and that Burgrave will pump those out so quickly. I think it's 6 seconds per coming out of the Burgrave.
Already veterancy archers.
5 seconds per coming out of the Burgrave. Needs an upgrade though to make them a little bit more useful. I think he's trying to get it out of the barracks, but isn't going to be able to. Yeah, he was trying to get out of the barracks to allow Burgrave to keep producing as fast as it can, but barracks gets taken down, so those Men-at-Arms are unupgraded. We'll continue losing more and more production. We'll continue to lose some housing.
Archer range is also just getting torched down now. Well, not really torched down, but tusked down instead. Now army trade-out is about to begin. Men-at-Arms have been upgraded. +2 Pierce armors in already as well for Scatterbrain, so this might be a fight that he could be taking. The Mere Warriors, of course, also not that strong now, as they've been away from the fort for quite a while. The Spearmen, when they charge, doing a great amount of damage with the spear.
The villagers are trying to get on the berries, though. They ran on the other berries.
The trample. He just lost so many villagers. Oh, no. Oh, no. Travesty.
Even if the fight doesn't go well, he's at a point where Kiljardi should be able to remass so quickly, but fight still going on, healing still coming through. Damage just doesn't seem to be there for Scatterbrain. He's got that tanky front line, got the tanky Men-at-Arms, has the production of the Burgrave right next to him, but just isn't doing enough damage to eat through the healing of the healer elephants, still losing more and more of these units here. Kiljardi might step back though, might remass. Took down so much economy during that push, and here's an actual real elephant moving towards the front line.
The pathing was absolutely brutal there for Scatterbrain. His infantry just couldn't take an effective engagement, and the villagers, as you said, just losing so much economy there, definitely hurting him a ton. Now though, the Men-at-Arms getting a great engagement. With heavy mace as well, gonna be able to take down the knight and potentially the elephant alongside it all, but they're diving deep past the Tuklabat fort. A lot of the Ambers are going down as well. Elephant getting taken down though. Big value gained there.
Crossbows in queue for Kiljardi. They're just not coming out fast enough. Scatterbrain focused down the crossbows with the archers on the backside as well. But Men-at-Arms front line has been thinned out. Now it's going to be Knight's crossbows for Kiljardi. He will be able to, you know, lean into the raiding that we've already seen him do quite a bit.
And the food is about to fully run out for Scatterbrain, losing 19 villagers in this game. Sure, granted he killed a couple of vills as well, but doesn't feel like it's gonna be good enough at this point. Looks like the Prelate actually is able to escape with the relic through the wall. Able to get some additional economy in there, but now the food is completely run dry. for Scatterbrain. What's the next plan now?
Looking at the forts Kiljardi has out, it's just going to be so hard for for Scatterbrain to do any return damage, to have any map control, any semblance of moving across and doing anything. I mean, Kiljardi's got mid-map, Kiljardi's got a fort on the western sacred site.
Kiljardi still has like a bunch of sheep underneath his TC.
I mean, he hasn't needed it. He's been able to go out on all the berries, go out on all the deer without any worry at all. Meanwhile, Scatter, he has been moving all out from the north side of the map, the west side of the map, trying to get anywhere he can gather food.
And this Kiljardi, before he even takes all of his sheep, going for the farm transition. And now putting up, he's the one that's putting up forward walls, and he's going for trebuchets behind it all in order to start taking down the infrastructure.
Yeah, he's ready to start trying to end this game on soon. Oh my god! Good reaction time by Scatter, but so much gold denied. We talked about it when the map gen first spawned, about the risk with these gold veins. They're all kind of near the water for the most part, so you have to contest it, and all of a sudden, if you get behind, if you're not able to hold the gold, it's going to be impossible to retake it. And Kiljardi, he's making that one of the main focuses for himself, just deny Scatter's gold.
Crochet almost getting taken down. Scatterbrain really feels like he's only got one more big push in him. At the same time, he's moving out to the berries. There's another archer ship approaching, ready to wreak havoc on those villagers as they're gathering the food there. Oh, that's gonna be brutal.
Oh, good reaction again by Scatter, but this is just so many villagers that have just had to evacuate their locations that they're trying to gather from. First it was gold, next it was berries. It just feels like even with Scatter's economy being down so much, he's not only down on economy, he can't use those villagers that he does have even.
Mir Warriors pushing forward, Kiljardi moving forward with everything he has. Scatterbrain, he's got a decent army going for himself. It's just that the food income to reinforce is not there at the moment. The Mir Warriors getting picked apart. They've just been so long out of the range from that. Took by forward and damage being done now to the villagers and the army. And Arms doing their best. Crossbows getting sniped by the archers. Is Scatterbrain holding this?
Villagers trying to go gather wood in the middle of all this. Even if Scatterbrain holds this, he's still, again, losing more and more economy. I don't think he's going to be able to hold it enough to make a push after it, and that is going to be enough. Kiljardi still winning this fight. Look at the villager mass that is just running across
the archer ships are ready. The archer ships are just waiting for the villagers to arrive on the berries, and I think that's gonna be it now. The villagers getting found out on the berry bushes, going down there as well, and yeah, the army from Scatterbrain now thoroughly decimated. GG's gonna be coming in. Kiljardi able to advance further in his weekend run to qualify for the Red Bull Wololo Londinium.
Yeah, good old series, a back and forth series with some messy games, some messy gameplay, but that always adds some excitement. No one ever complains about seeing, you know, a bunch of eco kills, about seeing some of these back and forths like we did.
Yeah, total resource guy. That's a pretty big discrepancy there. Military value lead as well. Honestly, I feel like Tukluk just has such a great synergy to this map like Socotra, having the ability to put up these cheap keeps. Well, they're not real keeps, they're like miniature keeps that you can expand on. But yeah, it's on a map that is so tiny, being able to take map controls so effectively, it is absolutely brutal for the HRE, who in their current form don't seem that strong to begin with, to really put up an honest fight. And Kiljardi just playing this one excellently with the non-stop aggression, with the Emir's warriors, utilizing them even when they're outside the range of the fort, and yeah, just taking a great victory here and closing out the set 3-1.
Yeah, really solid series there, and really good way to hold Kiljardi did with even with losing the first two healer elephants. It feels like it was such a big loss, but wasn't blinking, wasn't worried about that at all.
He just keep remassing and knows that kept remassing and knows that just getting that little bit of timing window in there in order to get the Tuklabat fort on the front side was so critically important for him. Because both of the stone outcroppings were forward, he really needed to distract a little bit there early on with the heal elephants in order to get that first initial fort up.
Yep, exactly. But I believe Kiljardi is ready for his post-game winners interview here to see some of that insight, some of his thoughts about the game and series.
Hello.
Hey, Kiljardi, congratulations. Big victory there. How'd you think you played here this series?
Yeah, I think I played okay. The Kavasan game was a bit out there, but the other games I felt okay, so good games.
Yeah, you mentioned the Kawasan game. You went for a very greedy white tower, to say the least. Is that one that right when you knew the drop happened and the realization happened, you knew you were just in a hole to come back from there?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I killed a lot of villagers when he pulled the villagers as well, so I wasn't sure what's the situation after that. I guess I was in a decent position, but I played it like I need to win quickly. Maybe I didn't need to.
Yeah, Crackety and I were definitely at the point where I think if you had just dropped it mid-map and had the control, it felt like you were a leg ahead, but that was the only game that you ended up dropping. Going back to the first game of the series, we saw you opening with Sengoku versus Delhi, and usually I feel like the play is Yari Cavalry, but you went with the double racks opening. Talk about your little mindset and game plan going in against that Delhi with the double racks.
Yeah, I mean, Delhi always starts with Gazi, so Spear is a good choice. And also, Sengoku has so much economy that you can just make some spears and then change to other unit, and you still have so much that it's fine.
Yeah, it really looked like a clean game in that first game compared to the messy game number two. Then following up with game 3, you basically said, "Hey, I'm either getting French or I'm getting French as alternative JD." And we saw the French versus Biz. It felt like you were in control the whole game there. Did you feel worried even after seeing some of the walls, seeing some of Byzantine's economy starting to get online?
Not really. I played that matchup a lot, so I felt like I knew where it was going at all times. It's really comfortable to play from the French side because Byzantine doesn't have any units to raid you, so you can just be the aggressor and don't think about home.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like you leaned into that. You took the boar in the north, you took all the deer across the map, you took the boar in the south, and really felt in control. And then following up game decider was Tuklak versus HRE. We actually saw you lose those 2 healer elephants early on with trying to push, trying to deny that boar. It felt like, that's the whole heart of Tuklak early on. But, I guess with a few of the buffs recently, you were able to still just get the leg up, still able to end up, taking the map control back there from the HRE there.
Yeah, I don't know about that Civ. That Civ just, I don't know what to do with it. And the elephants keep running everywhere and you can't control them at all. They have their own minds. But it's strong, so you have to play it.
I feel like that's where a lot of people are as far as Tuklak goes, but big congratulations. Moving on to the next round. Any final parting words to say before we let you go?
Nope.
There we go. Well, good luck in the next series. We will be watching. We will be looking forward to it. For now, though, we are moving on to the next series cast, and I believe we're about to cast Demu versus Voldemar.
Alright, and here we are again, finding ourselves in the Draft Overlook, and this is a set that I've been looking forward to today. We've got Demu and Voldemar facing up against each other. First map is going to be front range, and we're going to be seeing the freshly nerfed Macedonians up against the Byzantines from Voldemar on front range. I mean, this... For those of you that don't know, there's been a little bit of beef, I want to say, here and there between Demu and Voldemar. So this could be considered maybe potentially a little bit of a grudge match. So I'm definitely looking forward to this one, how this one's going to be playing out. And not just that, but also because these players their game plan, their play style clashes tremendously with each other. Voldemar very much timing push oriented. Demu is very focused on like going for greedy playoffs, and a defensive mastermind, just always so on point when it comes to keeping his villagers working effectively and dealing with whatever is getting thrown his way. So it just couldn't be, I want to say, a more interesting clash of playstyles here between these two.
Yeah, you say, greedy plays, and a lot of that is not walling. A lot of that is taking resources with villagers. They might be at risk, but he tries to, utilize his economy to its fullest there by not walling. But while their game's getting set up, while the lobby is getting all ready, let's get some updates as far as the bracket goes, seeing some of those other tight series like we had shown you all a bit ago, and seeing what the outcome is for some of these.
Here we go, taking a look at it. Of course, we mentioned earlier, Vortex did manage to beat Scarlet Devil. Kiljardi just beat Scatterbrain, so it's going to be Vortex up against Scatterbrain. Beastie managed to beat Miyamaika, and Lucifron versus Numedan. I'm not sure if that one is still going on or if we already have a result on that. And there we go, results are in. Numedan actually beating Lucifron. So we're going to be having a Beastie versus Numedan set. I believe that's also going to be casted live here on EGC TV later on. So definitely something to look forward to. But for now, we're going to be jumping into Demu versus Voldemar, as the upper side of the bracket is going to be kicking off now as well.
Yeah, exactly. So some tight series, some potential upsets like we have seen. Beastie versus Numedan will be cast later, and Numedan, what a big win for him, taking down Lucifron 3-2. Sounds like, I'm sure that series was a fun one to watch as well.
Sure, for sure. And now we got a little head-to-head here between the two. Currently, series-wise, Demu, he's got a great victory lead over Voldemar, but Voldemar definitely has the capability to take games off of him, as he's already won one set in the past, and with a lot of practice ever since joining Volda Esports, there's definitely a lot of potential here for Voldemar as well. This is not going to be a one-sided game, I want to say, but of course Demu, with the much more experience behind it as well, is definitely the favorite here, I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. But, it is one, though, I always laugh when it comes to these game counts, comes to these series counts. We'll use Wham as a good example this past week. There were a couple matchups he had that he was, on the side similar to where Voldemar is. And guess what? Wham was the one who made the qualifier, who was already sitting and watching on the sidelines, booked his ticket already, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure Wham has to be, incredibly happy with his performance from last weekend, and just having the luxury, I'm gonna call it a luxury, having the luxury of just sitting on the sidelines, getting to spectate, getting to just enjoy his time, knowing that he's already got his seat locked in for the road to Wololo, for the main event. That has to be such a satisfying feeling. He's now able to just spectate and get some information on who is gonna be potentially following up there as well, alongside him on that main event stage.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to be so good for the mental, too, to be one of the earlier qualifiers, too. You're feeling good. You get to see, you get to do a lot of observing, watching some of these other strategies. Obviously, RTS, AoE4, very skillful game with your APM, with your mouse clicks, but it's also a very strategic game and a very, mindset type of a game, too. So going in with, a great mindset, knowing that, you were one of the earlier qualifiers, earlier ones to make it on through, has to be good.
Indeed. Now, gonna be taking a look here at front range. Macedonians up against the Byzantines. Front range is a very unique map, of course. You have those very few starting sheep to play with. These very small gold mines to begin with as well. But then there's these curveballs with the boar in the middle, relatively little distance to gather from them. Looking at I think we'll probably see a boar opening from Demu with the Macedonians.
Yeah, I mean,
not sure what the
I feel
follow-up
like
would
this
be.
map's kind of similar to Socotra in the sense that you just see a lot of people open and go directly for the boar. A lot of those Dark Age boar civs do play very well on this map in general. You know, we've seen whether it's English picked to try to deny some of those early boar plays with their short bows, or just, you know, your French, your Mali, your Biz, and this is one where we're seeing the Biz versus Macedonians. So very fun little matchup here that we will see in store for themselves. And we do see our first, I would say, you know, we saw Kawasan last game, but you know, 2 different ponds is quite a bit different than the shared big pond of Holy Island. So we will see a nice whole hybrid map this series, most likely, unless there's a 3-0 and it doesn't end up getting picked.
I love the question in the chat there.
Beastie's question about Macedonians.
Why is Macedonians Macedonians, but French isn't Frank? These are the questions that keep me up at night. To be fair, we do have the Franks in AoE 2, right? Surely
right,
that's where it's from.
All right. We don't need to get too out of hand with the pronunciations. I mean, us casters, we already have enough of a struggle with half of the unit names, half of the things out there.
Macedonians especially get the Bogmuther or the Atgurmuther. What's up with that? Just call it Archer.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that, it's a lot of words are pronounced different, you know, depending where you're from. You know, some just like Macedonians and Macedonians. You know, either way works, I'm sure, and it just it depends where you're from and how you pronounce it, and your just comfortability, I guess.
All right, though, just 1.5 minutes now separating us from this game number 1. Front Range. Such a unique map in general, I want to say. Like, it's really, like, this map is such a crazy back and forth when it comes to dynamics that we got going on. It's like a mixture, I want to say, of something like Coastal Cliffs, where only a third of the map is realistically usable, at least at the beginning of the game. Only later on do players actually venture out into the stealth forest. So it's... I really like the dynamic there. It's like in StarCraft or AE2, you get like the function of like rubble that can be destroyed in order to open up new areas of a map. I think this is similar to that, except it's just a mental blockade and not actual rubble blocking you from going into the stealth forest part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of the maps from AoE4. Just, you know, at the very start, we just had generic. You know, it's either going to be closed in land, open land, or you know, hybrid water. Now there's all these different little, you know, whether it's excavation sites, whether it's having, you know, these point of interest that you can secure. We've slowly seen, you know, new things develop, and it really makes a lot of these maps more interesting. Puts a lot more focus onto getting map control. You know, there aren't some of these maps you can't just wall yourself out in a corner, boom on up and say, hey, I'll see you in 20 minutes. You have to do something or else I'm going to take over the game in a little bit. So definitely add some more flavor to some of these drafts and map picks.
Indeed. Now we're getting ready, just a couple of last seconds, and we're gonna be jumping into our game number 1. Demu playing as the Macedonians, whatever you want to call it, against Voldemar with the Byzantines. And now we're jumping on in. Here we go.
Series beginning. Barracks is the first thing we see being dropped from Voldemar on the Byzantines.
Look at the... Oh, I love this. I love this from Voldemar. He built the barracks. He started with it in case, just in case, Demu was going to go for the board play. And now that he confirmed that he's not going for the board play, maybe he cancels it. Yep, he cancels the barracks. He realizes that he's not going to need it.
Yep, decides to get those resources on back for himself. So nice little play there. You'll see that happen with towers a lot of times as well. You know, okay, if it's a Dark Age rush, I'm going to need a tower. I'm going to build it up to, you know, 80, 90% and then scout out. If I don't need that outpost, let me just cancel it on up. So great little strategy play there by Voldemar to start this game here.
Yeah. Only a little, very little delay for him. Also, can we get a quick shout out to a production cow who has managed to fix the overlay. Now with the new patch, it did get broken for a little bit, but now it's back. So a little exclamation mark praise in the chat. As we now get all of our additional information back again. The collected resource, that is definitely one that I personally live for. Having all of these additional information pieces here as a caster, definitely much appreciated.
Yeah, and here we go. Overlay is back. We are seeing some praises. There's also a blame that comes out every so often. So, you know, with all the good, there's, yeah, you know, there's always some bad out there. But just generic openers here now after the barracks cancellation. Still delays you a little bit, as that's one villager that was building for quite some time instead of gathering resources. And, you know, obviously you get the resources back, but you still don't get the timing that it was spent on it. So Hippodrome already on its way for Demu.
Of course, Hippodrome makes a lot of sense. We've seen it time and time again from the Macedonians. I'm just going to say both every time now. It's just going to be Macedonians, something like that. It's just such a big tempo play. Having the free units that are coming out, they did recently receive a couple of nerfs. Most importantly, though, the Hippodrome Horseman has not been touched. It still provides those +2 melee damage aura around it, so still retains its usefulness in the game.
Yeah, exactly. We are seeing now the scout from Demu circling around, being annoying, making sure that Voldemar isn't able to fully push those deer in, as it takes quite a bit longer than what it used to do some deer pushing to make that gathering more efficiently. Oh, we actually do see the Grand Winery canceled and rebuilt to, you know, allow for the deer to be up close and personal with that Grand Winery.
A little bit of an efficiency play there, just maximizing the positioning on that Grand Winery. And Voldemar currently sitting on that water level 1, though he does have 2 cisterns out, just needs to connect them up. Will most likely just want to wait a little bit longer until the age up comes in and maybe go for a cistern next to the Grand Winery as well, but is now putting up the aqueduct there, so will soon be able to connect those 2 cisterns.
Yep, Feudal Age has finished for Demu. And let's see what he has in store first for himself. Going ahead, moving out onto those front side deer. Wants to go ahead and get some more efficient food gathering for himself. It is definitely quite scarce on this map, so super necessary to go ahead and start taking all those different spots. Grabbing the boar, so crucial if you're able to get control and feel comfortable enough to move out with your economy there. Voldemar now has equalized his own Feudal Age. Now going to start getting that juicy olive oil on in, and now going to drop that barracks that we saw the outline of earlier in Dark Age.
A lot of economy upgrades now coming in for Demu. One of the things that you do as the Macedonians, of course, is you want to get in a lot of the silver early on. So you're gonna be gathering up a lot of the gold, but you don't immediately have things to spend the gold on. You don't want to go for immediate Varangian guards. So getting all the economy upgrades in first is definitely the correct play here for Demu, able to utilize his gold there. And now starting us off with a couple of horsemen, just to get some presence out on the map. There are, of course, the Varangian guards already present. So I'm wondering what the follow-up play is going to be from Demu. He's gathered up a lot of wood already at this point. So could be that he's going to be going for some archers, or maybe just prepping some of the strongholds for the eventual play into the Varangian guards.
Yeah, he's leaving his options open as of now with 400 wood into the bank.
Ooh. He's getting the arrow slits upgrade on the stronghold.
Yeah, long distance gathering a little bit of stone for that arrow slits. Ooh, this horseman runs into a few of the spears over there.
Spears weren't hardened up yet though, so not too much damage coming in, but Horseman has been hit and is getting forced back for the time being.
And the outpost being dropped for Voldemar. So both players kind of making this investment to protect up their gold, protect up their base at home a little bit here. Boar has been taken from Demu, and let's see if there will be some aggression there towards that boar from Voldemar to not allow that juicy food gathering going.
Demu now going for the immediate Rangium play. We are seeing the arrow slits and placement also coming in right now here on the strongholds. So able to
Slowly
deter the
helping.
Limitani a bit.
Yeah, villagers run away for a split second. They're trying to head back, but they're trying to wait for the arrow slits to come.
Guards coming in now.
Arrow slits just not doing enough damage here.
The villagers aren't going to be able to go back now, though, in order to start gathering again. We do see some archers in queue for Demu as well. I want to say that Voldemar going for the javelin first means that the archers definitely are not going to be able to do that to get any great value, at least not early on. And looks like he was able to take down one of the javelin thrower, but also losing a scout and a horseman for it. And Ranging Guard actually getting taken down there by the Limitani. All of them, though, on low health.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a 5v1. Damage was still at least returned a little bit, but a lot of the damage was from the arrow fire. Cistern water level continuing to raise once this outline that we see is built and finished on up. Voldemar will have the water level at 4, so a huge economic boost for that Byzantine economy.
Now, Demu going for the double stronghold in the middle of the map next to all of these deer and the boar. That is a great position to be taking with those strongholds. Able to secure them.
Such a delicate timing, though, with Voldemar's army in this mid-map. With that scout in the mid-map, he's moving over that way, but Stronghold finishes second one. Gonna get rushed down, too, with the rest of those villagers, so Demu has secured up this mid-map here for at least a good little portion, as it's gonna be hard for Voldemar to attack either of those locations now.
Yeah, Demu also researching the pierce damage behind this, so the Stronghold's doing even more damage behind it. Voldemar, though, looks like he's looking for an age up, though the macro is a bit off. He's loading a lot of gold at the moment, just pulling all the villagers off of wood now in order to get more food income behind this, but for a good amount of time, his economy will be a little bit off, just a little bit too gold heavy here for the age up to come in. Now Demu on the boar, and here economy looking great. He's able to spam out those ranging guards now, and the timing, it's going to be a little bit rough, though. Demu won't be able to afford the level 2 melee armor upgrade for a while. That one has been nerfed after all from 500 to 550 silver, and he did invest into the range pierce damage upgrade, so it's going to be a while before he can really start diving. The champion has come in now, though, so the timing to attack is relatively soon for Demu. Voldemar getting ready for his age up.
Yeah, Voldemar about to be able to age up. Demu's food income should be shooting through the roof here soon with having 2 different sets of villagers on the boar. Golden Horn Tower, though, is on the way, being dropped there on the back side. Demu, though, he's got a big army mass here on the front. He can try to start pushing forward here soon, try to start denying some of these forward resources that Voldemar is on while he invests into the Golden Horn Tower.
Oh, the timing feels a little bit off here. Voldemar, he might be able to get the age up in. Does have a little bit of gold, not enough gold to get all the veterancy upgrades, though. Is going to be able to upgrade the javelin throwers, but not going to be able to upgrade the Limitane as well. I still have gold in the back.
Loses that forward outpost. And now Demu getting closer to diving the base, doesn't want to overstep. Castle Age has finishes, so now he has that information needed. Knows that Voldemar did go for that Castle Age play. Sees the cistern extending out to this berry location, so now wants to deny some of that food income. Villagers, though, jump inside the outpost. That outpost has been reinforced. Will not be easy to take that down.
Scout getting left behind. That's the Hippodrome Scout getting taken down, so misses out on that additional bit of torch damage. Then behind this, also getting close to his own potential age up, and potentially getting the Golden Horn Tower. That little mini red palace in the middle of the map next to the sacred site and the berries there could be a pretty good position for him in this game. Voldemar relentlessly pushing forward with the javelin throwers. Gets some shots off, even though Demu's unit should be moving at that additional movement speed courtesy of the Hippodrome champion. Let's be careful though with the turn around.
Yeah, Javelin's just still continuing to push on forward. So even if Demu does get the resources to drop this Castle Age in the mid map, I don't think he has the military to protect himself anymore to be, in a greedy location like we saw Kiljardi try to do earlier today. So would have to be a little bit more conservative with this placement here, as Voldemar has been pushing forward with his unit mass.
Yeah, the Age of Timing is coming in sooner rather than later, but still taking quite a while for Demu. He's getting pierce damage level 2 in behind this as well. Still, it feels like it's taking forever for him to reach that Age Up time. Just reinvesting a lot into units. Voldemar behind this, grabbing some of the relics. And now is moving towards those Varangian strongholds in the middle. Demu is nearby with his military, but needs to evacuate the villagers here.
Drops them off, is running on away. Javelin throwers able to pick off one of the villagers on the escape. Golden Horn Tower now being dropped by those villagers that were running, and ignore everything I said. He is going for not necessarily a greedy play, but Golden Horn right behind that sacred site, taking the fight here as he thinks Voldemar has overstepped just a little bit.
He might have. Archers getting some good connections in onto Limitani. Able to take all of them down pretty much. Voldemar went for his own Varangian play behind this, but it's just such a big mass advantage at the moment for Demu. Age Up is getting rushed up behind this. 14 villagers working on that, securing the middle sacred side. That is a lot of passive gold income, and indirectly with the strongholds also securing the one relic that is next to it. It's going to be difficult for Voldemar to regain map control in the center there.
New age has begun.
It's being researched behind it. We're still being sniped down. Army count also getting lowered. Now seeing the first couple of camel lances hitting the field, but there's not that much cavalry out on it.
Yeah, and it just feels like somehow Voldemar now immediately on the back foot as Demu just finishes Age Up, and upgrades haven't even come through for Demu yet, so it will get a lot worse from where he is at already.
Oh, Voldemar doesn't have wheelbarrow yet. That's pretty tough for all the villagers that are out on the map gathering from the berries there. That's a lot of efficiency lost. Voldemar still pushing forward, but there is the Red Palace-ish.
Yeah, Camel Riders trying to go do some damage, but they did not know what they were walking into, as one almost gets taken down fully. Other one goes down to about half health, so significant amount of damage done. Demu does have to move out to the secondary golds. We're seeing that point now where initial golds ran on out. Voldemar has done the same, so very, very risky. And what's Voldemar do to deter some of that risk? And same thing for Demu. We are seeing these walls go down. I feel like Demu should have maybe connected the cliffs instead of his own side cliffs, but he's drawing some pictures over here.
Yeah, can I get back to what I said earlier about Demu when I mentioned the greedy plays? You know what's next up? Imperial Age. He's just gonna go Imperial Age behind this. He's just gonna go straight for him.
It does look like he is starting to bank those resources quite a bit. A little bit of investment into some archers. Actually, uses a lot of those resources now. I think just queued up some Radari.
Yeah, he queued up some. Okay, He had a lot of silver banked up, but he's now going for the +3 pierce damage upgrade, which is very strong, especially when you're up against something like the javelin throwers. Okay, so it looks like it's not going to be that fast in playstyle. For a second, I thought with all the silver that he had banked up, might be going for it. It's reinvesting now into military and Radari.
Yeah, so isn't quite being as greedy as he could be. Both militaries just dead even as far as the numbers go. Economy's basically dead even, as we have only seen one villager fall this game so far.
Now,
It's about to be 2-2 relics.
Voldemar getting ready to pick up the relic in the stealth forest area. Right as Demu is about to push forward here. Now also seeing some defense upgrades coming in for the cavalry. Demu side, and he's looking for the units in stealth forest.
Units slipping through the base behind where Voldemar was walling on that north side, so Voldemar immediately has to evac away from that gold.
Demu sees this. There's a scout there. Demu should see this, and he does.
So many villagers, they're trying to hide.
Oh, that's no hiding there.
They get spotted out. So important. This is why you always have a scout with your little bit of a raiding economy. Two villagers fall, and at the same time, Demu, he dives in on the front side, says, now's the timing. Now you are getting idle. This is the perfect time to double on down. TC getting dove upon. So many units here for Voldemar on the defense, though. Crossbows trying to clear up that front line.
They're doing a great job of taking down the ranging guards. The crossbow's not getting focused out too much. Crossbow count's still very high.
A lot of that range damage was going onto the javelins, which isn't the most efficient there. But Demu at least was getting idle time during a lot of this. It's always nice, you know, when you are the aggressor, you're knowing that your economy is going untouched behind. 45 idle villagers for Voldemar during this. 45 idle villagers.
Very big, yeah. He's still not putting them back to work. This is hurting him a lot right now. The defensive Wololo coming in. Is getting sniped, actually, so Relic not getting brought back for a while.
Yeah, and so while the fight went well for Voldemar there, this is one of those where all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, okay, I took a good fight, but somehow you're behind after that, and that's because of the economy. He still has 28 idle villagers, still has a ton of his economy not working for himself.
That is some absolutely crazy idle time behind it all. And we're getting more economy upgrades, and he's got the mid-map control. He's getting a lot of resources. You gotta imagine this. Voldemar, he's gotta make farms now. Demu, he's been taking 2 boars, the middle berries, the middle deer. He still has the deer in the back of his base. He still has 3 berry patches in, like, on his side of the map. Voldemar is now starting to push out, but Demu, he's made a switch up over into mass spearmen. He's getting some more infantry upgrades as well. Ooh, villagers, gonna have to be careful here on the front line. First one goes down. Demu, he's about to lose a lot of builds. 1, 2, 3, 4 going down.
4 villagers in the blink of an eye fall.
Some crossbows trading out.
Yeah, a few units fall for Voldemar, but that's a trade he would take any day. Sacred Site captured for Demu. He has now started the timer.
There's a wall missing. Does he have units there? There's some ranging strongholds. 1 at least. That might not be enough though. Cataphracts are in. Villagers need to evacuate. There's a lot of... How many ranging strongholds are there?
You said 1, and then all of a sudden the camera pans a little bit further and there's 3 more. But villagers still don't have anywhere to go. But back and forth through the gate. A couple of these cataphracts will fall as they're low health, but 2, they still got a lot of health on them, so more and more of these villagers are falling. Demu, he's losing quite a bit.
Indeed, he is. More villagers going down. Demu in the blink of an eye, losing 11 villagers, both on the front line with the berries as well as now on the gold here. Voldemar suddenly has the economic lead, though he did just trade out a lot of cataphracts for a couple of villagers, and cataphracts are an expensive unit.
Very expensive unit, isn't able to pick up that one last villager. Demu up at 59 military. He's trying to make a push maybe towards the gold spots of Voldemar through this top side, as he knows that Voldemar on Byzantines, he needs that gold, so important.
And there's just so many of these spearmen out now at the moment, the Atgemather. And with that champion Radari, they get that insane movement speed as well. And now there's even the pierce damage level 3 coming on, rather the health and damage upgrade, and armor upgrade. Damage upgrade now as well. And Demu is really upgrading these spearmen a lot now.
And Voldemar, he's going for stone walls as fast as he can. There's so many units here, he better rush that down. There's ranged mass. These units can just burn right through that stone wall that's being built. Voldemar will not get this up, has to evacuate, has to run on away.
Stone wall is getting cancelled up now as well. Villagers evacuating. At the same time, Valdemar also trying to attack with a couple of units. Actually, just a scout is getting found out. Villagers found at the top side. Some going down there.
Stone walls attempted at the top side, like you had said. Those villagers are following. The whole top side needs to be evacuated for Voldemar. He's on the wood lines on that top side, spotted out as well. So if we thought the idle time was bad earlier, it's about to get just like that yet again. 79 units versus 72, though. So important for these masses to fight while they are together, not get split off.
Demu wants to have his army all together. Voldemar pushing with a great amount of javelin throws. 33 javelin throws. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Demu might have bitten off more than he can chew there, but look at his resources in the bank. You said he might be greedy and go Imperial Age. Well, now might be the time for him to go Imperial Age with how much gold he has saved on up. Looks like he turns around. Looks like he's taking this fight, though. All those villagers are running back out there.
So many villagers just busy walking behind all of this. Of unrealized idle time. That's not the entire army here at the front side, though, from Demu. He must be having more units attacking somewhere else at the same time. There's a lot more spearmen in total out there somewhere.
It might not be the full army, but he's still winning the fight. He's still pushing forward. He's still taking units on down.
There's a lot more units coming in, and Voldemar doesn't have any archers. He doesn't have any unit that directly counters out the Atgemather. And if we if we check out one of these spearmen stats, they've been upgraded a ton when it comes to the armor, the health, plus 18 health, plus 3 armor. And they also buff up each spearman's nearby attack speed as well, so they are very strong in mass.
Yeah, and Voldemar, he's trying to get those stone walls finished, but once Demu gets this next bit of army group together with his own, he's gonna double down on that push yet again. But Voldemar, he's close to finishing the stone walls. Will he get them finished in time, though? There's still another couple segments that need to finish it, and there are archers that can snipe down those villagers that are trying to build the wall. Units for Voldemar also trying to run on through, not allowing...
Why are there trebuchets there? Oh, he wants to go for the Red Palace or the Golden Horn Tower in the middle eventually, but yeah, they're not needed at the top side.
Look at the gold in the bank for Demu. He's got 3,200 gold. He's got 60 units compared to Voldemar's 34 as far as the military goes, and the sacred site timer has still been ticking this whole time. So, you know, Demu, he has a win condition behind this that isn't just, you know, killing the economy, killing the hopes and dreams of Voldemar over here.
Voldemar does have his Olive Grove transition going behind this, but there's just 5 minutes remaining on that Sacred Site victory. And damn, he doesn't even know what to do with all the silver. All of these little gold veins that he's been on, just constantly passively generating silver for him. He's at 750-ish silver per minute. He can get elite level units just passively here, but this might be the point now where he might just be going for that age up. And there are two things, Stapson, that are dangerous. Okay, he's just getting level 4 range pierce damage in now. But there's some crazy things that could be happening in Imperial Age for Demu if he goes for it. One is, of course, the silver costing Cataphracts, which he can get in every single minute. And the other is the flaming shot Springles. I'm not memeing here. Fire shot Springles are the most vile unit in the game that I have ever seen.
Well, he is at the point where he can buy himself Imperial Age multiple times over, and still he is leading in this military mass, hasn't been queuing up a ton of units still, so Imperial Age does seem like it is the thought for Demu here.
Pushing in the center of the map. Demu is moving over there now. Trebuchet's firing on that Golden Horn Tower. Some Camel Riders are trying to do some damage to Demu's economy there. Demu getting very close now to the Aja. It's just getting taken down by all of these strongholds.
Yeah, there's still one camel that
damage,
one camel made it past the stronghold, so will need to get dealt with here, which, you know, won't take too long for the military units to move on over, but camel more than pays off. Picked up 3-4 villagers probably.
Villagers coming in to repair the Golden Horn Tower. Ajup should be coming in soon. There it is. Ajup should be coming in now. Which one is going to be it? Oh, engineering company. The crossbows are short-lived.
Engineering company is on the way, and Demu still has plenty of gold in the bank to get some upgrades that he pleases in Imperial if he desires.
Villagers just repairing the Golden Horn Tower for the time being. 2 trebuchets getting easily out-repaired. Voldemar now adding in a lot of Springles. That's going to be really good up against this mass of spearmen. But in the next fight, there's also going to be the archers with the +4 pierce damage. So that's also a very strong army. Keep coming up in the front side, but the Forward Engineering Company is going to be able to provide the cannons to deal with that.
Yeah, keep is important for Voldemar to try to deny and take back this sacred site. The timer, it's down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, as not much time for Voldemar left to be able to make this push happen. He does have a nice siege mass for himself, so Demu, he might, you know, give up this sacred site and then take on over and take a convincing win in Imperial Age, or let's see if he still just continues to try to hold this site, continues to try to make sure that this sacred site victory win condition stays ticking.
Yeah, 2 trebuchets are not enough to take down this landmark here at all. Demu's just going to continuously out-repair it, and he is getting the elite upgrades in. He is ready to take a potential fight there. Just not able to take this down. Valdemar's now stepping up. Potentially step onto the sacred site, but there is still the Golden Horn Tower, so a lot of damage going to be coming in on those units.
Yeah, he can't decide, you know, when to pull the trigger and step up and actually start that denial, so it's still ticking for the time being. The cannon now is there for Demu, though, starting to shoot down the keep, so Voldemar, he probably feels the pressure, probably feels like he needs to do something now.
Shots are coming in now. The elite army is moving forward, and Voldemar is about to see just what kind of army Demu has ready and prepared. Siege is also pushing forward, though. 7 Springles behind this.
Yeah, 7 Springles is nothing to slouch about when, you know, a lot of that army is just that infantry mass. So Demu, though, he's like, I'm not going to overstep either. You're going to be the one that has to take the fight. You're going to be the one that has to deny the sacred site. So he is just playing patiently and relaxing. Second cannon now out, starting to take down the keep as well.
1 Cataphract just got huge raids in the back of Demu's economy.
Keep?
But Demu, he's just going for the sacred site victory. There's just no way around it. Voldemar, he needs to get the decap in. Keep has been taken down.
Keep
He's forcing
fell.
the
Oh,
fight.
Springles now falling so fast. You can focus them down with the Golden Horn Tower, as one immediately did get focused. The cannons on the backside can focus the Springles as well. So the benefit for Voldemar with his siege is no longer really a huge benefit, as they will not last long. Fight getting taken, and Demu's Imperial Age units immediately pushes Voldemar back, immediately pushes Voldemar away, and looks like Demu will be able to secure this Sacred Site timer. There is no chance in sight for Voldemar to deny it.
There's no more food income for Demu. Basically no income at all compared to what Voldemar has, but Voldemar just does not have the upgrades, does not have the time that he needs in order to mass a strong enough military force. 20 seconds left on the Sacred Site victory, and Valdemar's army has been completely routed. The top Sacred Site has been completely open. No focus at all to defend there. And the Scatterbrain just still getting these immense raids in, but Demu doesn't care anymore. He knows that he has won this game. There's no way for Voldemar to step back on the Sacred Side. Top side is still open, but no move made there, and GG is going to be coming in. Demu able to win game number 1.
Game number 1 goes over to Demu in that slow and patient Macedonian buildup. You know, he took the map control early, took the boars, had the food, and then all of a sudden, you know, a few fights here and there, a ton of idle time caused, and then the Imperial Age lead after Sacred Sites. Very solid gameplay there by Demu to get his foothold on this series to start out on the high note 1-0.
And this is probably the only time that we're going to be seeing end game graphs where both civilizations have gathered olive oil.
There are very, very rare times that happens, as yeah, that is Macedonians gathering olive oil apparently.
Yeah, I mean it's the silver, of course, for the Macedonians on the left-hand side, but whatever it is, Demu has gathered up more of it. Food as well, interestingly, like there wasn't really a big farm transition. Valdemar did have, of course, the big olive grove transition, but Demu having all the resource gathered up from the mid-map, able to have a lead on the food gathered there as well. Overall, just being able to take these sacred sites with the landmarks, with the keep, and then the eventual Imperial Age coming in. Super strong game there. Game number 1 for Demu. And next up, we're going to be moving over to Frisian Marshes, where it'll be the House of Lancaster, freshly nerfed House of Lancaster, up against the Chinese from Valdemar.
Yeah, so Frisian Marshes, a map that we all know and love. It has been around for a while. It's been changed quite a few times, you know, mainly the abundance of sheep and wolves and things like that has been diminished quite a bit, but still a fun map to cast, always a fun map to watch, as it does you know, incentivize a little bit of some map control, because if you let your opponent get all those shoreline fish, get docks on all those ponds, it will not be a long game for you.
Indeed. I mean, looking at this overall, I'm wondering like how exactly this is going to be played by Voldemar. We could be seeing just the Chinese going for the fishing operation up against the big feudal age push from House of Lancaster, which I assume will probably still be coming in.
Yeah, even though there's
like
a little less health on
play.
those lore, it still feels like the feudal age push is... It's menacingly, it's hard to deal with, it's scary, you know, it's one that even if it's not coming, it's a play that you have to respect and you have to adjust your game plan for.
Yeah. It is something that could always be coming in, and you have to assume that it could be coming in, or you have to actively scout for it just in case. I think China, especially with like a mass Juganu play, can do phenomenally now that the Lords of Lancaster have been nerfed in the health pool regards. Like, Juganu now will be able to take them down a lot quicker. Overall, it's still going to be a tough one, potentially, I want to say, but might not even want to be going for Song Dynasty here early on. I'm just wondering, I'm playing this one out in my head and just wondering how exactly this one's going to be going. I think we'll most likely be seeing something alongside a a Dark Age aggression from the House of Lancaster if there is an early dock play from the Chinese. I'm just not sure if... It doesn't make a lot of sense for China to go for a Dark Age Spearman just because currently we're not in a meta where we see China go for early Imperial officials. So that's a lot of taxes and a lot of supervised resource that would go to waste if the Dark Age drags out for a bit too long. So maybe it's just going to be a fast feudal age, and then afterwards Voldemar is going to be looking for the dock play.
Yeah, I mean, China can get their feudal age so quick. It just feels bad making Imperial officials not out of the Imperial Academy. So it's one that is typically the focus. You get like a 330 age up timing, and then you're like, yeah, now all of a sudden I got some extra eco units for free out of this other building over here. So, you know, could just be that game plan from Voldemar. There's, you know, it's hard to pass up the dock play early on, but against House of Lancasters, I feel like you can't immediately go for that Dark Age dock because you don't know what they have in store coming on in. But, you know, we've talked a lot about this game. It is about to get started. Maybe Voldemar will get Sengoku eventually, but not this game.
Here we go. It is indeed going to be that Dark Age aggression coming in from Demu. Voldemar on his side, though, going for the immediate play onto gold. So we'll be going for a fast feudal age play instead. Makes a lot of sense here with the Chinese. No early dock play from him, and the Spearmen, they might be going straight for the gold and not for the pawns.
Yeah, and usually with China, you're like, oh, if they get denied off of gold, not too big of a deal. Well, Voldemar wants to make sure he gets enough for the age up at least, because he can't be gathering the taxes right now because there is no Imperial official on out. First Spearman on its way. And will be making it across. Demu already has his scout, already sees that forward. Gold Vein already sees how many villagers are on it. Nice little sheep pickup to be expected here. And a fourth villager out to the gold. So Voldemar knows that he needs to get out to that gold early, or else he could get denied from it fully.
Spearman is indeed making his way straight over to the gold vein. Voldemar does have just about enough gold gathered there in order to go for the age up. Needs a little bit more to be able to afford that first Imperial official, and looks like he will be able to gather enough in that regard as well. Only needs like 32 gold for that.
Yeah,
so it looks like it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, just slowly pulling those villagers back as they're gathering, and should have enough. And does have enough.
Has enough, so we'll be able to get the age up in, and it has enough to afford that that Imperial official after the age up. But we do already have Demu moving out for a dock on the ponds.
Yeah, so not only going with Dark Age aggression, he's also going for that Dark Age economic boom. So really, this is one where Voldemar could get this feudal age timing and use it to his advantage in some way. We will see. It's so hard on this map, though, to actually take down the docks. The docks are just so tanky, have so much health on them. It just takes so much time to actually burn them on down.
Imperial Academy getting rushed up now with more villagers. I'm wondering what Valdemar's immediate play is gonna be here. I think typically what China can just do is, with the supervision, get in a lot of wood and then just spam out the docks. He's gonna need an archer range before that, though, just because the spearmen can follow the villagers and take them down as they're getting the docks up.
Yep. Demu still not yet out to the gold. Voldemar finishes the age up. 10 villagers move out to that wood line immediately. So, like you said, very big focus on getting that wood income in. Archer range, necessary drop, and then it should be starting to expand into his own eco boom with the dock play as well.
Mining camp is getting burnt down fully. No repair coming in. Wondering if there's still like a little bit of taxes in there, but those are gonna be lost now. Spearman just laughing at what they've done there. And Demu actively scouting the back of Voldemar's base is going to see that archer range as it comes up.
Yeah, sees the archer range, decides to move the scout away a little bit after getting the information that he needs. Spears can move on away now at this point. Demu is now on that gold, so just needs 2 drop-offs from the gold, needs those fishing boats to drop on off, and he will be able to match the age-up timing here soon.
Yeah, looks like there is the scout from Voldemar actively harassing the villager from Demu as he's trying to get a second dock up. Spearman did just come in, though, in order to deny that scout from getting any meaningful value in. 2 archers now from Voldemar are going to be chasing the spears back out of his base. Looks like one spearman might be getting taken down there as Voldemar's kiting forward. Gets the spearman kill. Quite the
Looks
vocal
like the
spearman here this game.
Yeah, very, very vocal death on that spearman. The other one, it looks like moved out, sitting next to the deer on that northern side. Might try to, you know, have a sneaky wrap around to try to get the villager on the dock. It does look like he is just hiding out in near the deer over on the east.
Oh, damn.
Dock has
Just
gotten
getting
finished.
information on the side, so a little shout out there, as currently we are having some upsets in some of the other stats that are going on at the moment. Myriad's currently leading 2-0 in his set against Puppy Paw.
Wow, not an expected route that a lot of people would assume there, but Myriad has been playing pretty well recently and obviously having a great day here for himself. Archers try to be annoying on the fishing boats, but fortunately Doc basically can out-heal the 2 archers.
Eventually, a fishing ship is going to have to take a little break inside of the dock or get repaired. Yeah, Demu's still having pretty much full uptime on these docks, but now Voldemar, yeah, I mentioned that he's fully spamming out these docks now with a lot of wood income behind it, facilitating that.
Yep, already moving on to the 3rd dock that is being dropped here. Abby the King still quite a bit of ways away, and it looks like, is Demu just going for like a fast castle play behind this?
He could be. He's aging up rather slowly with still 5 villagers on the gold behind it, so yeah, the potential is definitely there. This is just going to be a fast age up of him.
Yeah, he's just got 2 vills on the Abbey, so that's really what makes me think he's going for the faster castle. Is usually if you're wanting to play a little bit more feudal age, you're trying to match that timing, you're trying to get, you know, units out and about, production buildings down, but instead he is in no rush. He's just nice and patient, says, "All right, I'll get the Abbey out when I get the Abbey out. You don't mind me over here."
Villager has been taken down by the scout, probably had some help there from the mighty infantry as well.
As we
Now
say that, he
Demu
moves off the gold.
Yeah, moves off the gold, so maybe reinvesting now. Instead, he's moving over to the stone, so looks like a manor play might be what's coming in next for Demu.
Yep, Lords are in queue here. Voldemar massing up a decent bit of units for himself. 6 archers, couple spears as the front line. Demu is still just waiting on those lords to come on out. First lord is out, second one in queue.
Yeah, just pumping out those slots, and now we're getting double archer ranges in from Demu. Is starting to prep some of the yeomen in. No manor out yet from Demu. That one's still taking a little bit to come in.
Yep, one fishing boat is still trying to work on hard. That one needs to get pulled in. Still does. So Voldemar trying to deny this fishing that Demu has been doing for you know, since the Dark Age over here, but Voldemar's now at the point where he has more fishing boats, and not only more, he is just significantly booming out onto that water.
Yeah, actively taking down these fishing ships now. One fishing ship for sure is going to get taken down now. Demu trying to keep up with the archer massey from Voldemar, but yeah, man, with that additional cost is struggling to keep up there. First manor has come in now behind all of this for Demu, so getting some additional income there. Typically, though, what we see from China behind all of that is that they can just keep building up these infantry, or well, not just infantry, but general feudal age masses, fully focus on wood and food, and eventually, just from the taxes, are going to be able to get that age up going.
Exactly. The 4 lords are now out for Demu, though. So this is the point where House of Lancasters in Feudal Age starts to get quite a bit scarier, quite a bit of tankiness on those units. And looks like Demu wants to start pushing forward now.
Still a
swap for
dangerous situation
Voldemar.
for him to push forward. Yeah, the Horseman is going to be something where if Demu doesn't scout this out, he finds himself in a... Okay, he sees the Horseman inside of his base. There's a ton of villagers here, so there. Does he already have ranged armor in? He doesn't have ranged armor in yet, but the villager's still not doing enough damage here against this.
Looks like one villager, 2 villagers falling at least here.
Oh?
Oh,
Is he getting... Almost.
Yeah.
Horsemen are going to go down. That's a lot of idle time, though.
A lot of horsemen, though, fell for Voldemar on that attempted raid, or actually successful-ish raid, depending on the way you look at it. But sometimes, you know, if you lose some military units, it gives an opening for your opponent to get some damage themselves.
Yeah, it looks like the yeomen from Demu are now going to try and find some damage out on the map here as well. Fishing ships just going to be jumping inside of the docks. The archer mass from Voldemar is pushing forward behind this. An engagement could be happening out there on the map.
Unit masses aren't together. Spears are just now being massed up from Demu. They're going to be so easily sniped out with how many archers Voldemar has. So Demu needs to be wary of his yeoman mass. Lord's not trying to be that front line. Reinforcements getting picked off as well. So Voldemar, really good fights that he is taking right now.
Looks like Demu able to take down one of the horsemen here. Potentially able to snipe some of the fishing ships there. Gets one, but needs to run away from the big army mass there from Voldemar as the archers are moving forward. And there's just so many of them. Not all of the yeomen are here. Man's coming in.
Lords going ahead, attacking those archers, but Voldemar, he's just pressing right past the archers, sniping down the yeomen. Every time they stop, though, there is a little bit of extra damage that comes in from the lords. That being said, Demu's yeoman mass thinned out significantly.
Still winning this fight, though, thanks to the lords here. Yeah, greatly winning the fight at the end of the day. The archers barely able to get any critical hits in. Behind this in the mid-game, Demu's also looking fine, but there's a massive fishing ship lead behind this for Voldemar. Massive economy lead overall.
Yeah, even trades are still favoring Voldemar because he has that eco boom behind it with all of the extra docks, all of the extra fishing boats. Lord's trying to deny some of that.
Valdemar's now falling back, already getting the resources in for the castle age up. There is one manor up at the moment for Demu that is still bringing him a lot of resources, but the Imperial Palace is now going to be coming in. So Valdemar's in a great position here, actually, at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where the Imperial Palace, it just gives so much information to these top-level players, too, that it's going to allow Voldemar to punish if Demu is going to be greedy with some of his economic choices, some of those villagers moving out type of thing. But, you know, now, more importantly, it opens up all of those Castle Age upgrades and Castle Age units for himself. It's a galley in queue. It is, but a dock was about to be put on fire, so if there's not a villager out there, then that dock still will eventually go down. Once it starts burning, there it is.
Good. There it is, now on fire. Unit's still not pulling back. There's some harassment going on behind this with horsemen. More villagers going down for Demu here behind all of this. Yeah, Demu isn't realizing that his Lords of Lancaster are getting taken down there. Almost loses another one. Yeoman did fall back. Still a couple of villagers did go down at the end of the day there for Demu. The H-up has been in now for Voldemar for a while. He's getting all the veterans, the upgrades, tier 2 upgrades coming in from the blacksmith as well. White Tower now getting put up by Demu inside of his base, so he's going to be securing both of the gold veins.
Yeah,
Voldemar
Night
already
Mass
getting ready
starting to
for the
build.
relics.
Up to 3 knights, 4 knights, and 4 more in queue for Voldemar. So, you know, you mentioned before this series started, Voldemar's kind of been more of that timing push player. Well, he hit castle earlier. Is he going to find this timing this game for himself here?
Oh, Demu, he wants to gather up some gold, but right then is when Voldemar arrives. He's going to need to pull all the villagers over to the White Tower now. In order to get that up in time, villagers are going to get pulled. Archers, though, getting ready to snipe out a lot of villagers behind this. Yemen stepping up. That is a ton of villagers that just went down.
So many
sniped.
villagers fell. Look at the economic difference here now for Voldemar. He is so far ahead on that eco right now. It would be so hard for him just not to be able to mass whatever units he wants, and not only mass them, outmass Demu significantly.
There's a big group of knights now from Voldemar going around the very edge of the map, getting ready to do some raiding in the woodline. Big mass of knights now arriving. Does Demu see it in time? Villagers still haven't been pulled yet.
He pulls the villagers on
now.
back. If we thought the horsemen did damage earlier, these knights are going to do significantly more. Only a few spears here to try to deal with this. Villagers do get garrisoned. A few more villagers fall. It's 19 villager kills to 2 on the other side. And Voldemar, he just runs on through. He says, all right, great. Now your immobile army is back in your base. I'm just going to run on by and I'll circle back again in just a minute or so.
Oh, this is looking super rough at the moment now for Demu. Voldemar in a great position here. Second monk coming out behind this. First relic is not being brought back yet, but will be brought back shortly as the monk is crossing the middle of the map right now.
Voldemar just circling yet again with those knights, making sure that Demu can't relax, can't, you know, allow his villagers to just chill out and grab those resources that they desperately need. Knights, though, getting close to being surrounded, getting close to being cornered over here by the army mass of Demu, but so many of those are yeomen. Yeah, they do some damage, but as we can see with the big volleys, it's just not as much as you'd expect. Still, we'll pick up a lancer or 2 on the way out.
Lancers, some of them are gonna get sniped. Demu is researching the synchronized shot, just because he really needs to get some great value shots out there sometime soon. Behind this, prepping more and more knights, almost getting to the 20 knight count. Crossbows behind it all as well. Great food income behind this for him. Just overall, absolutely destroying Demu in the income. 20,000 resource compared to 12,000 resource collected by now at this point in time.
And more of those lancers are getting picked up at least, so Demu, he's trying to find a way back in, but as he picks up a few more, the next round comes into the base. White Tower, though, right there to protect up some of those villagers, but those aren't the only villagers that need protecting. Berry villagers, one gets picked off, the rest should get on away. Lancers, though, they run into more and more units here from Demu, so Demu, more and more damage able to be done onto that Lancer mass.
Yeah, Voldemar continues to trade out these units for villager kills or villager idle time, which to an extent is fine, but he needs to be careful that he doesn't lose too much at the end of the day. Destruction value for Demu is a good bit higher, but now Sacred Sites have been captured up behind us before even all of the relics have been taken up, so Voldemar putting priority on getting that timer started soon, and outpost coming up in the middle of the map now as well.
Yeah, Demu, you can tell, has just been trying to take better trades, trying to keep his military alive and play this defense, but Voldemar, he's just slowly building his lead. Synchronized shot, huge shot into the archer mass, able to pick off a few of those. Those are some of the trades that Demu needs to get himself back into this game. Another synchronized shot utilized. Not quite as much damage as the first.
Even though Demu has the superior archer count, he's still not really taking these fights. He's really just making sure that he's only taking fights which we can like cleanly win, and just utilizing the synchronized shot as best as he can.
Outpost denied on the sacred site, so timer should get denied as of now, but Voldemar grabbing the 4th relic here, so passive gold income. Not only is it an eco numbers lead, he is about to have a significant amount of passive gold income. Synchronized shot again onto that backside. So many of the archers for Voldemar are low health, but first Demu has to get through that front line. So many lancers, they're continuing to chase down that mass. Not a ton of crossbows, but 15 crossbows still should be enough to, you know, deter those lancers from continuing this push. And sure enough, Voldemar has to tuck tail, turn on back around, even though he's had such a big eco lead.
Yeah, Demu just, with the superior army here at the moment, able to take the better trades. Voldemar needs to respect that behind us. Voldemar is now switching it up into Nest of Bees. 2 Nest of Bees already in queue for him. And Mass Horseman also getting queued up behind this, so wants to really start utilizing the food that he's got, and is also now in Song Dynasty, so gets more villagers in as the game goes on. He's going to be able to increase his economic lead even more. Demu behind us on the second manor. Overall, economy-wise, he's not looking nearly as good as Voldemar is. 5 relics overall gathered by Voldemar, so tons of passive income as well.
Yeah, what Voldemar really just needs to avoid is allowing Demu to get this death ball that just takes a fight convincingly, and then it's just no ability to come back from it. Villagers have run out of some resources at home, it looks like. Ran out of stone. There is some gold. There's synchronized shot utilized again. Decent amount of damage done. Nest of Bees, though, basically a synchronized shot for the Chinese over there.
Something that needs to be respected here. I'm still just dancing in front of Voldemar's base, but it's a lot more dangerous when there are these Nest of Bees that could potentially get some great shots on this many clumped up units from Demu. And now a keep coming in. Voldemar, he knows he needs some form of semblance inside of his base. Some form of defense, semblance of a defense inside of his base. Fight is getting taken. Demu spreading the army out. Horseman tanking at the front line.
Voldemar needs to watch out for clumping up in between some of those spots. Is able to dodge out that synchronized shot pretty well and allow himself the timing he needs to get this keep up. Cav is pushing forward, making sure that the range mass of Demu has to kite on away, but now the Cav's all gone. And the keep is up, though. Gold has been resecured for Voldemar.
There's a ton of horsemen in queue now behind all of this as well. Voldemar started the granary transition as well. So we'll be getting a lot more food as the game continues. Villagers in the middle of the map are going to get sniped out on the boar. At least 2 of them. There's more in the next board, though, I believe. Archers themselves are not going to be enough in order to take the Barbican down here. Demu, he's got a lot of gold in the bank, but he needs something else as well if he wants to stay in this game. He's getting some more farms in, so is working on his own food transition as well.
Yeah, a lot of the units still low health for Voldemar, but he's done a great job of keeping Demu's mass thinned on out, and we know what this wall means. This wall means there should be a Great Wall Gatehouse getting dropped, and sure enough, Imperial Age on the way now for Voldemar.
Yeah, Demu at the moment, he's in a very rough spot. He's getting more upgrades in now behind this, but income looking absolutely brutal. Maybe trying to drop a second TC soon. He's got the wood, he's got the stone for it. Just to try and scale his economy a bit more. Could also be more manors in the making. But he's gonna be under a lot of pressure here very soon. Stables being prepped. Could be going for a switch up into Hobelas, but yeah, the age up has now been telegraphed to him, so he'll know that Voldem's about to be getting a whole lot of upgrades in.
And here, now, what is Demu going to do with this Imperial Age that Voldemar has pushed through with? You know, not really an ability to match it right now, because if he does, then all of a sudden he is going to be outmatched, outmassed, and Voldemar's siege number is starting to build up too. Oh, synchronized shot!
Gets a lot of villager kills. Damn, that was a good one. He needs a lot more trades like that in order to get back in this one, as Valdemar's also continuously raiding behind us. There's this huge gap in the economy between them. Valdemar, he is still out on a lot of the shoreline fish, which for the most part are going to run out soon. But still, this just given him such a smooth farm transition opportunity behind it.
Yeah, I mean, he's had this significant lead for quite some time. He just hasn't been able to find a way to really close out this game, to really give himself enough of a lead to end it here and now. But Imperial Age, more military now, more technologies now should give him, you know, a little bit further. But running into some crossbows with some attempted raids again. Full map control is his, though, and he's starting that hand cannoneer mass, and that, for the Chinese, can get just so out of hand.
Some Springles in there as well, so Demu, he is getting ready for his own Imperial Age with the Wind Guard. Could be massing up a ton of Spearmen. As he mentioned, hand cannoneers, and with the Springles there, I don't feel like the mass of Spearmen is going to be good enough in order to get him back into this one. As Valdemar, he already has Tithe Barns going for himself with 5 relics in the bank. That is just a ton, an absolute ton of passive income for him.
Tithe Barns is an upgrade that you're happy with getting when you have 3 relics, but when you got 5, it just feels like you have an extra 15 population for economy.
Indeed, Outpost is getting denied by Demu on the large gold vein at the top side. Voldemar could also start recapturing the second sacred site just to get the timer going again. The economy is still just looking so much better at the moment for Valdemar. I still don't see a way back in this one for Demu, but he is trying. He is
that horseman number is massing up so fast for Voldemar that Demu's ranged mass, while it was proving somewhat effective while the cav was in lower numbers, now that it's elite and now that the number has built up so much, I feel like Demu's army can't actually contest that.
Oh, there's a lot of villagers moving out. They got to move back now that they spotted out the great amount of horsemen there. There's a couple of spearmen are going to be coming in now. Still going to be a little bit until they actually make their way onto the field. Elite horsemen getting a great surround on the units here. Diving deeper and deeper.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. Even just the horsemen. Voldemar, the rest of his army isn't even here, and the horsemen are just proving to be too much to deal with. Spears finally came out of the Wind Guard. It just feels like it's too late. Archers arrive for Voldemar as well. Units, military, and economic both getting lost for Demu yet again. This looks like it might be the final push here for Voldemar to get that leg up, to get him to the point where this game is too far ahead, too much for Demu to come back from.
Demu, he's still trying his best, trying to hold on to this game. Elite upgrade coming in for the Yeoman. Spearman still trying to hold the front side, but at this point, the Wingard Palace could just get burned down, torched down by all of the units that are coming in from Valdemar here behind all of this. Yeoman still need to kite on back further and further and further. Demu had half the economy, half the income from Valdemar. And it just feels like there's no way out at this point. Valdemar should be able to secure the game number 2 now and even out the set in the second game.
Yeah, Demu sitting on 56 population and falling here at the 27-minute mark. Never a good feeling. It is all but over at this point as that number is still continuing to fall.
I'm not giving up quite yet, though. Still trying to hide it out with the Yeoman. Now there's a lot of university upgrades also coming in for Valdemar. We're getting biology at next. 11 more horsemen in queue, and there it is. GG's going to be coming in.
So Frisian Marshes goes over the way of Voldemar on the Chinese.
GG. Yeah, looking at the total resources gathered here, there is just an overwhelming difference for Valdemar. He's just been able to pump up on so many of these individual small little pawns, and yeah, it's the food economy there that really skyrocketed him throughout that early game into Castle Age, and from there on out, just Demu didn't quite manage to get back into a comfortable position, just so far behind in the economy.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like he kind of had his control for the first 5 to 7 minutes, and then all of a sudden, Voldemar was on 6, 7, 8 different pawns, and it was just way too much of an economy for Demu to deal with, even though Demu was taking some pretty decent trades early on, but Voldemar trading some horsemen out, trading some more damage for eco kills. You can see at the time of this replay, 20 economy kills compared to 2 on the other side.
Definitely a rough run. Next up, we're gonna be moving over though to Holy Island. It's gonna be similar to this game. It's gonna be a Chinese civilization, the Shushi's Legacy for Voldemar, up against the that was such a great synchronized shot there. Up against the Order of the Dragon for Demu. So both of these civilizations in general just being considered to be some of the best on Holy Island. The question is, which one is gonna be actually the best here? As both of these civilizations are so good, such a great synergy for the map. The Order of the Dragon, just very few units, a single unit, a single horseman would be enough in order to just completely disrupt the income on Valdemar's side if he doesn't anticipate it coming in early on and takes countermeasurements for it. At the same time, Shushi's Legacy just so good at rotating both around the waterfront as well as the land side, and always having the potential with a good meditation garden spot of potentially getting 1 or 2 free hand cannon placement outposts in as well. Can definitely help you when it comes to defending on land and aggressing on water at the same time.
Yeah, and that cheaper age up kind of allows that castle timing to come as a shock at times. But you mentioned the meditation gardens. That's always the first thing that we're focused on. First thing we're looking at on Holy Island is there just going to be this cracked meditation garden spot, or is it going to be, you know, just a more normal one? Because there are some map generations that can just provide so many passive resources from that feudal age landmark.
By the way, I think we can just take this moment here in order to take a quick look at the brackets, as we've had some development. I know chat has already been shouting it out in the chat by quite a bit, as we've got Myriad getting a 3-0 victory up against Puppy Paw and moving on to the quarterfinals. That has to have been like one of the hardest positions or hardest spots to be in the qualifiers, starting off up against Puppy Paw, and he makes it past them into the quarterfinals. That is an absolutely monumental potential now for Myriad to make it through to the finals in the road to Red Bull Wololo.
Yeah, I mean, making it through against one of the top seeds like that just allows the next couple series to be just a little bit easier. Not saying they're going to be easy by any means, as all these players in the top 16 are nothing to slouch about, but getting the victory there against one of the higher seeded players just allows yourself a little bit of a better path, and, you know, well deserved there, especially going it with a 3-0 against Puppy. You know, that is an absolutely wild one. Big congrats to Myriad there.
Indeed, that is, yeah, we're getting some confetti in here as well. It's a celebratory mood, especially. I mean, not because Puppy Paw lost or anything, but because this is, of course, a big moment here for Myriad. He's been putting in the hours, and being able to get a victorious set in against such an established player like Puppy Paw, who at this point definitely being considered one of the top 5, like upper top 5 players in the game. Definitely a big win there for Myriad. So we're all proud of him, for sure. And yeah. Next up is our game number 3 between Demu and Voldemar. Both players right now evened up in this set, and this is forming up to be quite the exciting one. Like, game number 1 already has been back and forth. Game number 2, a little bit more one-sided, I want to say, and yeah, just greater economy there at the end of the day for Voldemar. This game number 3, this is where more of a shift is gonna start to form here, or start to show between them, as we're getting closer and closer to a potential match point in this set. And now it is time for us to dive into it. Game number 3 on the horizon between Demu and Voldemar.
Tied up series. We are going on to Holy Island. Voldemar has Zushi's Legacy at his fingertips. Meanwhile, Demu, Order of the Dragon hybrid map here. Let's see what these openings have. Let's see what these players have in store for us.
Yeah, taking a look at the map here, we don't have any of these weird forward wood lines. What we do have instead is interesting side wood lines in the middle of the map. And that also taking... Wait, dude, imagine being Roos on this map and getting like a high trade house in that little like bracket formation.
Can you... I'm not sure if you can fit a meditation gardens inside of there.
You probably can't, and there's just some absolutely mind-bogglingly great other spots for the meditation garden. Right here, we got like a big berry bush, 2 like stone and gold in there as well. Could get a meditation garden in here, potentially 100 resources just from gold and stuff. Oh my god!
That's the.
That is
it's on the other side though, but that's the one I saw first.
Dude, I sometimes hate it when I'm playing a game and there's not even Shushi's Legacy in the game, and I just see a spot like this and I'm like, man, I should have picked Shushi's Legacy, and that is one of those situations. Holy, that could have been a 150 resources meditation garden right there. That is crazy good. Honestly, if you're Voldemar, you just go for it. Like, you put like 3 villagers and just drop outposts next to it to secure the location afterwards.
I don't think you do. I think you go a little bit more conservatively. You go maybe just for the
all in.
I don't know.
All in.
Okay, we'll see what Voldemar's got in store for us.
I would go all in there any day. At the same time, there's still some other decent spots, but man, like you can't help but see that one spot and you're like, man, I gotta go for it. But yes, there's still some other great spots here. You know, you versus the person she tells you not to worry about. That is it. That is it right there.
That is definitely it right there. You're like, oh, this one looks good, and then you see the other one, you're like, whoa, but oh my gosh. That one is it feels too good to pass up on, but then you're going to the gold that Demu is literally already on and gathering from.
Oh my god, looking at the deep, like, the
that does not look good for Voldemar at all.
Yeah, Demu has a way better spawn there for him when it comes to this. Is probably like one of those situations where you would probably want to just go on the shoreline fish. Like, at a certain point, shoreline fish are just more efficient for the fishing ships. But then later on down the line, when you get some eco upgrades on water, on the docks, that's when you can move out to the deep sea fish. Yeah, this
mine work already on the way. Voldemar quite a bit of ways.
Does he want it to be a mine work? This does not feel positioning-wise like he wants it to be a mine work.
He's decided that it's a mine work, whether he clicked that button on purpose or not.
All right. So we're getting a mine work in. It's weird, like, if it's a mine work, I wouldn't be personally aging up with 4 villagers. If it's an Archon, you want to rush it up, because the sooner it's up, the earlier you get the economic buff from it. But if it's a mine work, you don't really benefit immediately from getting it up a little bit earlier. Now we do have the villagers moving out. Looks like he's going to be going probably around here. Yeah, our Observer Vodka is looking at right now. Yeah, and it is going to be right here forward the meditation garden. Still a great spot, absolutely great spot. Can't complain about it. It's just that the other one is so much better.
It is quite a bit better, but you know, maybe the timing it would take and the potential aggression you would face if you ended up being a little bit more aggressive with it isn't worth it. Mine work finishes for Demu. Second dock almost finished now as well. Double broad axe on the way.
Yeah, double broad axe, one of the most important upgrades here in Feudal Age on a hybrid map like this. It's a little bit wild that Voldemar went with 5 villagers to get the meditation garden up. That's a lot of walking time. Typically, you just pre-move like 1 to 2 vills. Looks like he really wanted to get the timing in there.
Yeah, I mean, he took a trek with those villagers and back without wheelbarrow. It never feels good, so he is able to get a sprinkled shipping queue after Feudal Age, but... And a galley now as well, so he has double dock up himself.
Yeah, but an early horseman reaction here from Demu. I mean, it's a lot of distance for Voldemar to move out there, right? So Voldemar's not going to be getting that water aggression in immediately.
And those early
Horseman's gonna be able
horsemen
to
are
apply great
basically pseudo knights at this point for order when it comes to feudal age units. It's not something to slouch out about.
Is Voldemar getting a barracks in? Might lose his scout if he goes that way. Is there no barracks? No barracks at all. So he hasn't spotted this. The scout has been looking for something, but he didn't check that point. Now the horseman is walking on through. Moves straight over to the gold villagers. Valdemar, is he gonna see it? He sees it in time. Great
quick
reaction
enough
timing.
reaction.
Stable, rather the barracks is getting spammed up very quickly. A lot of villagers on that, and an outpost as well on the wood line. Immediate supervision on the barracks as well.
Villagers just running, is hammering that to outpost as fast as they possibly can. Supervision, though, proving to be such a useful thing as that spear came out in the blink of an eye. Hand cannon, arrow slit does a little bit extra damage there to that horseman, down at a little bit below half health. But good forced reaction there by the early horseman of Demu. Good reaction timing from Voldemar, though.
Yeah. Yeah, very good reaction time, and Demu is just going to be content with doing a little bit of damage there to a meditation guard, and eventually those spearmen will catch up, though. Demu actually going for a second horseman behind this. And has also added in a couple of additional fishing ships, so overall is pretty even when it comes to the economy to Voldemar. But when you're even against the Order of the Dragon, you're not really even. When you're even, you're behind.
You can use this horseman to deny the scouting from Voldemar. It looks like he's about to do that here now. Needs one more attack before healing comes through. Oh, and scout gets denied. So information for Voldemar going to be a bit harder, but a great brace there by the two spears from Voldemar that were pushing forward.
Almost got another couple of hits in. Not quite a second set of hit.
Range has been dropped. We will see a gilded archer in queue now, it looks like. Shivs get pulled out.
A little bit ambitious there, a little bit ambitious. Horsemen also still have to be careful, but the archer is going to be moving out now. Then we will have control on this
and
side.
stepping in under the TC too. Those spears are under the TC.
That's a quick way to lose those.
No big aggression, no big pickups on either side in water so far. You know, units have been made, but it's so hard to actually fully deny your opponent of water when there's that many docks already out. Horsemen, though, able to circle around for Demu, able to hit Voldemar's villagers on gold. Villagers trying to get an outpost up on that gold vein.
Behind this, Voldemar is also getting in some horsemen. Demu already on 3 of them. More archers coming up behind all of this as well. Outpost getting put up on the gold vein. It's going to be coming up in time. Voldemar does get the passive stone trickle in order to reinforce that outpost as well. Horseman is going to stay alive for a little bit, but realistically he is already dead.
Archer just barely able to stay alive. Means it's so much harder for any of those units for Voldemar to actually get the connections that they need. Another couple archers have arrived for Demu, so gold still basically denied there for Voldemar.
And the
hand cannon slits is on the way.
Outpost not focusing that low HP archer, instead going for the horsemen. Villagers are going to evacuate. Getting sniped. 2 of them will go down. Big couple of kills there. At the same time, water aggression is coming in as well. Archer ship, though, they went a little bit too far out. There's a great timing now for Demu to go for some demo ships. Does already have a good amount of ships in general out on the field. Loses 1 fishing ship. And now the meditation garden is getting completely blocked out. Look at that. It barely generates resources now. Barely.
So many units under that, and Demu's naval fleet has built up pretty significantly. He did lose a fishing boat, but has pushed Voldemar back away, has still been denying gold, so has been winning the battle on land while also not taking too much damage on the sea.
And this Demu is getting a good bank of resources, so could also be that at some point he might be thinking about potential castle age up. Voldemar did move out to the gold that is close to the shoreline, where he's got ships in order to protect it. Voldemar also invested a little bit more into fishing ships now after the fact, so does have a good economic lead there out on the water. But military-wise, Demu is in a great position, and if the age up comes in with the Burgrave Palace, mass spearmen, or men-at-arms even, could be a big threat to Voldemar. He's not very close to aging up on his side.
Yeah, and Demu, I mean, this is that timing play that Demu can take advantage of. He knows he's been denying gold for a while. He knows that Voldemar is going to be struggling to match that age-up timing because of how long he denied that gold for. And once Meditation Garden goes down, where are these horsemen now going to go?
That's true.
Here we go.
Looking around for some potential pickoffs on the sides around the wood line. Valdemar's getting a great mass of units inside of his space, but that's going to put him even further and further behind when it comes to his own potential age-up timing. The Burgrave Palace is coming in now for Demu. From a position of strength. The archers could be getting sniped though for Demu. I think that's fine if you lose the archers, if he gets the Burgrave up. Looks like there might be a small raiding force from Valdemar going around the edge of the map.
Yeah,
so
6
horsemen aren't in
horsemen.
position.
Valdemar's village starting to get torched on down, so just more wood hurt coming in onto his economy. More importantly, it's the timing of this. Voldemar is in his base. Demu's being the aggressor while still going up to Castle Age. He's finished that Castle Age push. Reacts greatly, super quick to that horseman raid. Does lose a villager, but
only one, and he's got wood in the bank to spare. Now the age-up's coming in. We immediately see the upgrade coming in for the men-at-arms, and more men-at-arms in queue as well. Archers just going to be focusing down on the spears. Horsemen, though, getting the full surround. So it looks like the archer's going to get sacrificed here. I think that's fine for Demu, honestly, just losing out on the archers. As long as you keep the horseman mass alive. He still has a couple of archers somewhere. Looks like the horsemen are still getting some value inside of the base from Demu. But honestly, this is completely fine. At the same time, water fight, though, coming in as well. Demu, I'm not seeing any upgrades coming in water. There's some demo ships, though. I need to be very careful.
Voldemar wasn't paying attention for a second.
Oh, could be getting a connection. Maybe not. Good micro away there from Voldemar.
Oh, good connection for Voldemar onto the sprinkled ships, although not enough damage down to actually finish those off. Getting some healing under the docks, getting some healing from fishing boats. Demu is reeling, trying to hold this, but has men-at-arms now on land, and that is the situation for Voldemar that is going to be dangerous, hard to deal with. How can he clear up men-at-arms from the Order of the Dragon that are gilded, have upgrades as well?
He's trying to go for his own age up. He's got 25 villagers on food, but just nothing on gold at the moment. Oh, Demu needs to be careful, though. Demu needs to be so careful. That's a great connection coming in there from that demo ship. Just lost a lot of health on these Springer ships, but no immediate aggression means that they can be healed up again. Looks like Valdemar, he just put a lot of villagers inside of a transport ship, or at least he's got a transport ship. And suddenly Mount Blue Academy is coming. Wait, where did he get the gold suddenly from? Did he trade something out?
He had to drop a market, and he had to drop a market somewhere and trade it out. But even though Mount Blue Academy does finish, I mean, these men-at-arms are in the base now. There's still going to be timing. Gold still being denied. Needs production. Mount Blue Academy should get spotted out here in a second, but those men-at-arms are getting tickled as of right now.
Yeah, Knight immediately is getting supervised as well. If Demu wants to do maximum damage, he's just going to be trying to focus down the Imperial officials here, as they need to be remade from the TC for the Shushi's legacy. At the same time, Demu's just focusing on getting as many relics as possible behind this. Just focusing on getting the relics away from the Shooty's legacy. Man-at-Arms going to be diving in. 3 crossbows behind this.
Imperial
Might as
official
well.
focus, like you said, does
Gets
take
him.
it down.
Ooh,
The
we also have the
crossbows.
unique Man-at-Arms upgrade for that additional survivability when they're low HP.
Yeah, crossbows, though, able to do some damage if they are not getting focused. Those 3 crossbows just able to free shoot onto those men-at-arms without any problems. So this timing push from Demu doesn't seem like the timing paid off too well here.
He's getting a lot of value just from like running around the base. You can see Voldemar is right now investing a lot into trying to get some of the relics as well. But if you take a look at the map, there are no more relics. Demu has taken all of them. There's just one in the corner, but that's on Demu's corner. He's taken every single relic behind this.
Yeah, it is a 5-0 relic differential here. Those last few men-at-arms will be thrown away. Demu making an army swap to start producing some gilded crossbows.
Behind this, Demu, he does have some upgrades on water as well, so could be looking for a push on that front as well.
Yeah, it does.
Voldemar, most of his economy is on water. Like, he's invested a lot in water, and he actually sent villagers out to the gold vein in the middle of the map, like in the island, on the island there.
Yeah, it looks like he's
Voldemar's
trying to
on the
drop
island.
docks on that island as well, which should give Demu the easy knowledge that, hey, there's some villagers out here. And he sees those villagers as well.
Yeah, so we'll be aware of that. We now see a move out, though, from Voldemar with his attack ships there as well. There is a demo ship coming in. It's getting sniped out immediately, though. More ships coming in behind this. We're also getting inspired warriors in queue. Our ship needs to be careful. Never mind, it doesn't need to be
It's
careful
dead.
anymore. Yeah.
It had a death wish going on in.
Likewise, though, for
pushing
Voldemar, also
forward.
losing some ships there.
Demo's circling from the right side, just waiting for their opportunity to try to make some connections with some of those galleys now starting to get picked out. But speaking of demo ships,
That's a lot of
Voldemar
demo
has
ships.
quite a few. No spread here coming from Demu as of yet. There is a galley slowly picking off some of these as they are rallying on forward. Now he goes for the split.
More splits, no real big
A
connections
lot
here.
of splits. Only one, maybe 2 Springald ships taken out from all of those demos.
That's crazy. Big damage denial there from Demu, able to keep most of his ships alive. And behind this, there's still this big mass of units from Demu being massed at the front side of Valdemar's base on land. That is imminent to attack him.
Fights going on multiple locations. Who is going to win either of them? You got to be paying attention to both, or else you can just lose so much. Demo ship still not able to connect. All of Valdemar's demo ships he's been making recently haven't been able to find that connection yet.
Nice dodge there. Dodges the demo ship. Now, yeah, Demu, he's just walking right through inside of Valdemar's base. Has enough crossbows there as well. Gilded crossbows alongside some prelates to heal up.
Yeah, now as those
It's not
crossbows
safe.
pop out, as those lancers pop out, they immediately are going to get taken down. The wood line about to start getting focused as well as crossbows moving over that way. A few men-at-arms moving over that way as well. Makes it so much harder to stay stabilized on the water when your wood economy can't keep working.
And while Voldemar's base is falling, Demu also is pushing in on the water, at least forcing a lot of Voldemar's attention on there. Voldemar's still overall ahead in the economy, but Demu has just way more income, actual income here. You can see he's taking a lead of 2,000 resource behind us. A single knight, though, getting some great raiding done inside of Demu's base. That's getting hot now, though, as the villagers move away. And that's a lot of production suddenly getting put up there by Voldemar.
4 archery range being dropped by Voldemar. He's trying to get that crossbow mass back up as fast as he possibly can. 8 crossbows in queue. It's just not going to be enough if Demu can find that location. Demu still pushing forward further and further on the water. If he pushes any further forward, there goes the fishing for Voldemar as well. But Demu, he's just going for a TC burn, as he says you have nothing to defend there, so there's only 1 unit inside of that TC, so he's not really even taking damage here.
And I mean, there's Prowls as well, so just easily out-healing damage from the cannon placement. Demo ship coming in, dangerously not getting reacted to, takes down 1.5 of the sprinkled ships. More sprinkled ships going to be going down to... Oh my god, that's a great connection on there. But Demu, he's feeling so confident on water, still having so many more sprinkled ships out there. And yeah, he's just taking down the landmarks. There's just one more landmark after the TC. He's just gonna kill Voldemar with the landmark victory, even though he's still losing a ton of villagers on the map. Demu knows that his position now is just so good, he doesn't even need to pay attention anymore. GG comes in, and Demu able to take the lead again in this series and finding himself on match point 2-1.
Yeah, solid victory there on the hybrid map. Did not go for early water aggression. Instead, went for that horseman right off the bat in Feudal Age. Forced the reaction from Voldemar, and then that allowed Demu to kind of slowly get ahead. He definitely had more of a focus onto the land rather than the water. It was be aggressive on land, be defensive on water.
Indeed, indeed, and yeah, in the end, all of these little aggressions that came in there from Demu early on with the horsemen, it all paid off. Getting that little bit of the advantageous timing with the Burgrave Palace, just being able to use those couple of men-at-arms that he got for so much cheaper, buying himself so much time, delaying Voldemar a lot, meant that he got all of the relics in. Now, if he went for the Regnets, he might have had the earlier Scholar timing, potentially just a little bit earlier, but he wouldn't have had a guarantee on getting all of the relics in. But with the men-at-arms just diving Valdemar's base, he almost had that guarantee that Valdemar is going to be too distracted dealing with those men-at-arms that he cannot get those relics in. Here we got a great demo connection, but there was no follow-up, so all of these ships easily got healed back up to full.
Yeah, I mean, it was with this map, it's so hard to focus on land and on water at the same time. It's one we've actually seen it. I feel like when this map first came out, it was always just like a full send on water, and then like later on as water continues to develop, that's when you start to, you know, make a production building and maybe send a few units. Now it really feels like it's been a lot more of a balance in the previous couple tournaments, where it is really land and water, and I feel like more defensive on water than it is on land.
Next up, we're going to be moving over to Bold Land. It's going to be Mongols up against Delhi. Not a matchup that we see too often. An interesting one that's going to be coming in here. Delhi, I mean, Debs and I don't have to tell you. You know my thoughts on Delhi. I think it's a interesting civilization at the moment.
Interesting? Is that what you think about it?
Yeah, yeah. It's look, it's just a Ghazi, man. It's just a Ghazi in combination with the cheap scholars. I think it's too much. I think it's too much. But yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. They're strong. They're strong. Let's just put it like that. Delhi is a good civilization at the moment. In the right hands, we have seen it sweep on the ladder as well. You know, there are players that play only Delhi, and they get quite high on the ladder. It's a thing. Good civilization at the moment. And yeah, Mongols on the other hand side, though. I like Mongols. Mongols, they had their little back and forth. I used to have a hate relationship with Mongols, a genuine hate relationship with Mongols. That was back in the day. Back in the day when the Khan's auto attack just did like 4 damage with every hit in Dark Age or something like that, where it single-handedly could like snipe villager after villager when outposts cost 70 wood or something like that. I genuinely used to just hate Mongols back at the time. Now these things are kind of cleaned up. And and yeah, Mongols are looking a lot more, I want to say, like decent, just from a position of like toxicness. Like the Mangudai has recently been nerfed as well. They now lose out a lot of their attack speed as they move. I think overall at the moment, both of these civilizations are in a fine spot. Just like the skill ceiling on Delhi, or like the knowledge ceiling on Delhi, is a lot higher than it is on most other civilizations. So I think Delhi typically, they can kind of react to just about anything.
Yeah, and we saw in the series prior that Kiljardi went for just double spear opening against Delhi. We'll see if we'll see some Mongols go for some spear opening against Delhi just to stop those Ghazi, like you said, they hated so much. You know, I laugh. Voldemar prioritized Sengoku as his first pick for the Civ draft. He's tried to pick it multiple different times, 3 different times now at this point, and Demu says no, and no again. He is not letting Voldemar play Sengoku, not letting him get that comfort civ that is, you know, one of the new strongest civilizations out there. So it is going to be that Mongols versus Delhi on Baldlands, and it looks like game is about to begin here. Game decider here as well.
Alright, the timer has reached 0, so now it's time for us to jump into our game number 4. Can Voldemar even out the set yet again? We'll see, as we're going to be diving into Baldland with Voldemar playing in the color yellow as the Mongol civilization, his opponent none other than Demu in the color purple playing as the Delhi Sultanate. We do have that early Uwu coming up on the stone outcropping from Voldemar. Still gathering wood though, so will most likely be dropping that early barracks. But honestly, like going for the early barracks, I think isn't that good at the moment, just because like the early scholar that you have, the healing that's coming in, we've seen it time and time and time again. That early rush from Mongols just doesn't feel that strong up against the... Wait, that's not a barracks, that's a stable.
Well, there you talked about some of the changes on this recent patch. Well, one of the changes on this recent patch was that the early horsemen a little bit tankier and 25% production speed on horsemen. I feel like that's the bigger change. 25% production is nothing to slouch about.
The one issue that I have with that play typically is it takes a while to get enough stone in to double produce the horsemen. So typically you got... Okay, it's even getting scouted out by Demu. Like, he knows that this is going to be coming in. So yeah, this is what I mean. Like, you're not immediately starting off with a double-produced scout, like horseman batch. You're just going to be starting off with one normal horseman. And yeah, the timing's kind of weird and wacky and doesn't feel that decisive.
Yeah, it feels like you go one into then the double produce, but at that point it's like, did that one you made, was it really worth it? Should you just waited for double production and save the food that you spent on the single one? You know, to each their own. We'll see if Voldemar is able to do anything here, get any damage. Demu sent a extra couple villagers out to gold. Looks like he wants to get enough gold for, you know, maybe a couple scholars once feudal age does start, but might just pull back off of the gold here in a second once the first horseman arrives.
There it is. Double produced batch of the horsemen coming in. First one already hitting one of those villagers, but the scholar is getting pulled here, and yeah, easily out healed. And Demu already getting the Dome of a Faith out behind this, and will easily have enough gold to at least produce 2 additional scholars afterwards from these villagers gathering right now. So he's just going to be force gathering a little bit now. And look at that. Horseman is getting positioned in a way that's going to make it a little bit harder for the villager to move back. Demu, though, realizes. Pulls the villager back in another direction. Yeah, it's
now next couple horsemen arrive.
Yeah, has enough for 2 more scholars, so very nicely played.
Trying to deny some of the berry gathering as well, specifically the further out ones. And Voldemar might be able to actually get some of this bounty bonus from burning the mining camp here with the 3 horsemen. So, you know, that might be really the most of the damage that he gets with these early horsemen play that he decided on. Isn't too far behind from dropping his own age up, though. Next drop off from those gold villagers, from those food villagers. And Deer Stones is now on the way.
Follow-up age-up timing, not too bad at all for Voldemar. I mean, the early horsemen are going to give him a little bit of map control here. I just feel like Ghazi Raiders typically just so much more potent early on when it comes to the just to the sheer presence that they give you out on the map.
Is that mining
Three
camp
more
taking damage? Did you see that?
Yeah, we gotta check that. Sometimes, like, stuff is... I mean, this game is...
It
has its
wasn't
fair
taking
share.
damage.
It's not taking damage! It's not taking... Okay, now it is. Now it's taking torch
It
damage.
wasn't taking damage for like 10 torches plus.
Wait, it's still not taking torch damage. It's only taking damage from, like, every now and... Oh my god. It's not taking damage! This game! This video game! Hello! Oh my god.
I was so confused. I was like, it's just seeing the torches go down, and I was like, it's not doing anything.
Oh my god, that is tilting. That is genuinely tilting. Like, look at that, right now, like, only one of the 3 torches is doing damage. 1 in 3 torches, and Voldemar, he's trying his best. He's like, maybe if I position over here. No, now it's now neither torch is doing damage. Still only 1 out of 3. Ah, okay. Yeah. That's a rough one. So isn't gonna be getting that mining camp down. Isn't gonna be getting the additional 50 resources from the raiding bounty.
I feel like I cast or cursed it. I was like, at least he'll get the rating bonus from the mining camp.
Yeah.
It's like, nope, not at all.
You did it
actually.
to him, Dapson. You did it to him, Dapson, man. It's your fault.
Oh.
And this is one of the issues. This is why he can't, in theory, trade against the Ghazi Raiders. Okay, wait. Did Demu lose his scout? Looks like he lost his scout, and now there's just a random sheep walking across the map.
Yep, horsemen, they're circling back, but there's not really anything they can do at this point.
People asking in chat if this should be a remake. The issue with going for a remake from this position, just speaking from the player's point of view, is that Demu is gonna know exactly what Voldemar is gonna be going for with the early horseman play, if that was the case again. And he could pre-gather even more gold then, in order to get the resources in.
Yeah. He scouted it out quickly. He was going to have more than enough gold. It's really, what, a 50 res difference type of thing? It's...
If
Well,
he
it
wanted
feels
to, he would
bad.
pause the game and ask for it. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna put it like that. We do have, from all the features missing, we do at the very least have pause.
Well, we've talked a lot about some of these changes that have been made, and one of those as well was a little bit of a Keshik buff for the Mongols. So
Yes.
a couple of the Keshiks are moving out and about, headed towards that gold vein, and Voldemar, he might not be able to take down the mining camp, but he was trying to take down villagers using that mining camp.
Did Demu already get textiles early on here in this game? Because it felt like the double charge barely did any damage. Yeah, he already has textiles in. Alright, Demu definitely respecting the aggression from Voldemar, going for the early textiles play. And Ghazi Raiders just chasing after the Keshik there. One Ghazi Raider fairly low on health now.
So
Gonna try and make
important for
his way out
Voldemar to
there.
be able to finish that off, though, because the Scholar healing will come in and put that guy back to full. And Demu, he micros it to where, you know, the other ones take a little charge and allow some breathing room for that lower health Ghazi. Scholar, though, left to be on the
One
front
Archer went
side.
down. Yeah, an Archer did get taken down, but there's Archers now coming in as well for Demu, so it's going to be Ghazi and Archers at the moment against Spearmen and Keshiks from Voldemar.
That Ghazi number, it's just building and building fast. Looking scary. 7. Ghazi's about to be 8. Archer number's going to chill out at home. Nice old, little investment into the deer.
Alright, we're fixing the minimap size. There we go.
There
Minimap
we
is
go.
now in the proper size again. Yeah, Voldemar did
Yeah,
move out to the deer there. Great food
At first I
gathering
was
there.
like, why is he on the edge of the map with those deer? And then I noticed
And you
the
realize,
mini
wait, that's
map.
not the edge of the map. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
confused there for a second as well. I'm like, wait, this Borderland generation is looking weird. Oh, little raid on the wood line. Demu, he did move the wood line workers a little bit. Oh, Valdemar's still going for it. Finds 1 villager kill, maybe 2. Even Textile's not going to be enough there. PC's full.
Oh.
Villager jump inside. He gets them in. Only 1
Nice
villager kill going
TC
over, and
hop
that's
there
2
by
horsemen
Demu.
and a Keshik dead. Great value.
Is Ghazi actually gonna take, or Keshik gonna take decent enough trades here? Body blocking great though, and able to find the Scholar healing. So trade not actually as good as what it might have seemed on the front end.
Oh, another raid though. Wait.
Why would he not chase that? Okay.
I think he got confused a second there. Yeah, villagers jumping inside. That's another villager going down.
4
But at
villagers.
the same time, counter raid! A big counter raid. Villager losses equalized between the two.
4 villagers
deer there.
picked up on either side.
And Demu, he's kind of... He really wants to get... Oh my god, Demu! How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Losing the villagers again to the Keshiks. They didn't leave. They're still there. They are still there, but losing another Keshik again. One of the sacred sites has been decapped behind this. Next one
Keshik,
is getting
though.
captured up, though. Oh, that's a lot of units here, though. That's a lot. And he needs at least 10 archers or 12 archers to be able to one-shot the spears. So he's gonna have
only
to fall
got
back.
6, and he's still.
The scholars,
This is that
why
greed.
are the scholars healing a building? Like, look at them. What are they healing up? This game is full of bugs today. I swear, today is the day of bugs in Age of Empires 4. We get horsemen throwing no damage torches at mining camps, and now scholars healing a building.
Yeah, I mean, it shows the greedy play from Demu though. It was the Keshiks kept coming, and he's not rallying any units that way. He did send some scholars to go try to out heal the Keshiks, but it's just one that's like, hey, you're taking damage, you know. You got to react to the damage being taken, but he is trying to find some return fire with these Ghazi that are circling.
As he's still roaming around, at the same time, Keshiks do split off and are looking for more raids around Demu's base, which so far have been very successful. There's a lot of idle workers at the moment for Voldemar, not quite sure what exactly they're idle on at the moment. Workers, once again, suffering at the hands of the Keshiks.
And another villager falls!
Just a couple of archers not gonna be enough here this time around. Demu at least is finally getting some wood income again, so we'll be able to get some more archers out. Looks like the workers are being sent back to work for Voldemar. Keshiks, the Ghazi's route did make it back to his base. Ooh, archers a little bit out of position though, need to be careful. If they're getting picked off by the Keshiks, that would be quite bad for them. And it looks like Voldemar did just realize that the archers are indeed out of position there. They did pick off one of the Keshiks. The blacksmith upgrades are also coming in for Demu behind us. He is on 7 Ghazi Raiders. Movement Speed Arrow is coming in. The army from Voldemar is starting to harass around the side from Demu's base.
Yeah, it always gets scary when your immobile army has moved across the map and now you have to start rallying that way, and yet your opponent has 17 Ghazi. If he can play defensive, he can always, you know, try to dive your wood line in return, or, you know, just use his TC fire to deter away some of those weaker, unarmored infantry units.
Well, he does have a great army mass going for him at the moment. Additional blacksmith upgrades are finally coming in for him now as well. He's already on 4 pastures, so does have somewhat a semblance of a food transition going for him at the moment.
Yep, deer trying to be secured. Looks like another set of Keshiks are going to circle for the wood line for the 15th time, it feels like, and I'm sure Demu will be ready for it at this point, but he still might take some damage from it.
Looks like the deer have just run out on this side. Yeah, damn. I'm ready to gather up from the deer here, lacking a little bit of wood though. For that Gur could already start gathering though. From deer is doing that now. And Demu, he is being a little bit more careful this time around. Does have part of his army over here, like the gold workers, and is still actively running around with the Ghazi Raiders. Sees the army here though from Voldemar, loses one of the Ghazi Raiders.
Only
but
4
does get out.
spears though.
He could take this fight, I want to say.
Yeah, I'm surprised he actually doesn't turn around and take that fight with only 4 spears. This many Ghazi, he could just decide to close the gap. Yeah, he might take a little bit of damage, but should be able to clear up the mass that is there. Instead, just using the mobility to run away, only take fights that he wants to here.
Taking down, or at least chipping away a little bit at the health there from that Kashik. Also torching down the outpost here. Or at least getting a couple of torches on it. Is still going to be continuing to run around, causing a little bit of idle time. And just overall making sure that the army from Voldemar has to follow his. But yeah, look at that. The Spearman in combination with the Yamara during a charge, just having so much movement speed. Oh, needs to keep moving though.
Delhi getting to the point where all of these upgrades have come through for free. No sacred sites secured yet, but look at how much military he has, and more importantly, how many scholars he has. If Demu decides to go Castle Age, he is going to get upgrades in the blink of an eye.
Indeed, Kashik, there is a little raid coming in. Ghazi Raiders, though, there to defend. Archers as well. Demu now starting to make some walls. Not really typical for him, but, you know, every now and then can teach an old horse new tricks.
Yep, Ghazi trying to get a little bit of damage on those few Keshiks that were attempting to raid, and he's still just doing a great job keeping Voldemar back on the back foot with this mass of Ghazis that he does have.
Ghazi is able to catch up to the Keshiks here. Could be that the Keshiks might be going down. I love the way the Mongols do their farm transition, or rather their food transition with the pastures. Just feels so smooth. Being able to just get one pasture up and immediately have 8 villagers working again.
Yeah, this is looking quite scary for Voldemar, though. We're at a point where Voldemar, he's the one who looks like he's trying to start making that Castle Age push. Demu doesn't look too far behind, but as far as pure numbers go, I mean, just straight up, there's 32 archers, 25 Ghazi. We're looking at basically 60 units right there, and Voldemar does not have 60 units on his side to try to defend.
Yeah, it looks like Voldemar realizes that he needs a little bit more oomph to his military, so is opting to age up with the Kurultai. Entire army is pulling back for him on his side. Sacred sites are being captured up behind this for Demu, and he just pulled 4 additional villagers over to gold, is now on with 9 villagers total on gold, so he's going to be going for the age up now, and we do see Demu realize, okay, something's up here, my opponent is no longer on the deer here. So either he's fearing me, or he's aging up.
Or both.
Maybe both. It might just be both. Fearing me because he's aging up.
Exactly. So Sacred Site victory, Sacred Site timer now has been started, but more importantly, Demu is going to be able to start his Castle Age with 15 scholars out and about. So, yeah, he's going to be getting thousands and thousands of free technologies once it does finish.
Yeah, and behind this, he's already pre-moving the scholars to the relics. Khan has also been sniped out just before the age up comes in. And the Kurultai is going to be moving forward alongside the Deer Stones. But Voldemar's army is not looking too hot right now, though he is moving forward. Might be able to decap 1 or 2 of the sacred sites, but yeah, this time is going to be quite scary.
I feel like Demu could just take the fight with his archers and let the Ghazi go do what they want. There's so many archers that he has already for himself.
Looks like the Keshiks are going to try and go for a raid again. Might be able to find the Scholar that is next to one of those relics there. Relic getting taken. And this Scholar is going to get found out on that relic. So will be taken down there. But already 2 relics being brought back at the moment for Demu. One sacred site getting decapped, or maybe not, as the Ghazi Raiders have something to say about that potentially.
Archer has to step off it at least for a little bit of time.
Oh, Ghazi, need to be careful. 1 goes down. Keshiks in the base of Demu are not going to be happy with what they find. And the Archer upgrade, the veterancy, it's coming in so quickly.
Yep, veterancy halfway for archers, halfway for horsemen, or for the Ghazis as well. But more importantly, all of those other upgrades are starting to tick as well.
There's an elephant in the room. No, really, there's an elephant about to be in the room.
About to be, and I think Scholars is swiftness, move speed. Those things start zooming around. That technology is on the way as well. Crossbow swap for Demu. He already has a nice archer backline. Might as well get some crossbows to help deal with the Keshik mass that is building.
Elephant now on the field. Demu has a pretty healthy gold bank behind all of this.
I guess Demu forewent all of the eco technology, but he does have double blacksmith working. So blacksmith technologies are about to finish up here, the first 2 level 2 techs, and then the next 2 should follow soon after that. And I mean, Demu is in a very solid positioning point for himself as the deli right now.
Yeah, most certainly is. Now, there are some Ghazis left to defend up against the Keshiks here. Keshiks are going to be taking the fight. It's not a bad fight for them. They are going to be taking down the Ghazi slowly but surely, but some of the Keshiks actually falling down. The issue is just that the raiding power here from Voldemar is getting diminished significantly. While they are going to be able to kill the Ghazi, it's still quite ridiculous how good of a trade this actually is for the Ghazi. It should be way worse, but yeah.
Ghazi able to do enough for that time being. Rest of the Ghazi are like, look, all right, fine, I'll go deal with that Keshik raid. Next set of blacksmith technologies are on the way, and actually, yeah, those are the last 2 blacksmith technologies that Demu's going to have to wait for. He's got 1,700 gold in the bank from the relics from those sacred sites, and he's not making a ton of gold units right now. Just a few crossbows every so often, just that 1 elephant, a few lancers. So
he's got 44 villagers on berries. Like he's gonna like really explosively get food here in a second. He is remassing 2 elephants. Okay, not in, but mass elephants, both equally troll-ish. But if you're in the lead, you can do these things.
I mean, he's got plenty of archers to deal with this mass. He just needs to force a head-on engagement, force a fight here soon, and it might just be that game decider here.
Demu does need to respect the curl tie a little bit, though, at the very least, as the archers do get a significant damage buff, meaning that they can actually do significant damage even to the elephants, which did receive a 50 health nerf, which actually is a good bit of HP. Not even 10%, but it's a big chunk of health that they're removed from them.
And Demu did end up clicking the level 2 eco technologies as well, so it's every single technology for him is getting close to finishing up here now at this point with how many scholars he's been able to keep alive, been able to start making that push on forward. Range mass for Voldemar is there. It's trying to snipe down some Ghazis, trying to snipe down some units, but not before losing.
Demu does see this. Does he have the upgrade yet to just jump into the houses? I wonder. He's not jumping inside the house, so maybe he doesn't have the upgrade in yet. Yeah, he doesn't have it yet. But he's just continuously pushing forward. 3 elephants, 5 elephants on the field. They want to be addressed at this point. But the curl tie... No, that's the... Okay, it's the deer stones, not the curl tie. Curl tie is still up in the back line.
Deerstone's about to fall there from those archers. More of those villagers from Demu moving out for pocket eco, getting as much food as he can. Doesn't want to transition onto farms. Doesn't need to transition onto farms with the military mass that is knocking on the base of Voldemar. No walls obviously able to be built for Mongols. Just a few outposts, but there are 2 springled emplacements at least.
Springled emplacements doing the bare minimum. Behind this, Demu did move out to all of the deer on the map. Keshiks are gonna now charge onto some of those villagers. They are trying to run away from that though. 3 villagers going down in an instant.
Yeah, run towards the rest of his military, run towards those elephants, run towards those Ghazis, and now they can go back to work here with some of the defense that he has got.
I feel like this is the point where Demu just needs to start doing some critical damage inside the base from Voldemar. Just taking down the pastures itself would completely cripple Voldemar's economy inside of his base. Ghazi still continue to chase after some of the Keshiks. 2 do split off and try to go for additional raids. There's still every now and then just a couple of Keshiks getting sent into the base from Demu. But he is about to have the house upgrade, so he's going to be able to really easily keep his villagers safe inside of his base.
House upgrade just finishes as you say it. The elephant mass on the front line. 5 elephants sitting here. Scholars didn't know where they were running there for a second.
Being attacked. 3 of the elephants just chilling a little bit further in the back. Are getting sent forward now. Kurultai is getting replaced again. Demu just biding his time at the moment, not really going for any immediate critical damage against Voldemar's base. And once again, villagers finding themselves in trouble. Now it looks like Demu is going for it, going for the forward aggression. Elephants
There's
running
so many
forward.
villagers there. Outpost now finally getting focused in, getting killed so quickly with that many elephants. Springald emplacements now getting denied. Spears closing the gap on top of the elephants. One of the elephants falls very quickly. Second elephant falls very quickly. Third elephant getting very low as well. Scholars up on that front side. Not all of Demu's military mass is here. Archers, crossbows not even really stopping the kite. Now they are. Now they're turning. They need the rest of the army to be able to continue this push.
Right, is starting to get taken now better and better. Kurultai hasn't deployed yet, is deploying now. This is also the moment in time where the elephants can potentially start moving forward again. The rest of the army from Demu, Keshiks and Knights, has not been participating in this fight so far, but they will do so now. And Voldemar, 0 workers active on food at the moment. Had a lot of idle time, and without food cannot make any more units, and he's half the military force of Demu behind this.
88 military to 41. Obviously, quite a few of those for Demu are scholars, but hey, scholars, when these elephants are out being your front and tanky line, they are useful because they're getting those elephants healed back to full. As I say that, the elephants aren't getting healed, though.
Time and place for everything.
Kurultai
And once
replaced
again, the Keshiks, they're finding the villagers every time. It's like they're heat-seeking missiles at this point. Just getting pulled away again.
It's crazy with how much damage it feels like Demu's taking, and then you look up at the economy, and it's like, well, Voldemar's leading by 1. And it's somehow, some way, I mean, Demu's found some return raids. There's been a lot of damage, but it feels like every single time we're looking, Demu has villagers that are running, villagers that are getting idled out, but Voldemar's the one that's in a much worse position and hurting a lot more.
That's true. It's just these individual raids, like Demu's keeping his villagers alive, though they are running. Some of them are going down every now and then, but most of them are being kept alive, and he's vacuuming up the resource out the map, even the ones that are on Voldemar's side, designated to him in a certain sense there. Voldemar is switching up now into mass horsemen. Demu, it's even more elephants.
Just 7 elephants out, about to be 8 elephants out.
And there's some wham walls coming in now as well behind this.
There's a back gold vein that Voldemar's on. If that gets spotted out by Demu, that will be the game ender for sure. Demu has plenty of Lancers to go out and do some raiding if he wants, but for now, he's just been dealing with his defense at I would say home, but more defense around and out and about to all of these different berry patches.
I know a lot of people are thinking right now, Demu, all that he needs to do now is to just attack, and he wins the game. I think he stated multiple times in the past that when the game gets to this point, he doesn't mind spending an extra little bit of time just to like meme around a little bit, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing here. Just going for this big mass of elephants, and now actually looking for an Imperial Age up.
He's having some fun. He knows this is the the game to lock him in, to move him on to the next round, and why not get a little smile out of it? Might as well have some fun with some deli here, and 8 elephants is definitely some fun to say the least. Khan has been taken down.
Yeah, and there's the Palace of the Sultans now coming in.
So he has a few elephants. He's about to get a lot more elephants and get some hand cannon elephants.
Hand cannon elephants definitely very strong, but most importantly, Demu, he's on 24 scholars. All of the elite university upgrades and whatnot. Researching all of that is just so much value that he's getting in terms of research. 10,000s of resources coming in his way. With that, once that age-up comes in. And I think Voldemar, once that age-up comes in, there's a message dawning from him that he might not be long for this game.
Yeah, we're seeing Demu drop a few more walls. Still has some horsemen in his base that he has not dealt with. Scholars jump out, immediately start healing up some villagers. A few villagers building the Palace of the Sultan get taken down. Maybe not even many, but scholars now being pulled, moving on forward. Bunch more technologies being invested into. And Demu, he's just biding his time. He's moving back again, just wants to wait.
Upgrades are on the way. Only 5 scholars garrison at the moment, so the upgrades do take a while, but the upgrades coming in from the production building where there's a scholar inside, they get researched quite a bit faster.
Right. Hyde Barnes on the way for Demu with his 5 relics. He has fallen back all the way to his base trying to wait for these upgrades. Still has a significant military number lead, but that doesn't tell the full story with the 24 scholars. So waiting and watching until it's a good time to actually take this fight.
30 crossbows as well, and Voldemar actually just torching down the Palace of the Sultan now with the Spearmen. Something that Demu definitely needs to be wary of, but the first elephant is about to come out, and Demu is utilizing this time now to go for the aggression. Elephant just spawned, Spearman gonna be chasing after that. Are they gonna be able to get the kill in time as Demu? He's just throwing everything against Voldemar's army now, and Voldemar's army just exploded. The Spearmen just have been rendered to a shell of their former self, and now the Kurultai is getting taken down as well. Voldemar, a couple of crossbows still trying to take the fight, but now the Kurultai is falling and has to get pulled back. It is a speedy one, but actually is it going to go down before? Oh, it's so close to dying. 100 health remaining.
Oh, it's falling fast though. There's no villager in sight yet. It's gonna fall. And
there's a villager next to it. And no, it's not getting repaired.
oh,
Kurultai getting destroyed. Yeah. And now it's 10 war elephants, 1 Sultan's elite tower elephant. All the units are leaded up now for Voldemar, for Demu as well. University upgrades coming in as well. There's 3 monasteries at the moment up for Demu researching upgrades. Biology, incendiary arrows, silk tie bowstrings, all coming in.
yeah, and then the Tithe Barnes is finishing too. The blacksmith upgrades are finishing. I mean, Demu is just having some fun with this game. He leads by 50 population as of now, but there's a lot of extra passive resources he has going for himself as well. And I mean, now that the elephants have gotten those upgrades, look at those extra shields they got on the side. They are very, very scary. Not that they weren't already a scary unit to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. Voldemar, though, he's still sticking this one out. He's on 54 workers at the moment on food. 0 on gold, though. He's just sending... Oh, my God. That's a migration. 30 villagers moving out to the deer there.
He needs that food as much as he possibly can. He's trying to mass as many units as possible, mainly spears, few crossbows in there, but won't be able to mass many more crossbows unless he gets some gold income.
Demu's just enjoying his time, and Valdemar's being very stubborn in this game as well. Both of them right now. Just having... I mean, I'm gonna say one person's having a more enjoyable time than the other right now. Gonna lean out of the... Yeah, I'm gonna lean out of the winner here. I'm gonna say one person is enjoying this game more than the others.
There's only 1 landmark left for Voldemar, so Demu could actually just go and try to take down the TC if he wanted to, but it doesn't really matter what he does at this point with that many elephants, this much of a lead, that many technologies about to come through for free.
and Demu's just waiting. He knows that there's no way at all that he could ever lose this game from this position. I think now's the point in time where he's pulling the trigger and just saying, okay, as soon as Incendiary hits, just because he wants to see those flaming arrows come in.
Yeah, looks like Silk Bowstrings will be the first one to hit, then it'll be Incendiary arrows, then Biology.
There's upgrades coming in now.
And sure enough, right as those Imperial upgrades come through, that's when he starts to make that next push. The flaming arrows have begun now.
There they are. Voldemar's taking the fight around his base. Pringle upgrades not doing too much now in this fight. Not with a massive amount of health on these units. We see the Spearman count was at like 30, immediately getting reduced to just 10 and falling rapidly afterwards. Elephants just too plentiful a mass to be countered with any ordinary means. And yeah, Demu, he doesn't even care about the military. He's just sending all the elephants after the last remaining landmark here from Voldemar. TC gets taken down, GG comes in, and Demu able to win the series.
Yeah, solid 3-1 series victory from Demu. Definitely, might have extended that game a little bit longer to end it on, but hey, he was having some fun. He was doing it for the crowd, making mass elephants. And that is now the second series we're concluding today. We still have 2 more left to end up following up and casting.
Indeed, indeed. Taking a look at our schedule behind this, there are still plenty of games that are going to be coming in today. We're going to be looking next up at Beastie versus Numedon. Definitely one that people have been looking forward to as well. Myriad, who managed to beat Puppypaw up against either Baltoon or Corvinus. We're going to be taking a look at the bracket in a little bit afterwards, but looks like it's going to be Myriad versus Baltoon. Okay, definitely an interesting set to look forward to as well. Man, what a set this was, and yeah, I believe we're about to be able to hear from Demu himself in regards to that.
Jumping on to the interview now.
Hello.
Fun series there, Demu. Congrats on the victory and moving along to the next series. We'll start with the last game there with the mass elephant play. Did you find yourself doing a little bit toying around there at the end there and having some fun there with the deli to end off the series?
I guess a tiny bit. I was a bit surprised with the Mongol pick and then the Mongol play. I haven't really played much against Mongol in general, so like the fast horseman thing was kind of cool. But honestly, I'm like pretty sick at the moment, so I'm just I'm just happy to get through the series and not embarrass myself too much.
I got you. Well, hopefully you'll be feeling better soon. Early Horseman was a shock. Obviously got a couple different buffs here this previous patch, but did you notice the bugged mining camp that happened there with the Horseman play?
Yeah, I was super tempted to say something like, maybe you want to move them, because like we've had bugs like that in the past, but then he did notice after a while and move them, and then again it wasn't doing anything. I also had a weird bug. I kept right-clicking my villagers onto wood, and they all kept just idling, even though like I made sure the command came through, so I have no idea what was going on. I think at some point also I had a scholar healing one of my structures. I'm not entirely sure. So there was a lot of weird things going on. But yeah, the one with the wood, especially when I was getting raided by Keshiks, I could not for the life of me get them gathering. Like I really tried so many times. So yeah, weird.
Well, that was a fun last game to finish off the series. Game before that was obviously Holy Island, and it felt like you did more of a land focus than the water focus on Holy Island. You went with the horsemen early on. It just felt like you were defensive on water and defended all the pushes, but really focused on the land aggression. Was that kind of the game plan from the start there with the matchup?
Honestly, I'm so like spaced out brain-wise. Like between the series, I've been like rushing just to the bathroom, just to puke. I was just like, okay, how can I get this game not going all the way? But I found a little bit of flow when I hit age 3. When I grabbed all 5 relics immediately, I was like, okay, I feel like I can quickly get this over and done. Sorry. But yeah, I've had games with Order of the Dragon, like when you get the burger, if they are not quite like prepared, getting the +2 and the cuirass, because you don't really want to be making crossbows early on, like you're really investing water. And you want to be making knights, but they're actually not the worst, especially with the crossbow backline. So yeah, I was just like, I was just throwing units that I thought would work.
It ended up playing out, and then obviously game before was Frisian Marshes, and where do you feel like that game went wrong? Early on, it was like, it felt like you went feudal age, and then it just felt like Voldemar got to do with what he wanted with the whole map and all the fishing and you know everything that he pleased.
Wait, sorry, what game were you
House of
talking
Learning
about?
versus China on Frisian Marshes.
Yeah, I think I did
House of Lancaster.
I think I did a lot wrong in that game, actually. Like, a lot wrong. I definitely should have... when I saw that he wasn't making a dock at all, and I made a barracks, like, that's totally fine. Knocked him off the gold for a little bit, but he had enough to afford the imp official and stuff. Me going for the dock afterwards immediately was just way too greedy. Way too greedy. So, like... yeah, that was just a misplay by me, and that game quickly spirals out of control on Frisian. Like if you don't get a hang on the docks or limiting your opponent's docks, like you're just very behind, and stuff can look terrible later on because stuff was terrible earlier on, and I felt that I was too greedy with that first dock, and when I made it, because it just slowed everything down. I didn't need to. Also, I thought I was aging up with way more workers. my age 2, which, yeah, just, I did not play good. I can absolutely admit that. But I think if I was feeling a bit fresher, I think I could show much better games in general.
Well, still a solid 3-1 victory. I'll let you go. Hopefully you'll be feeling better here soon, and we'll be cheering for you in the next series now.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we will update y'all with some brackets, update y'all with some of the previous games that we haven't gotten to cast, and then we will be on for the break.
Taking a quick look at the bracket here, it is indeed going to be Myriad versus Boltoon in the quarterfinals. Demu waiting for Anatan versus Gallideckel to finish on up. Not quite sure what the current scores of their Vortex versus Kiljardi. I believe that one has started recently. And next up, the set that we're going to be casting is going to be Beastie versus Nimudan. We're just going to be taking the shortest of breaks, so you guys can quickly also get ready. Maybe grab some refreshments, some popcorn, soda, anything like that. And yeah, we'll be right back after a short break with Beastie versus Nimudan. So hang on tight. We're back in just a little bit. right, and we are back, everybody. Welcome to our next set in the quarterfinals for the road to Red Bull Wololo number 3. Because this weekend we'll decide on our third player that'll join our already qualified players at the Red Bull Wololo Londinium in London. Next up, we're going to be moving over to Beastie versus Numidan.
Yeah, one that we are all excited for. Doesn't look like we have too much time until game begins. So hopefully you got your popcorn, you went to the bathroom, got some snacks, because we are into the third series of the day in Beastie versus Numidan indeed.
Indeed, and the first one is going to be an interesting matchup as we'll be seeing Beastie with the Sengoku Daimyo up against the French from Numidan.
Yeah, so we've seen Sengoku banned out quite a few times today, and instead Numidan says, look, I'll let it through. I'd rather face Sengoku than Golden Horde. So we'll see if that does end up playing out for him here, as Sengoku is definitely kind of, I would say, regarded as one of the top civs in the meta right now.
Yeah, French on the other hand side, also a very, very solid civilization overall, especially on like these open maps like Front Range. Interestingly enough though, definitely something that has to be mentioned. Sengoku and Gold Generation, especially in Castle Age, super strong. You can tell like this map, there's definitely a need for gold in the mid game. But the Sake Brewery here for Sengoku, giving you that safe gold gathering in your base, is going to be absolutely crucial, and we're going to see just how exactly that is going to manifest itself, as it is time for us to jump into our game number 1 now of Beastie versus Numidan. Timer has at 0, so we're jumping right on in to Front Range. Here we go, we've got Numidan in the color blue, playing as the French civilization. His opponent playing as the Sengoku Daimyo in the color yellow. It is Beastie. And he is going to be starting us off with the Mitsuri coming in and already moving over to the deer.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that, moving out to the deer on this map, we talked about resources kind of being scarce already, so doesn't ever hurt to get some, further out resources first, especially, some players try to push these into their base. Usually it takes so much time that you're losing a lot of valuable scouting information.
And Numidan, likewise, also opening up on the deer here. Just taking the more exposed resources earlier rather than later, when you might potentially need to run underneath your TC and still having sheep there. Yields a lot better. I'm wondering in this one if we're going to be seeing the Ryokan again, as that landmark has received a significant buff, especially in this particular matchup. Just being able to also heal your units when the French have access to something like Chivalry of sorts.
Yeah, and it's one where obviously Chivalry takes quite a bit of an investment. It is an expensive upgrade, takes some time. It means you're idling out one of your production buildings too. Meanwhile, a landmark is just a landmark, and it starts working immediately.
Indeed. Already 2 Yatais out on the field for Beastie, so getting a good bit of passive food generation in. 1 on the boar, 1 on the deer in the corner from the looks of it.
Yeah,
and wait, is Beastie actually dropping sheep next to the Yatai? He's got the scout there. Is he gonna keep the sheep there?
No. Yeah.
Nah, okay, he's gonna run around. Like, imagine dropping the sheep next to the Yatai just to have that little bit of extra passive gathering.
Hey, min-maxing, this is a game where it's not about all these just one, it's not like these players do one glaring thing better than all the other. It's all these things combined, and that could just be a little bit of an extra way to get that much more of an advantage.
Alright, School of Kairi gonna be coming in for Numidan. 5 villagers working on that, so wants to rush it up a little bit. Maybe he's going for specifically early night timing. That could be the case.
Yeah. Numidan took down Lucy to get into this round to play against Beastie, so already having a really solid day. And Beastie didn't have the easiest series as well. I think dropped a game to Mayameka on the way up.
And today has just been the day of upsets, I want to say, with Myriad also beating Puppy Paw earlier. So Numidan getting a victory up against Lucifron and Myriad getting a victory up against Puppy Paw. Maybe this is the day where Numidan can have I want to say, an even more successful day at the end of it if he gets a successful set up against Beastie. But Beastie for sure going to be the favorite here in this one, and it is going to be the Coca Township that is coming in from him as a Feudal Age landmark. So not going to be going for that buffed up Ryokan.
Yeah, we hyped up the healing, we hyped up the Ryokan, and sure enough, Coca Township is the choice from Beastie. You know, obviously the player's more comfortable with using this, used to using this, so, you know, maybe something he's practiced more often, so feels more comfortable, you know, going with what he's used to. First night, about halfway in production, getting closer to popping on out, and typically, you know, your opponent's scout's right there next to the School of Cavalry once it finishes, you know, wants to track that first night where it goes, but Beastie's scout is still over by his base. Instead,
looks like
opting for an outpost and a wall.
Yeah, so going for a very defensive base layout. The outpost is a little bit offset to the Mitsuri there, wondering what that is about. 100% sure, but yeah, outpost coming up there. Might just be in order to more evenly defend both the wood line as well as the gold.
Yeah, and not only Outpost, already getting arrow slits upgraded into it as well, so we'll make it more difficult for Numidan to kind of, you know, roam around. That being said, goes for a dive on the deer. Beastie obviously ready and reactive. Does not take any damage, but Numidan's still going to continue to try to idle these villagers out. Shinobi get called.
Shinobi not going to be able to do too much damage though. Numidan behind this is just continuously pumping out those knights non-stop. Beastie, not a single military unit produced from him yet, so he needs to be careful. Doesn't want to be too greedy, but he is being too greedy at the moment. So we'll have to see whether there's going to be anything else coming up alongside this.
You know, playing that fine line. I'm surprised Numidan, with this aggression and with this scouting of Beastie's base, hasn't tried to move out to take the boar with some villagers in mid-map and really get some of those valuable food resources. Going for the hot dog cart pickup. There's villagers close. They can try to heal this on up. They get pulled, but it's too late, and it gets taken down. Scout will fall for Numidan, but picks up one of the hot dog carts.
Now, villagers moving out from Numidan might be going out to the deer on the middle of the map, but no, decides to go for the corn deer instead. That's going to be a little bit of time with all the walking that's involved for the villagers, where the food income for Numidan might slow down a bit. Beastie has now decided that he cannot just go for the blind fast castle, has dropped double stables, and is getting in some Yari cavalry now. At the same time, Knight still going for a dive. Feigning onto the villagers in the wood line. No, actually going for it now. Nope, still feigning for it.
They're all over the place right now. Can't decide with what they want to do. Villagers get pulled out a little early from Beastie, but no damage done. Still no chivalry, and this is one where the Yari are moving out at a perfect time, right when Numidan had moved out to those deer. So let's see if Beastie can get some good aggression. Let's see if he can get a good connection here.
Yeah, might be finding those villagers. He knows through the fog of war that these deer have been killed, so he knows that something's up there. Numidan, no reaction from him yet in regards to keeping those villagers safe. No outposts, no defensive walls, so there should be... Numidan finding the horseman there. But has he pulled the villagers yet? Yeah, he has pulled the villagers now.
Yes. Once he sees the 3 more Yari cavalry, there is has to be some proactive pulling there, or else you will be losing multiple villagers. Knight still taking some damage from that Arislit's tower, causing a little bit more idle time. Scout falls again, so Numidan will have to make yet another scout.
7 Knights to 10 Yarikav at the moment. No Ryokan healing those, so if Numedan has some great micro pulling the Knights back, it's looking very good for him. Oh, little attack on the Yatai there as well, but with the Shinobi and the Yarikav, that Knight is going to go down.
That Knight went down quick with that damage debuff too. Lots of Yari cavalry now roaming around makes it so difficult for Numedan to take some of these outlying resources that he needs to, and it's so hard for the Knights to make connections on those Yari if your opponent's microing correctly. Villagers on the gold pulled back. Knights are here and ready though. Chivalry finally on the way to be able to heal up some of those lower health Knights Numedan has to be careful with.
Yeah, first Daimyo is now in queue as well. Some idle villagers here. It looks like Numedan, yeah, is going to be moving out to the boar. He's going to want to drop an outpost, though, alongside it. Only sent 5 villagers, so perfect amount in order to get them inside of an outpost, should need be. And BC, once again, sending some Yari cavalry out. Looking for some potential damage.
And that initial gold of Numedan runs out. He moves on to the second one at home, so there will be a point where he needs to move out to that northern gold. Oh, Yari cavalry ran right by.
Knights are there. Yari cavalry not looking for any villager kills. Just happy that, you know, they've been there.
Yeah, but Beastie making this transition into Yari cavalry has really forced Numedan back in his base with the Knights. No raiding being done by French, which feels like it's their bread and butter. That's what they want to be doing. A few connections in though, and that is damage that is permanent for the time being.
Ooh, villagers in gold getting seen, or at least spotted for a second there. Beastie is getting control over all of the neutral outposts, so has full vision on the stealth forest part of the map.
Numedan still now trying to find some damage. More Yari cavalry circling here. He's got his Knights close behind and will need to defend this boar location that BC looks like he was about to attack.
Ooh, Knights could be getting a good engagement here. Oh my god,
good
great!
surround. 4 Yari cavalry taken
At
down.
the same time? Villagers getting taken out though. French, of course, still ahead in the overall economic department, but yeah, great trades there. Trading out some military units for economy, and Numedan, he's just running into the base now. Could potentially find a villager kill or 2 as well. He's going to be taking down the Yatai. Dives even deeper in. Shinobi getting summoned though. And with the bonus damage taken, the TC is going to fire on even harder. Knights have to run away here for the time being. At least cannot fight in the TC influence. Need to fight outside of it. Just barely outside of it is going to be fine. Some Knights do get taken down behind this. Overall Knight count still looking fine.
The rest of the Yari
Now the
cavalry
Yari coming
circling
around.
though. This is the part where Numedan has to be worried about, has to be scared of. Instead turns around to the lower health Yari that he'd already been fighting. Does need to try to pull away here, but doesn't have the move speed in his advantage.
And BC does have the movement speed upgrade on the Yari cavalry, so all of these Knights could still get completely caught up on and surrounded. There's more Knights coming in as reinforcements. This takes a while for them to arrive. Point blank charge. Numedan taking the fight here. This does not feel that great at all at the end of it. Actually,
Looking a lot better than expected.
With the Daimyo down, there's bonus attack speed going around though at the moment. The Knight count is still falling rapidly here for Numedan.
Knights down to 2 and 12 Yari still on the other side. BC just playing only Yari into Knights and making it work.
This feels like the age of horsemen at this point. It's horsemen, just all the unique horsemen that we have at this point in the game. Just looking very strong. And no, Numedan, he's moving out into the gold. But there's all the outposts. Yeah, that... I mean, Yeah.
So, yeah, about a minute and a half left in this game, probably.
Maybe less. Maybe less. Honestly, I think Numidan, he just noticed. Oh, wait. I made a mistake. Mistake.
He's trying to have some reinforcing knights head that way. The problem is while these villagers are running, this is just more and more idle time as well. It's not even that he is losing villagers, which is obviously a big problem in and of itself. It's just multiple things going wrong all at once.
Yeah, villagers trying their best to make a run for it. At this point, the steak is cooked. Villagers actually pulling out the ships, not something that you like to see them do, and GG comes in. Beastie able to take the lead in this set, in this game number 1.
Yep. Game number 1 goes over Beastie's way, and again, that shows you why Sengoku is just regarded as one of the best civilizations right now, able to play Yari. Look at the resources gathered. It's, you know, those extra bit of gathering rate. It didn't matter that Numidan has more villagers with his passive bonus of the French when you have these other passive resources that you're able to have.
Indeed, indeed. And this is a rough one. I feel like all of these civilizations with like unique cavalry, they just scale so well in mass. Like Yari Cavalry, Ghazi Raiders, Sipahi. And in mass, they tend to like take down their counters. Granted, Yari Cavalry with the bonus damage up against other cavalry, it's more of like a soft counter, not a hard counter between the Knight and the Yari Cavalry. So engagement here makes a lot of sense. Next up though, we're going to be moving over to King of the Hill. An interesting matchup. We're seeing Beastie with the Abbasid up against Numidan on the Roost. So the Roost more of the like meta choice on King of the Hill. Abbasid, not something that we see too often. So could be that we'll be getting a whole bunch of TCs potentially with the economic wing. Either that or I mean, what else is there? Nah, it has to be multiple TCs.
It's what do you mean? It's always multiple TCs when it comes to ABBA. Even if it's other wings, I feel like
There's
it's still
no
is
other
always
way,
multiple TCs.
Only against Delhi is when they tend to just stick it out on one TC.
Yeah, that is true. There are, I guess, a few exceptions here, but looking at some of these highlights, we can just see there got to a point where the mass was too big from Beastie. Diving the TC while taking the debuff from the Shinobi was just a little too much. I feel like it would have been different if he just pulled away with that initial Shinobi play and then maybe tried to dive back down into it.
Looking a look at the head-to-head here between the two. Yeah, Beastie, definitely a clean favorite. These two players haven't matched up that often against each other. But in the times that they have matched up against each other, Beastie has had the clean victory so far.
Yeah, it's funny. Usually on these highlights, it's, you know, we're like, oh, these are just the last few encounters, but these last encounters are actually all of the encounters that they've had in tournaments so far. But even still, you know, obviously Numidan has been more kind of up and coming here recently as far as like his, you know, moving along to more of the top 10, top 12 type of area. And so we will see if this tournament is the tournament for him after taking down Lucifron in the series prior.
Indeed, indeed. Now, King of the Hill. I mean, Roost we've seen a couple of times now on King of the Hill. And I gotta say, like, there's some interesting strategies in development with Roost ever since the hunting cabin cost decrease that we've had. Where sometimes we've seen triple, sometimes even quadruple Dark Age hunting cabins coming in from Roost players, and this is quite the interesting development, as like Roost has never had an issue with passive gold income. They've always had great passive gold income. But now with this additional play into hunting cabins, it's just becoming even more and more, to the point that we're seeing Roost being able to sustain night production off of like only passive gold income, even in the feudal age.
Yeah, well, maybe BC decides to go with the Dark Age barracks, go with a little spear play to deny some early hunting cabins, you know? ABBA, they do have some good spears.
They do. They do. Could be going for the Dark Age just for that military wing just to deny the hunting cabins, but typically not that worthwhile to just go into it for that. I mean, the wood gathering for the roost is still really, really good, so they can mass up a ton of archers in time and production buildings in order to have an answer to that. But it would be definitely a valid play. I honestly, thinking about it in general, I think there's a ton of different ways to approach this, like both economic wing as well as the military wing could work. But something that I could also see happening is culture wing. Like culture wing into a fast castle age from the Abbasid. Genuinely, like, they've been tweaking the age up time for the Abbasid a little bit, and now with like the 5-second discount, like decrease in age up time, it's not a lot. It's not a lot, but like overall, to get to castle age, getting a 10-second better timer there, it's not bad. Not bad at all.
Not bad by any means. So, you know, obviously throwing a ton of strategies out here. We know King of the Hill is always kind of a roost map just with the amount of wood. You mentioned the hunting cabins. You know, obviously the high trade house usually gets tucked on into the corner and just produces an absurd amount of gold income as well. So let's see if you know, one of the favorite civs on this map plays out, or let's see if Beastie can do something here with the Abbasid.
There it is. Game number 2 now between Numidan and Beastie here on King of the Hill. Numidan already getting those 2 hunting cabins out of the map and has got up enough wood for a third one as well. It's like we're missing a little bit of audio here. Not sure if that's just me. We'll be getting that fixed in just a little bit.
Hopefully so.
Looks like he pulled a sheep over to one of the hunting cabins, but then pulls it back to the TC. Sometimes we do see players with the ruse getting a sheep next to a hunting cabin as well, just in order to, you know, keep the villager there, minimize movement time, and maximize the gather time there instead. There we go. Audio has been restored as well. Beastie at the moment just going to be going for that fast feudal age. Doesn't really have anything else to invest into with the Abbasid early on here in the game. And as this is King of the Hill,
It is the 4th
EGC
hunting
version.
cabin.
Wait, a 4th? Oh my god, yeah.
It's
He's
4
going for
hunting cabin
4
opening.
hunting cabins. That's a lot. That's a pretty good amount.
Yeah, so we were throwing out all those hypotheticals, and sure enough, it is a 4 hunting cabin opening here from Numidan.
Alright, but now the most important thing, the most interesting thing, is what wing is Beastie gonna be aging up with? We already know the age up choice here for Numidan. There's no surprises here. The age up choice is gonna be, drumroll please, it's gonna be the Golden Gate once that comes in. Beastie's on the other hand side, it's gonna be the economic wing. Okay, so we might be getting some more TCs here in this game. Villagers already moving out over to wood, probably gonna be seeing a move out to stone soon then as well.
Yeah, you can get some really, really clean TC timings. Numidan doing a great job making sure to scout what wing it is early on, because you got to react, you got to know what your opponent's doing here, and so does have that ability to know which wing it is based off of which side, which placement the House of Wisdom is having an extra compound built on.
And there it is, economic wing. No Golden Gate coming in from Numidan, and economic wing halfway complete. Do we have any villagers on stone yet? There's no villagers out on stone yet.
Nah, mining camp
there it is.
just got outlined.
Great timing there.
Still haven't quite moved out yet though, but he's planning on it here soon.
Has enough gold now for all the upgrades that he needs as soon as the economic wing finishes up. I'm not sure about the timing here. I feel like I've seen timings with Abbasid where they're on stone a lot earlier, so I'm not 100% sure as to if this is a good timing or not. I'm not too experienced enough with Abbasid to 100% judge that here. There it is. We are immediately getting the fresh food stuff and Fertile Crescent in.
Yeah, the big important ones here once these two come in, and actually it's just crazy. Once fresh food stuff comes in, it's amazing how much food that just saves you throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, it's just so much food that you're saving up. It's it's a little bit insane. It just allows you to put food into a lot of other things at the same time. There we got the overlay now working as well. Yeah, you just save so much food in general, able to then put it into military, which is like the main reason why like a 2TC play with the economic wing from Abbasid is considered not greedy. Because you can still just mess up enough military to defend up against just about any feudal age push from any other civilization. 3TC is a little bit greedy, but 2TC somehow is never considered greedy with the Abbasid economic wing. There it is. TC is going to get put up right next to the wood line here, but still close to stone. So this kind of
Is it
tells
going to be a
of this
third?
potentially. Yeah, that's the thing. This tells the story of this potentially being a 3TC play.
We do know Beastie likes his economic boom, likes his, you know, massing up these villagers, and having that TC next to that stone kind of protects it on up. It allows those villagers to get back onto the stone quick and still have the rallying ones go to the wood line, which is exactly what you need for another TC.
Yeah, could be the case.
He is extending all of that influence to make sure to try to get that bonus, and sure enough, they pull their pickaxes back out and back onto the stone.
Actually, no, he's still missing one building, isn't he? Nope, never mind. He has the Golden Age Tier 1 now. We do have a UI for it, it's just not UIing 100%. But yeah, it is on Golden Age, so it does have the immediate 15% bonus gather speed on all of these workers. That is a huge economic bonus early on, especially with the amount of villagers that you're going to be scaling into now. And next up, a third TC behind all of this. There's going to be a timing when Numidan is going to reach Castle Age way ahead of Beastie, but until then, Beastie's going to be scaling greatly into the economy behind it.
And look at that
30,
location,
that's
too.
a great spot, yeah. Numidan going into
Gold
Knights
and
now behind
berries.
this. Oh, he's playing this aggressively. Archer range as well. With the Pro Scouts? Yeah, I think Numidan's just going full aggression.
Okay, so using that Pro Scouts to just make that food economy go through the roof, and then now he is going to try to punish Beastie for going with this 3TC play. Beastie trying to get some walls down, but Knight might arrive at the perfect time unless it tries to run up through the middle.
And some of the deer have already been taken away from Beastie on that side. So he's not walling in all of the deer there. Numidan already said hello there with a couple of his scouts.
Yeah, Scouts still on the way back. This Knight will spot out the third TC, though.
BC
EC jumps
spot out the
inside.
Knight.
No gold able to continue to be gathered for now for Beastie from that location, but fortunately, second TC, third TC spot is perfectly on top of that other gold vein we talked about.
Exactly. Now we're seeing production buildings getting put up by Beastie, so he will want to also make military on his side.
Yeah, it looks like a range to start out, so we'll try to start massing up his own archers to equalize and match the other side's numbers. But we talked about Roos has a crazy wood economy as well. Doesn't have to worry about gold at all because of all of those hunting cabins. And actually, Numidan's now about to go castle, it looks like.
And it's not going to be archers, it's going to be camel archers alongside the horsemen. It's going to be an interesting army composition here now from Numidan. He's still trying to take away some of the deer on Beastie's side. Looks like he's also actively... Oh my god, proxy forward barracks now? And a high trade house? Wait, what is... Okay, that's an interesting play now. He's forcing Beastie into making units now. Beastie cannot just go for his own Castle Age follow-up, or not the immediate Castle Age follow-up. Alright, okay. Men-at-Arms? Maybe?
The Camel Archers play really well into the Men-at-Arms, though, and
Yeah,
Beastie can match those up easily with the wood line and the food that he has. I mean, maybe it's a food play. I don't know how much... You know, if Numenor continues to extend the game a little bit further and take trades and whatnot, you know, Beastie will have to start dropping farms, although they're not that expensive and they're pretty safe. They got a lot of safe locations for him.
I mean, Numenon's gonna have an insane food income, right? Like, he's been getting all of the deer in off the map. And he's gonna have the high trade house in a corner. Like, that is a great food setup. Beastie already 20 villagers ahead. And I mean, Camel Archers have been nerfed some long time ago, slightly, when it comes to their base damage. They're still very, very strong.
And Numenor, he's gonna have enough gold for the next upgrade here for ranged defense.
The Knight's leading him to it. The Knight's leading him to it. Okay, they're not following up though. And oh my god, he's fully going ham on the barracks now.
The next range defense is in though. And Beastie can start seeing the barracks now.
That's pretty brutal. Getting the vision on the barracks, quadruple barracks behind it all.
Still though, I mean, Numenor is at the point, if he starts spamming, the ranged upgrade is about to come through here soon, and he is about to just have a crazy mass that builds on up. Fourth barracks has finished now.
Pierce damage also coming in though. Yeah, military is coming in now from Beastie. Archers a little bit too far at the front side. Camel Archers immediately sniping down the spearmen, the 2 spearmen at least that are there. Men-at-Arms able to hold their ground here for the time being. The Horsemen are just gonna be retreating behind door, and the Camel Archers can still fight back and forth.
And here comes 5 more Men-at-Arms though in a second. His queue is just going to be wild, and the question is you know, how... if the Camel Archer number builds up enough, the Men-at-Arms just feel like they're going to get diminished to nothing. So it feels like Numenor needs to cause idle time now, needs to get some damage done now.
The crazy thing is, with the Golden Gate, like, Numenor still has 5 stacks, 5 tickets from the Golden Gate. You can get even more food in. You can go up to like 30 Men-at-Arms or something like that, but Beastie's just pumping non-stop into the Camel Archers here behind this. Taking the fight here. Ooh, there's a dicey one though. Even with the +2 Pierce armor, it's not gonna be enough.
I mean, Numenor split off some Men-at-Arms to try to do some raiding, but this is one where Beastie's taking the fight, and the Camel Archers, they're going untouched. They have a good amount of base damage, and the Horsemen, they're just being enough of a tanky front line. Men-at-Arms mass just getting diminished. Other couple ones in the backside, not really finding enough damage here yet.
Yeah, Horsemen, they did their job. Definitely buying more than enough time. Couple of Men-at-Arms in the back, also just not getting enough value out of all of this. There's the first Warrior Monk now coming up behind all of this as well. Beastie, 33 villagers ahead.
Yeah, he's even making farm transition. He's been able to move out to the berries at the north side. So, you know, the point I mentioned about potentially being, you know, risky on the food and running out of food if this extends, well, now that farm transition's already happening. He was able to secure up another food location for himself, and Numenor, it looks like this push is starting to slow down.
Men-at-Arms still being made into. He's got a good count. There's also veterancy archers coming in behind this. There's so many production buildings up, actually. And Numenor finally able to get a decent mass here.
Villager pulling the shiv out. He's wanting to come help. She.
Brave villager. Relic's being taken behind this. Overall resources gathered. There's not a big discrepancy yet. But Numenor, the deer must be running out at this point in time for him.
They have to be soon. He was able to mass up this archer number very, very quick, though. So now those camel archers cannot just constantly take the fight. He is moving out to other berries. I'd love to see Numadon move out for the boar, but might just
the
not.
age up soon. Unless he's getting denied off the gold now.
He has enough gold. Able to click the age up.
Traded it out, yeah.
TC starting to get burnt down.
Shoot some of the archers, though. There is a good amount of them.
Fight looks like it's about to get taken.
Arms.
Horseman
the front
trying
line
to
that they need
dive
be.
onto the archers. Archers stepping through, now trying to fire on the camel. Archers, BC needs to back away. Looks like he does not have enough to hold this push. Doesn't want to take the fight. Archer still stepping forward, kiting forward. Second TC getting taken down. Looks like Numadon also split out to the deer at the top, the berries at the top potentially.
Yeah, at least with some scouts, and he's just stealing, yoinking the deer away from Beastie. All villagers getting sniped out there as well. Beastie going over to the gold in the very bottom corner of the map. Military wing out to finish up here, so he's going to be getting 2 additional camel riders, but there's just a ton of military inside of his base. Beastie moving
He's got
to snipe
2,000
reinforcements.
food sitting in his bank though. He's absolutely
is this?
fine.
That's a lot of food to be having, yeah.
Production now getting sat
sniped.
upon by Beastie, so good job, good idea by him, punishing the greed. But now Numadon's pushing forward to the deer locations that he saw, splitting into the wood economy, moving a group back as well, so trying to get some eco damage, trying to idle out this economic boom that Beastie had. New Age begins though, and now he can use all of those resources that are sitting in his bank.
Question is, what is he going to be making? It's just going to be mass knights, perfect unit here to counter out everything that Numadon has been making so far. Men-at-Arms alongside the archers going to be able to deal with the camel riders. And villagers just running past the walls now in order to keep gathering up behind this. Like Numadon, if he maybe made some ramps as well, gun for a snipe just onto the House of Wisdom instead, could have been looking a little bit even stronger now in this position. BC almost doubling the villager count at this point in the game.
The key that BC has been able to do is move out to those golds at the bottom and at the north. He's got about 40 villagers just out, just in the middle of nowhere on those golds, but not having a worry at all.
And Numadon just completely oblivious to this at the moment at this point. Same time, little raids are going to be coming in, and Numadon, he doesn't have anything to defend against this. Gathering up stone, might be just going for a keep drop, or wants to go for a keep drop potentially inside of BC space. No, he's fortifying the center of the map. Villagers evacuating. And is getting some snipes in.
Lots of villagers that are falling, compounding, adding on to BC's lead even further. It's not only the multiple TCs for him, it's also just a ton of villager picks that he was just able to make.
Once again, Numadon is going for a dive inside of BC's base. Villagers are all getting pulled back. The knights are now marching forward. Numadon has to take this engagement now. There's some crossbows in the army mix as well. Not too many, but a couple. Archers focusing down the camel archers.
Yeah, doing a great job sniping down the camel archers. The crossbows, are they going to be enough to help clear up that Lancer front line? It doesn't look like it yet. The men-at-arms, they're trying to be tanky. They're trying to outlast this. TC fire helping, hitting a lot of the ranged mass. Numadon, he clears up a decent bit of the army, but loses quite a bit for it. And all of this time, he's taking eco damage at home. He hasn't been able to remass. He is absolutely running out of gas.
And every villager that BC has lost so far, Numadon has lost as well, as BC's just running rampant inside of his base. No more income at all. Numadon, he just doesn't have any more resources coming his way. And now BC's just sitting inside of the wood line.
I mean, it is tripling the economy now of Numadon. Yeah, Numadon has some passive resources coming in. He's got some passive gold, but those villagers, they haven't really been able to work too hard. And Beastie, while, yeah, some of his have been running around, he just has them out and about everywhere. He's been on the 8K gold. I think it's an 8K in the north side. If not, it's another 4K, but still yeah, it's just a 4K, but he's been up there for a while, almost mined that completely out as well. You can see he's going to go to the stone right after.
Yeah, just absolutely vacuuming the map off of resources. Looks like Numadon is just deciding to go into a massive siege now afterwards. Some camel archers getting caught off guard there. Yeah, all of the production about to be getting cleaned up now here.
If he can go spears and siege with all of the static defenses, maybe, but he hasn't had time to set up really. He does still have that range match. You can see he's so heavy onto that stone. I think all those outposts might have sprinkling emplacements now. So Numadon, I think he's just gonna full commit and try to go for sacred site defense with siege and what he's got out: spears, siege, and outposts.
More siege workshops coming in. Beastie just expanding out onto the map. He's got all the resource in the world. Could easily go Imperial Age here soon as well. Behind all of this.
Yeah, the key is
he's taking. Okay, for a second I thought this could have been like a Giga keep drop inside of Numadon's base, but he's just gonna be taking his berries. That's all fine too. All fine, dandy.
Yep, he's got 5 minutes. He's being nice and patient. He's like, he can actually just go landmark snipe Numadon if he wants. He doesn't even have to care about the sacred site. There's no way Numadon can defend up his home.
Yeah, definitely could just go for a landmark snipe instead of Numadon's base. You're right. And there's more reinforced buildings gonna be coming in.
Villagers running directly to the knights!
Oh no. Oh no, they're all getting bunched up. None of them are making it out alive.
Attempted Wololo. Not able to be done. Some walls going down. So many villagers going down. Numadon's back at 32 villagers again. They're basically all on stone in the mid-map, it looks like.
Trebuchet is moving out. Already 2 of them. There's a keep in the middle, in the center, next to the sacred sites. 4 minutes remaining, but I don't think Beastie's gonna need 4 minutes to break through.
Yeah, he's already got 2 trebs. He can easily have another. He's got 23 knights. He has the composition to easily be able to dive if he so desires, or he can just be patient with this as he knows how few villagers Numadon has.
33 against 123. That's a slight resource income difference at this point. Beastie had almost 4,000 food per minute. He's got 40 times the food income. Well, not 40 times, but 36 times the food income of Numadon.
Just a little bit. 3-minute ding is basically happening. And so now, will the 5 trebuchets be able to siege down the base in time? Oh no, he's doing exactly what I said. He's just gonna go for landmark snipe. Look, he's fully going into the base.
Yeah, he's just going for the landmarks. Not just that at the same time. Like, he's keeping his options. He's like, okay, I'm gonna take both the landmarks and the keep in the middle. I'm just gonna take it all. Fast forward, rams are gonna be coming in. That's a lot of rams that are being pumped out there. Even to lead some of the villagers that he doesn't need to have that many. Numadon using the chance to at least do something here. He's going to be trying to get rid of the siege that is sniping out his keep. The keep is still going to be going down though. So are the landmarks inside of his base. Villagers just being sacrificed in order to destroy the rams as they're coming in. More villagers getting pulled. Counter repair is not going to be enough. 2.5 minutes remaining on the sacred site counter. But the TC is falling, and there's just 2 landmarks left remaining afterwards.
Villagers already queued up to go burn the High Trade House. Rams now on the Golden Gate. This is now not too much time left as the landmarks are dropping. Villagers pulled to go take down the trebuchets. 1:40 left on the sacred site, but Beastie, he has the game end in sight with the landmark victory.
GG's gonna be coming in. Numidan, he's up against Beastie that is now at match point. Collected resources double at the end for Beastie compared to Numidan.
I mean, are you that surprised with how
Not
bad?
really.
I mean, basically double. Jesus. I mean, the economy count difference there during that game was absurd. Beastie with return raids. He saw all the proxy buildings. He saw the military composition Numidan had. Zero mobility, zero way to protect the base at home.
Honestly, when I saw all of the barracks coming in, I legitimately think that Numidan has had a pretty good shot there at maybe shutting down Beastie's income. I think maybe there was like, if there was like a play with Rams as well, or he sent villagers out to stone at some point, maybe like a legitimate keep drop inside of Beastie's base, just to create more of a threat. But these little move outs from Beastie onto the golds at the top and bottom of the map, just completely shifting the economy there, and means that Numidan was not able to shut down Beastie's income at all, and suddenly you see all of these knights coming off the stables and you realize, he's been gathering somewhere else.
Yeah, and that's when where Numidan had to have that idea. He just never moved out, never checked those golds. I do think the archer swap too, the Men-at-Arms archer, definitely helped him out quite a bit. You could see here in this fight was when he actually took down the rest of those camel archers, and it felt like the first fights, it was just like, while he was killing horsemen, he was losing so many men-at-arms, and it was allowing Beastie to just stack that camel archer number up, and really just ended up working out well for Beastie.
Next up, match point for BSD. We're going to be moving over to Boldland, and it's going to be the Shushi's Legacy for him up against the Jeanne d'Arc or Numidan. So JD up against Shushi's Legacy. I mean, JD vibes quite nicely with Boldland as a map in general. Shushi's Legacy is good when it comes to like certain timings. Not quite as good as China, but they're pretty solid pro scout civilization, and you can get some very, very good medigun spots even on Boldland.
Yeah, I mean, Baldlands definitely is that map that it rewards map control. There's a lot of those thin wood lines, especially at the start. We saw Demu getting quite frustrated with the Keshik raids on his wood line. It's, you know, JD can really take advantage of that as well. So definitely some good gameplay potential here from Numidan versus Beastie, and we will see if he can try to get himself started on a chance of a reverse sweep here.
Yeah, definitely going to be necessary in order to get back into this one. Yeah, here's the last couple of seconds of the game. Numidan trying to defend the landmarks, but it was a rough one. After the initial push failed, it all just kind of went downhill. What can you say? You're up against Abyssal on 3 TC, and you haven't been able to destroy a TC. Well, he was able to destroy 1 TC, but not with the correct timing. It's rough. 10-1 villager count.
Yeah, I mean, and that was one too where it's just he didn't get enough eco kills. BC moved out and split up those, you know, villager masses so well. But moving on to Baldlands, if Numidan can take this, then there's Dry Arabia and Socotra left. So a lot of you know, land maps, aggression, you know, map control type maps here. Not any true hybrid map picked in this series.
Yeah, no hybrid maps here. I'm wondering, I mean, JD is a pretty fine civilization in general, like JD herself, of course, especially when it comes to Castle Age, when the knights come in. Having ranged JD just ready to snipe out any of the weak knights inside, like during these engagements, and having the healing on your knights, you can get some pretty great timings in there. I think in general, just having access to the early Royal Knights as well can help you a lot when it comes to just building on that pressure and keeping it up throughout the mid game. The question is always, can you deny the castle age up from the Shooty's Legacy? Because the timing is always quite nice there for them, and they do, of course, have the ability to quickly pump out a couple of spearmen as well from a barracks. It's a little bit of a back and forth. Typically, I say there's a timing when Zhuji eventually starts to run out of food, or they start to run out of map control, and that's when Jonda can, or like French civilizations in general, can take a pretty good, they have a pretty good time when it comes to taking down these pocket economies from the French and from Zhuji's Legacy. The question is if these resources run out quickly enough. I think a lot of it comes down to this early dance around the pro scouting.
Yeah, and it's weird, you know, it's a lot of these civs have kind of strayed away from pro scouts, you know, in a sense, as the games and as these updates have progressed. But these two civs still kind of like to do it, especially in the matchup here ahead of us. So we'll see if they both do end up going for pro scouts, or if we see one just, you know, try to take the more map control and just take the deer out and about. But
20 seconds now until we're moving into the next game. Yeah, as you mentioned, like Numedan, he's gonna have to get the reverse sweep, and if he wants to win against Beastie, but Beastie's looking in top form, so he's definitely got his work cut out for him in this one.
Yeah, both games so far have just been nice, and I wouldn't necessarily say clean, but you know, when you're 3 TCA ab and not losing too much, definitely solid here. But enough of that. Game number 3 starting now on Bald Land. Beastie playing Zhuji's Legacy in the color yellow, and Numedan playing JD in the color blue.
Here we go. Looks like we also have a little bit of the scouting trail coming in right now, just giving us a little bit of information as to how these two scout out here early on in the game. There aren't a ton of sheep here, as most of the sheep spawn around your TC, but a couple still to be had just to reward a little bit of scouting early on in the game.
Yep, just a few more there on the bottom side. Like you said, not many at all as far as, you know, out and about throughout the map. So most of the time you see just a pretty even sheep count back and forth. Beastie circling in the path that Numedan just scouted. Again, it would have been a lot more important if this were a map that sheep were more contested on, though.
Exactly. So in the end, not going to be leaving any player too devastated here if they don't find a couple more sheep. There's a good amount of sheep that you are starting with early on after all. So we're not going to be getting a Dark Age wheelbarrow or anything like that here from JD. Of course, she does have to pay full price for those economic buildings, while she does get the discount on the upgrades. So you would need to delay your age up a little bit if you were to go for any of these early upgrades. And School of Cavalry is going to be coming in now. JD as well as 2 villagers working on that, so it's going to be getting a decent timing in on that age up.
Yep. Beastie not too far behind the age up timing himself. Next drop up of gold. Looks like he is moving forward with his villagers, dropping a meditation gardens next to the stone and gold. Not sure what else he's getting other than that. Oh, berries. I didn't see the berries. Blind. Not the worst meditation gardens for Baldlands. Not the best we've seen though.
Pretty decent, yeah. Looking at roughly 100 resource per minute here from that meditation garden there. 48 food per minute, 25 stone, 25 gold, couple of trees. Yep. Very good work.
Couple of trees, just a few.
Just the 2 there. That's enough. Enough to get the 100 resources full. Wondering if there's going to be a Pro Scout follow-up then from Beastie, whether he also wants to go for Pro Scout. A lot of villagers now moving out to the wood line there. Probably not going to be going for the immediate Pro Scout, though he is sending the villagers back over to gold.
Age ups finished for both the players.
immediate knight in queue for Numedan, so Beastie is going to have to get a barracks in sooner rather than later.
Yeah, we know at least with the supervision he can get that spear out quick once the barracks does get built. Next drop off of wood, he should have enough, and there we go. Barracks being dropped right next to the wood line and right next to the Imperial official.
Knight now out and about.
So now we will see if Numedan can try to find any spots to get some damage in with this first knight. Beastie goes ahead, proactively pulls back these villagers off the gold, has 255 gold in the bank.
Second knight out as well. Beastie is going for the spears.
Yeah, a couple spears already out, so we'll be able to maybe resecure some location. With 2 knights, you definitely want to at least wait for the 3rd spear. Numedan getting wheelbarrow on in. Still hasn't chosen a path for JD yet. There we go.
JD now has reached a level up and is going to be melee JD. Perfect for answering up against the horseman and spearman army composition that BC will likely be going for. But looks like she's moving up to take care of the boars first and gather up some experience there. Numedan, he's not going for prose cuts at all so far. He's getting wheelbarrow in first, but just massing up more and more knights in the meantime.
Yeah, and Beastie's pro scouts has finished now. He's starting to mass up a few more scouts, so we'll try to go start to secure these first few deer, but does need to be careful of any potential night raids. 2 spears able to try to fend off these 2 knights, but instead loses a spear, potentially losing a second one, and now a 3rd one even. This could be so devastating early on here for Beastie.
Very
3 spears down.
Yeah. And never forget, all of these knights, you can just easily heal up again once that chivalry upgrade's gonna come in. Numedan is adding in another pressure building. It's gonna be the archer range as a follow-up building now. Beastie did just have to heavily reinvest into the spears, so it just queue up a whole bunch more. But he is getting the pro scouts in, and Numedan doesn't have enough knights out at the moment to deny that. JD also far away. Oh, knights! Oh, loses the weak HP knight.
It was so good keeping it alive, making a trade for a couple spears, but now throw that all down the drain. And wall getting close to finished up for Beastie. So once Beastie finishes this wall, it really just kind of protects his whole economy, protects his next gold, next berries if he needs to move out to that. Makes it very hard for Numedan to circle around the backside of the base and go unnoticed too. Spears get to kind of just mass up to one location.
Beastie also going for the horseman play now. Yep. Spear horseman army composition. Numedan just going for more and more knights behind this. Couple of archers. This is a little bit worrisome at this point. Typically, as JD, I actually don't mind going for a little bit of spearman play as well. With French, you typically long-term don't have the option of decreasing the cost, but with JD, you can still decrease the food cost. And since spearmen mostly cost food, they're a great way of using the consecration, in my opinion.
Yeah, but currently it's just knights and archers, and not that many archers. Does seem like Numedan's food economy is just hurting. Look at the difference, you know. Just about the same amount of villagers on food, but Beastie's food income is just double that of Numedan's. Uh-oh. Archers spotted out. Knights not going to be able to take this fight with that many spears there. JD can't really take the fight either. Has to. Gonna go for the
sent in.
Good first AoE attack. Knights though starting to take some spear damage. Need the next AoE swing from JD. Heal comes through. JD gets circled on around. Big AoE from JD. Knights are still alive for now, but JD will fall. And Knights escaping on away. Honestly, not the worst fight there for Numadon, looking at it ahead of time.
The issue is that Beastie's about to click the age up behind all of this. So Numadon, he's still very far away from his own potential age up. Beastie's resource gather at the moment behind all of this. Look at the collected. Already 1,500, 1,700 more resources gathered by him. There it is, Mount Blue Academy now coming in. A little raid onto the boar as well. Numadon does have the outpost there to protect the villagers. But once the age up comes in, we're going to be seeing some Castle Age Lancers from Beastie. Numadon does not have what it takes, at least at the moment, to really fight up against that. 7 knights, yeah, but there's also 9 spearmen out on the field.
I will say those 9 spears, they're probably just about all at a quarter health after that last fight, other than, I guess, the one we see here in the wood line. As, they were, and not quite a quarter, we'll say half health average there for the 7 or 8 spears. Age up finishes though, and as you said, Lancers immediately in queue for Beastie. 2 in queue now. It will be more and more to follow.
Numadon falling back for the moment. 3 more knights in queue for him. JD 3/4 respawn so far.
Scouts trying to drop that deer. There we go. He was struggling a little bit dropping that deer off, but ended up doing it.
It's always so difficult sometimes with the hitbox on the deer. Numadon gathering up the deer on the map.
I feel like Numadon needs to do something sooner than later. He's given Beastie time now that Castle Age hits, and time when your opponent is Castle and your feudal is never good.
Bonus supervision upgrade has been researched now as well, so Beastie's going to be getting these knights out at insane timing. And the scout still actively picking up the deer behind this for Beastie. Lancers now up to 4. 2 more in queue. Numadon keeps building up the knight count. Has almost enough archers to start one-shotting the spearmen. Looks like the Lancers are going to be going for a play out onto the boar, where Numadon has been gathering so far. Numadon is looking for some villagers here on the gold from Beastie, but Beastie did move all of them to the back line, the back gold. The Knights a little bit out of position, potentially. Numadon could be going for an aggressive play now into Beastie space.
It keeps
Looks like
meeting
that is gonna be the
walls and
case.
spots that he can't do anything. Village gets spotted out. Villagers on to the deer get spotted out. Outpost does get burnt on the boar, so Numadon, 5 quick villager losses. Can he get some return damage? Can he get enough military pickups here? Spears getting sniped down. JD doing a good AoE attack, but falls pretty quickly. And now it's just Knight Archer versus Lancers. But these are true Castle Age units now going against the pseudo Knights now from JD.
Yeah, Numadon, his Knights already very low health here. Could be getting a snipe or 2. Is at least able to snipe the Imperial official there. Villager's able to squeeze past the Knight somehow. All the Lancers, or rather the Knights, very low health. Just takes 1 hit to kill each and every one of them.
Shivs could get pulled out to help if he wants. Just all of those Knights get taken down, and now Numadon left with just about nothing. He had some reinforcing units that he was trying to send forward, but Beastie has 11 Knights compared to Numadon's 7.
He is still trying to mass up more and more of the Knights, but 12-7 at this point, as he said. Not a fight that he can realistically win under any circumstance. Maybe if there was JD close to being level 3. She's just halfway to level 3 and still takes some time to respawn. Now Beastie pushes across the map. Wants to end the game here. Villagers are going to have to get it pulled back from the berries soon enough. Fight's being taken. There's just too many units here. Horsemen diving onto the archers. Villagers need to fall back.
Yeah, Beastie happy to take this fight again. He should just be able to A-move the rest of this and not have to worry. Game gets called. Beastie takes the series 3-0 in a convincing manner. Very much in control there.
GG comes in 3-0 victory for Beastie, meaning that he is going to be able to advance and play in tomorrow's sets as well for his chance at getting to that final and then potentially qualifying for the Red Bull Wololo Londinium. So congratulations to Beastie there. Great and convincing series there for him, but he still has a lot of sets ahead of them.
Yeah, definitely still a lot of sets ahead. These are just the first couple series that we've been casting throughout this weekend. So obviously we will have a bunch of excitement tomorrow, but it is not yet the end of today. There will be another series we're casting, but first we got Beastie coming into the winner's interview.
All right,
I think we're going to actually get a bracket update first, maybe? Bracket update first?
All right, taking a look at the bracket here, just to also take a look at the next set that we're going to be casting. There it is, Vortex going to be up against Beastie. Oh, that is a very, very intense set that is going to be coming up tomorrow. And next up, we're going to be moving over to Myriad versus Baltoon. Myriad managing to win 3-0 up against Puppy Paw. And Baltoon in a very neck-and-neck series against Corvinus, able to qualify there for the quarterfinals, 3-2.
Yeah, Anatan able to
Demu.
Yeah, get the dub. I think their series against Gully Deckle and Anatan started a little bit later, but now we'll be playing against Demu after, and he is leading 1-0 against Demu now, is what we hear on the behind the scenes.
All right, so interesting sets all around. Now the question is, do we have our winners interview coming up next? All right, looks like the interview is ready. So, Dapson, your turn to take it away.
Congrats, Beastie. Big series. Very convincing 3-0 victory there for you, facing Vortex tomorrow. You know, what were your thoughts of the day here today for your gameplay?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? I didn't test the...
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, the game's went pretty well. I would say, you know, the draft went pretty well. Got the sims that I wanted, got the matchups I wanted, so all good.
There you go. Game number one, we had a lot of the Twitch chatters complaining. They're like a horseman civ should never be able to beat knights with going Yari only. So was that your game plan kind of from the start, or it almost seemed like you were going to go castle and then almost made that transition into the Yari play?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of people are giving French like really high prio, and yeah, I don't really mind playing against it, so I felt pretty comfortable. I mean, you can also go Spearman, but you can also go Yari. French runs out of gold there pretty quick, so I felt like Yari is a pretty good option, but yeah, I think you can just outmass them because of how much eco you have. So obviously Knights do beat Yari, but I have way better eco in the end, so I rushed quick +2 attack as well, so the horsemen were hitting pretty hard.
Makes sense there. And then game number two, we obviously saw the eco ring with ABBA going 3 TCs, but you know, what did you think when you started to see the barracks get dropped into vision range right in front of the base?
I actually thought it was going to be a super easy hold because I was massing camel archers behind it, and the first wave got cleaned up really quick. But then he remade the army with the archers, and then suddenly my camel archers weren't doing damage. But I was like, you know what? If I lose 50 villagers, it's probably fine. So once I started the age up, I felt pretty comfortable because I was like, I'll just mass knights when I age up, and I should be in a good spot. And then one of the raids that I did, I think the first one killed a lot of villagers. So I was like, okay, I just need to not die and I'll be good.
Yeah, you were split out everywhere and didn't really get punished for moving out to the different gold veins on the different sides of the map. It was that kind of full frontal end, but yeah, good hold there. And then final game, JD versus Zushi. You know, you went back to the typical pro scouts meta. You know, felt in control that whole game, and I guess that's kind of that same standpoint where similar to French, where people kind of holding it in high regards, but you feel very comfortable against that Knights type civilization.
Yeah, I mean, JD has also been on the rise, but yeah, I don't know. You know, I love Night Civs, but I think people put a lot of faith into JD these days, and I just think it's like weaker French, right? And that's kind of it. Like, I think once you lose the first fight against Jushi, it's very hard to recover because it's a very snowball civ. So yeah, once that first fight went really well for me, I could just age up really quick, and then, you know, you just master Lancers and pretty much GG.
Well, big congrats again. What are your thoughts for going into tomorrow facing Vortex?
I mean, I'm excited to play against Vortex. You know, I haven't played him against him in a while, and we haven't been practicing because like every week we're on the same side of the bracket. So yeah, I'm excited to see how those games go, and I think like every week I've been, you know, getting better and better and learning new things. So yeah, I'm excited to play that one.
Well, there you go. Big congrats again. We'll be watching. People will be casting, I'm sure, and we will be cheering you on along.
Thank you. Have a good one.
And now I believe we are on to a short little break before jumping on into the Myriad Balltoon series here.
Indeed, just the shortest of breaks, but don't go anywhere because we'll be right back. So just quickly grab some refreshments, maybe grab some snacks, and we'll see all of you in just a little bit with our next set here. we're back. Just like that. Welcome, everybody. It is time for our last set of the day, but it is a very, very exciting one as we're going to be witnessing Myriad up against Baltoon here in a best of 5 on the road to Red Bull Wololo Londinium. Whoever wins this set here today gets to play even more sets tomorrow in order to potentially qualify for the main event. So very exciting stuff here. We're starting off right away with Dry Arabia. It's going to be the Golden Horde for Myriad up against the French from Baltoon. And, you know, French and Baltoon, they kind of go hand in hand. As a team game enjoyer that he is, he definitely has his qualification card set when it comes to the French civilization.
Yeah, absolutely. And Baltoon just had a tight series against Corvinus to get here. Won that one 3-2. Myriad, I'm sure the series was tight, but ended up winning against Puppy Paw 3-0, which is definitely the big shock of the day here.
A little VS jump scare there for a second. All right.
Just a little bit of some jump scare.
Sniped out. Yeah, Sengoku getting sniped out, Maldians getting sniped out, no surprises there. Sengoku, of course, being a very strong civilization. Maldians just the bane of many a players when it comes to, you know, timing pushes, because, like, yeah, you kill 10 villagers, yeah, you kill another 10, you kill another 10, 30 villagers down, they don't care, they got their cattle economy going for themselves. At that point, it doesn't really matter when it comes to killing villagers, you need to kill the cattle, and to do that, you've got to dive deep into their base. And yeah, Mali, it's just a civilization that people, they tend to just want to avoid playing up against it. Now, it is time. We're jumping into our game number 1 here on Dry Arabia, and we got Myriad with the Golden Horde. Wait, no, that's not Myriad. It is the color yellow, but it is Baltoon in the color yellow, playing as the French, moving out onto the deer early on here. Myriad is in the red. Okay, there we go. Now it's all fixed up. Myriad in the red, playing as the Golden Horde. Spots this one out early on.
I was just letting you were, I was confused and I was just letting you roll with it. But here we go. It is an early barracks play from Myriad on the Golden Horde. He spots out the deer from Baltoon and says, all right, I'm going to try to punish it.
And question is, what is he going to do to try and punish it? Is he going to be going for... I mean, he's not gathering wood, so it stands to reason that this is not going to be a Dark Age Spearman play, but instead he's going to be going for the, what is their name? The Karash instead? The quote-unquote glorified villager that cannot gather, but does a little bit of damage. No, he is gathering wood. But is it going to be for spears? Or no, it is going to be Karash early on. That's going to be in queue here. And Baltoon, he's playing this a little bit greedy just because in this matchup, when you're up against Golden Horde, you don't expect Dark Age aggression, because honestly, they're slow. Golden Horde early on in the game, they're very slow, so you don't expect the Dark Age aggression. So Baltoon, he's getting both survival techniques and wheelbarrow in the Dark Age. All villagers on gold, so it looks like, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you can pull this off, because Golden Horde is actually slow. It's going to take a while for the crash to come in, and by that time, Baltoon is going to have enough gold to age up.
Yeah, not only that, he's going to have wheelbarrow, so the villagers are going to be able to move reactively away from the deer earlier too, and quicker, I guess would be the better word to put it, because they're going to have that upgrade that gives them a little bit more movement speed.
Yeah, just being quicker than all of the infantry in the game there means that you can just walk up, like stand up and leave.
Myriad making his move over to the gold. It looks like Schoolacab is on the way. Looks like the Karash just arrived at the gold. We're seeing a little bit of some back and forth. Shivs get pulled out. Some good damage done onto those.
Yeah, I mean, the Karash, at the end of the day, you look at their stats, and they're just glorified villagers, honestly. They're not very threatening at all. 2 Shivs, and that's a sizable chunk of HP getting taken away right then and there. Barely any idle time being caused. There's Spearmen coming out now from Myriad as well. At least at that point, the Karash are actually going to be able to at least give a little bit of an armor bonus to those Spearmen. So Baltoon is going to get pushed away from the deer here in a little bit, but maybe not. More aggression coming in on the gold.
Oh, both of those are so low now, but
Going for
the
villager
spears
on the deer.
arrive.
Yeah, Bolton, he's just chilling on the villagers with the deer. He knows that even if those spears were to arrive, he can just easily outrun them.
Yep, instead, just letting the mining camp get burnt for the time being.
It's 25 wood.
Yep, not too big of a deal. Definitely worth this delay, as Myriad still has not started the age up yet. Just a little bit of food away, one more drop off.
Even once that age up gets clicked, it's still gonna be a while for that to come in. Ooh, looks like Myriad now is pulling the units over to those deer villagers, but yeah, they are walking at a medium pace.
Yep. Able to make the escape. Allowed him to save up quite a bit of those sheep under the TC. Makes things very, very easy for him. And the first knight will be popping out in just a few seconds. Baltoon looks like he is about to have enough wood to drop a range. Oh, it steps under TC after burning the mining camp, loses a spear and one of the Karash. Next spear, it can just go ahead and get taken down.
Yeah,
TC again!
Snipes
Oh
the spear as well. But look
This
at the
is
age
so
up that we're
bad.
getting. Myriad, he's aging up with the building cards. So he's going to be getting 2 additional production buildings in, but typically we see the Torgut age up where, you know, getting a little bit of a discount on the card and the Torgut, that's pretty nice, but he's opting to go for the building cards instead, so we'll be getting some additional production buildings instead. Spearmen are coming in again for him, that's a big investment, so I mean, he needs it just in order to stay safe on the gold, but the Spearmen do take a while to come in.
He's out on the deer as well right now. I don't think he has any protection out there, so if Baltoon scouts that out, that could be some easy pickings. Building carts does finish though. Immediate spearman upgrade in queue. So necessary. Baltoon has double stables, doesn't quite have double night production, I don't think yet though.
We are going to be getting a blacksmith in from one of the cards, as well as an archery range. Doesn't quite have enough resources yet, though, for any blacksmith upgrades. Outpost also getting prepped by Boltoon on the deer. Batukan still missing, or at least I don't see him out on the field yet, though some stone has been spent, so maybe he's in queue, maybe he's out, maybe he's just not getting captured. The overlay, and Villager getting taken down, getting sniped by the knight there.
So frustrating when you have spears there and it just, you know, they weren't quite in position. Knight circled around, charges the villager, gets the kill and runs on away. Should get healed up down the road or just continue to be a pest.
He's juking them.
He just absolutely juked those spears circling around.
Roped ankles.
Oh, 2 more spears were there though.
Oh, he's getting another villager kill. He's getting another villager killed absent.
Oh my, this is so frustrating if you're Myriad here.
I mean, everything comes in batches with Golden Horde, even the villager losses. Batukan tries to get some villager kills as well. Oh, yes. Might be getting 1.
Maybe? 1?
Yeah, gets a villager kill. What is that? Just throws up the random signaling arrow and leaves?
He didn't fully leave.
Sticking around a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, taking a little bit of extra damage.
That's a lot of spearmen now coming in, though. Bolton, he's gonna have to respect that and do something else with his military, other than just mass knights.
I don't know. He's a team game player. They do like to just stick on one unit and one unit only.
He plays a lot with players like Louis and CSO as well. They do play team games as well, so it's where they come from. It's why they invented the knight-only strategy.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen them do it quite often, even in solo games.
I think Bolton probably wants to prep an outpost on the gold behind us. No, he's getting some walls in instead. Some tactical quick walls there. Vultures jumping inside the outpost. It's going for a charge, baiting.
Yeah,
Buying
just
some time
changing
for
the
opposite
outpost.
damage.
Yeah, exactly, getting some extra fire onto the spear specifically. There, a villager. Hello.
He's just looking.
A little bit of a miss rally, misclick. We'll see. Who knows? Misclick for sure. Looks like he was gathering some berries. And for now, it is just Myriad pulling back for the time being. Baltoon has finally dropped the range, has finally started to produce some archers, but you don't really want to move out with those until you get, you know, enough to start one-shotting the spearmen. Usually you're looking at about 10.
Now switching into mass archers. 2 archer range is already up, and oh, this is a beautiful raid. Wraps around the wood line. Myriad, is he gonna see this in time? Doesn't look like it. 1, 2 villagers going down. 3.
Oh, almost gets a fourth. Villagers on the gold, still at a risk 2. They are able to back on away, and Baltoon backs away as well. We do start to see some torches thrown on the wall, but he hasn't really made a mass movement over to those deer or anything like that. This is just kind of just annoying for him right now.
It's still chasing after the Torguts. Myriad at the moment, he's just making more spearmen as well behind this. It's just continuing to be the same army composition. Tried to also wall in some of the deers there. Villager did have to evacuate that spot. Single target being left behind by Myriad. Good play there. Just to make sure that the gathering operation there is suspended indefinitely.
Baltoon just has so many knights right now. Even if he takes the fight against the spears, I feel like he just wins it straight up. Yeah.
With so many archers as well, he can easily snipe down the spears. Like 1 volley plus 1 knight attack should be able to take the spearman down. And it feels like he knows that he's got the lead there in that regard.
Yeah. Villager count difference up to 6. You know, slowly building with some eco kills. Feel like it should have been higher at this point, but I guess a little bit of TC idle time there from Baltoon. Alright, we're just seeing a standoff at the front, Uvu. Army's still just chilling, but that archer number is now starting to be a concern that Myriad needs to worry about, because it is enough to one-shot the spearmen, it is enough to thin out that front mass.
Yeah, it feels like he was contemplating potentially going for Castle Age, kind of stopped investing into more units. We're now seeing Blacksmith upgrades coming in, gets the Pierce damage upgrade, so might be looking for an archer switch up here instead. Just going to take a little bit of time to get to the mass that he needs here in order to hold. It's already 20 knights for Baltoon. He's got a sizable economic lead behind all of this as well. And he's just starting to burn down the Ubus behind this, so Myriad's going to be lacking when it comes to being able to mass up more and more of the Torguts here behind this.
Yeah, and starting to run lower on the deer over in the corner that he started on earlier. This is one where Baltoon could just have a really good timing here.
Oh, find some of the archers
get spotted out though. Big pickup here from Myriad.
I mean, the issue here is the Torguts do very low damage and there's no bonus damage, so they actually tickle the archers. And Baltoon knows this, he's going for the wraparound. He's trapping them with the archers, completely body blocking them in. Oh man. Baltoon now able to get out on the deer.
Yeah, this is the point. Baltoon now is the one that is saving up for castle. He is going to go for this kind of castle timing push with he gets the knight upgrade, comes in rather quickly. Myriad, he's slower to castle. He's going to be getting there, but should be just a little bit delayed compared to Baltoon on the fringe. Age up about to be dropped here from Baltoon.
Which one is gonna be? Should be Guildhall, but something my mind tells me that it could also be Royal Institute, but it should be Guildhall. But it could be Royal Institute, but it should be Guildhall.
It should be Guildhall.
But it could be Royal Institute.
It could be Royal Institute though. Seems like he's been like 50 feet away for so long. Here we go.
But it should be Guildhall.
Guildhall.
There it is. Guildhall's
Okay.
coming in. But it could have been Royal Institute though.
It could have been Royal Institute, but decided on the Guildhall, pulling a few more villagers over onto it. So about 10 helping the age up. Myriad about to click up as well with the Muscovy Yasak.
He's going to be getting a little bit of additional armor in on the small goods that he has. Doesn't have too many out there at the moment. Baltoon trying to burn down that fortified outpost, but there's a lot of units coming his way. Fortification Edict also being utilized here to buff up the nearby army.
Yeah, he at least got some torch damage in, got on out without taking any losses. Myriad, though, smartly healing that fortified outpost up in case Baltoon tries it again. Guildhall, though, a couple seconds away. Baltoon could have this timing work out perfect. Go ahead, immediately queue up Knight upgrade, Archer upgrade.
Yeah, behind
He's starting to move forward.
Myriad's already going for the sheep gathering upgrade on the stockyards.
Here we go, the Baltoon. He's just going to wait for the Knight upgrade. Chivalry's about to finish too, and just dive in at that point.
It's going to be a lot of upgrades hitting all at the same time. And yeah, he is indeed ready to go for the dive. Still half a minute remaining on Myriad's age up. That has taken quite a while now. It feels like forever. Definitely feels like forever when you're on the receiving end here and about to be dove onto. But there's also a lot of Karash out there. We do see the reinforcement edict being activated again. So all of the units here are getting an additional HP buff as well. I think Myriad, he's going to have to be respected here by Baltoon. That is a good amount of units.
It is a good amount of units, a good amount of spears, but if those spears get focused down by the archers and get thinned out quickly without the upgrades, Archer upgrade just finishes. Same with the range damage. This is Baltoon's time. He wants to time this right now as the upgrades come through, and Myriad does not have any. Royal Knights taking the fight on the front line. Spear number just hasn't been thinned out yet. Baltoon does not want to take that fight yet, and his archers are starting to get focused.
Yeah, Baltoon, he took a decent trade there at the beginning with the point-blank charge. But now's the point in time for him to run out of that. That is not a fight that he wants to take. Still able to kite and kill some units on the retreat. Knight needs to be careful though. Reinforcements trickling in. And these long fights do work out in favor for the Golden Horde. As long as the Batu Khan is alive, he's going to be continuously throwing out these attack signaling arrows, which if the fight goes long, go all the way up to, I believe it's like 30% bonus damage that the units do. Veterans here now on the units.
Crossbows
Archers.
being swapped
Archers.
into from
Out of
able to
position,
get
getting
on
pulled
over
back.
to the spears. Enough. Baltoon's archer number, though, is just staying healthier and healthier. He's still continuing this mass, has a ton of knights in queue as well. He is ready to just keep this aggression up. He was able to remass his numbers so quickly.
Full fortified outpost coming on the deer. Myriad does not want to lose any villagers there. With Ubu coming in. Spearman count, he's getting hulled here repeatedly, time and time again. Looks like Baltoon, he realizes that now there are less spearmen than there's knights on his side. And he's just taking the fight. Archers still hemorrhaging at the spears. One villager is just trying to put the
Spearman
Ubu
number
up
is
behind all
getting
of this, but all the spearmen are
demolished.
gone
Knight
now.
number so healthy.
Some crossbows in the making, but they're getting picked up hard as they're just entering the field. Arms coming in as well, but it's just not going to be enough. Myriad, no military remaining for him. Villagers seeking shelter inside the TC, but you cannot get Boltune with this many knights out of his base now.
Yeah, 16 knights is too much to deal with, even if you're making a counter unit spear crossbow. Now there's just too much of a trickle. Knight's gonna look for some more damage into the economy. Villager's going to have to run, and Boltune is still just going to keep the mass up and alive.
Villagers running for their lives here. Out on the map. Small wall is getting put up. Villagers running past, trying to make their way to the gold mine there to at least have some gold income. Boltune, he's gonna find the builds there. As they're building the wall, and this signal, it's okay. There's some villagers out there. Sends 2 knights across.
And now the villager's going to be split off on either side. He still has his archers on this side. Myriad, he just needs to drop a corner wall. He needs to wall these villagers in.
He's not gonna get the corner wall in. Night raids coming in, and GG's getting called. Boltune able to win the first game in this set.
Yeah, just masked up those knights. He got a couple villager picks early, but I feel like that really wasn't the difference. It was just him knowing when to take that fight, when to just full commit, and slowly thinned out that spear number until it was that time for himself.
Just a thorough expansion onto the map there, onto the resource on the map by Boltune. Some great early walls there as well to secure the second tier. Look at the APM, 336 effective APM. These are the AoE4 world numbers there, so that is a very, very high APM rate to have.
And this is where early on Boltune, look at him, able to just bait those units under some TC fire, and all of those early Dark Age units that Myriad made got taken out, allowed Boltune to be a little bit more aggressive and got a few villager picks, but this is one where it kind of stalled out until Castle. But really, really solid back and forth game where there was a big army mass. Looking at this kind of screenshot now, it feels like Myriad was in a great position, but Boltune able to take those good trades.
And in the mid game, just the spearmen being caught a little bit out of position. The numbers have been thinned a little bit too much. Myriad not making enough spearmen there in enough time, like in the short amount of time between the next engagement. It's kind of everything that Boltune really needed there. Look at that, just 21 spearmen remaining. And then once the fight got taken, not enough at the front side there to buffer up for the archers. GG followed up shortly after. Next game, though, we're going to be moving over to Holy Island, where Myriad gets the Shushi's Legacy, and Boltune going to be utilizing the HRE. Now, HRE, very similar to the Order of the Dragon, but I feel like most players at this point do kind of favor the Order of the Dragon on Holy Island, just because of the uptime that you have on the bonus gather speed on the villagers. It's always there. It's baked in to the Order of the Dragon villagers, after all, so you never really have to worry about that. Just a single Order of the Dragon unit always achieves so much idle time against any opponent.
Yeah, and you know, we saw the Holy Island game earlier. We saw the potential meditation garden spot. It was still a good meditation gardens. Let's see if there's gonna be a spawn that is that good on this map, as you know, obviously that is one of the first main things to look at.
Yeah, meditation garden. We've seen some pretty crazy spots out there for it, but similarly to what was the last game that we saw out there as well with it? It's was Demu versus Voldemar? Yeah, that we just saw earlier today, but that was with Order of the Dragon. HRE, they don't quite have that explosiveness when it comes to just the first couple of units when they hit. But HRE can mass a great number of units, and especially when you go for something like a Burgrave push. Now, with Order of the Dragon, it's more like about having maximum uptime on the Burgrave, because you do get that very big discount on it, so you can make units the entire time throughout. With the with the HRE, it's more about just getting this one big army mass going very, very quickly with that very quick production and then just overwhelming your opponent with sheer numbers. I wonder if that really works, because mass crossbows and with the pathing, it should be a lot easier for Shushi's Legacy to hold against the HRE than it is for them to hold against Order of the Dragon.
Yeah. Well, only time will tell here. Obviously, only hybrid map picked this series. Frisian Marshes, you know, not quite a hybrid map. A lot of shoreline fish people start taking. And then King of the Hill and Baldlands, both some very aggressive maps left over in this series. So, you know, I feel like kind of suits both of these players. They're both kind of, I would say, semi-aggressive players. Baltoon, especially being a team game player, loves his cav, loves doing a little bit of raiding at times.
Yeah, raid's definitely gonna be necessary here in this one. I'm wondering if this one, I mean, most likely we will be seeing the Archon Chapel here, getting a little bit of a head-to-head here between both Baltoon and Myriad. They haven't played too many sets up against each other. The last one actually all the way back at the Garrison, at the Hamburg LAN that we've had quite a while ago. For the set before, 2023, and the Elite Classic Silver League, man. Talk about a blast from the past. So those were the times, like the 2023 and the Silver League, those were the times, if you can recall, where Myriad was just an English one-trick on ladder. That was what he was known for at the time. An English ladder one-trick. That was quite a while ago.
He's come a long way since those times. I kind of laughed. There were a lot of players that went from one tricks to then, you know, expanding their horizons and starting to try new civs and you know, getting that really true balance that you have to have for tournaments. I mean, just look how many civs are available now. There's so many options, and you have to be able to function at least to a somewhat of an extent on all of them, basically.
Yeah. Oh, man. There's a point in time where the comments are getting a little bit unhinged in the chat.
Yeah, you know, some people get a little out of hand, and you know, you just got to zone them out at times.
Yeah. Aye. But now 20 seconds separating us from game number 2. Can Myriad even out the set here against Baltoon? Shushi's Legacy definitely giving him all the tools that he needs for it up against the HRE here on Holy Island. But never count HRE out on these hybrid maps. They do, of course, have a very solid tool set there. We're going to be jumping in to our game number 2 any second now. There it is.
Here we go. Game number 2 beginning with a Rax opening for Baltoon here on the HRE. Myriad over there as Zuji is the one moving out to take the water. So let's see if the Dark Age play pays off here for Baltoon, as this is not the only time I've seen him play like this on this map.
And he's immediately going for some aggression onto the villager from Myriad. And do mind you that players have come to the consensus that Dark Age aggression on this map just comes in way too late. So you don't typically want to go for it. But with the HRE, you do get that bonus 10% movement speed on the Spearman. Maybe Baltoon thinks to themselves, okay, with the 10% movement speed, I've got enough in order to get a decent enough timing in on the aggression. But all it really takes, is for Myriad to spot one of the Spearmen out and just make a transport ship. And just transport to one of the islands and put a dock up over there.
That is an easy reaction there to do it. But the spear, it's about to arrive. Myriad, he spots out the no dock play. He spots out the Spearman now, his villager. And there it is, transport ship in queue.
He's just trying to bide his time, trying to keep the villager alive.
Second Spearman is on its way, though. I think it's close, but transport ship, it's gonna be there first.
There it is. Villager jumps inside. Gets inside.
And there you go, exactly as you mentioned. Myriad able to make the reaction. It still slows down this fishing quite a bit. Baltoon still can do other things with his spears, such as deny the gold as well. So making age up a little bit more difficult, and then can drop a dock of his own.
Yeah, he is gonna need to drop his own dock.
Holy sheep.
The question is, where is he gonna drop the dock? He could, in theory, drop the dock on Myriad's side, and yeah, he is sending the villager out. Is he actually gonna drop the dock on Myriad's side? Could be the play there.
It looks like it. It's currently 22 sheep to 10 now. At least Baltoon picked up a few. But, you know, not a crazy importance of sheep on this map typically, but it is if you don't go for water at all. Myriad does have an Imperial official to go gather some of that tax gold. So if he is full denied off of gold, not too big of a deal as he can make up for it. Next spear arrives, trying to burn down this dock a little bit quicker. And it looks like it's more like the mid-map where he's building the dock. Is he building it yet? Can't even tell. Yeah, he is.
It's more in the middle of the map, yeah. But he's eventually going to be getting his own transport ship in as well. Will be able to kill the villager, but Myriad is going to be... Oh my god, imagine what... Giga 9000 IQ play. You now take the transport ship and you go all the way over to Baltoon's neutral trade post island and build another dock there.
Don't you just still die to a transport ship play?
And he won't expect another transport ship over there, right? Like, he wouldn't have expected...
I think the dock almost sees everything now. But yeah, I guess you're right. And we'll see.
It doesn't see all the way. It doesn't see all the way to the island. It doesn't have that much line of sight.
All right,
He's gonna get
well...
enough resources in for his own age up soon. The question is, where's he gonna be putting the meditation garden? I don't think he's gonna want to move out too far onto the map, just because there's always the threat of spearmen being nearby. Oh my god, there's such great meditation garden spots there, though. Can't get all of the berries in range of it, unfortunately. Might just be going for it inside of his base, next to the stone and the berries there. Oh my god, there's some great ones. But yeah, he's opting for the safe one inside of his base. And yeah, it's so sad that he can't go for it. The spearmen just completely deny that play.
Yep, but fishing boats now move out to a different deep sea fish. Baltoon dropping a second dock. Myriad only has one. He's scouting out this this additional dock play though by Baltoon. Baltoon not too far behind on the age up of his own. Chapel getting built next to the wood line.
10 villagers working on that age up.
Another couple. Oh, are they? Yep. 12. He wants this finished fast.
Oh, Spearman. Potentially getting at least one villager kill. Baltoon splitting up the spears.
Good split. Yeah, good split on the spears. Able to pick up one villager there. We are seeing a galley as the first military ship for Myriad. It is the only one as of now. Chapel finishes. Baltoon
gets another
goes for the gold
kill.
villagers again, and he actually
almost got another kill there.
Yeah.
Some big pickups there early on. The outpost position
just loses one spearman.
The outpost position reminds me of a player, I have to say.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, some call it a pressure tower.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure going on right there. Counter galley coming in now. Yeah, Bolton just every time harassing the gold villagers. They're causing a lot of idle time. Myriad just now finally getting enough gold in order to be able to afford a Springle chip. First Springle chip already in for Bolton. Archer range now also coming in once again. Whenever Myriad least suspects it. A little back and forth here, but the outpost slowly but surely taking the spears down.
I mean, those spears have provided so much value, though. Every single time he looks away, he just comes right back.
When is it finally enough, says Myriad. Already 3 villagers taken down. Springle chip. Time to do some significant damage there to the archer ship. Repair needs to come in. It's repaired just in time.
Shot
Second
doesn't
Springle
get
ship
off.
now. Wait, is Bolton commit again? He did commit. But the villagers didn't die, but some are very close. Wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get a kill with the scout. Nah, okay. Shuganu takes that one down now as well.
Scout gets taken down. Fishing boats being used to heal up those boats from Myriad. Bolton, though, just more ships coming out. Does have a demo and has an extra... No, it's just another Springle chip, so... Now demos coming from Myriad as well. Big thing for Myriad, though, is he's limited to those 2 docks unless he moves that villager back out with the transport ship, because there's just not enough room on the island.
Ooh, archer ship getting
galley
sniped there.
taken down.
More Springle ships
Next.
coming in, though. We're up to 4. Demo ship
Demo
barely
ship.
survives.
Fishing boat got taken on out. Demo ship sniped on out on both sides.
It's quite a close one.
Another
Both players just massing more and more Springle chips now.
Yeah, Bolton at 5 Springle ships. No other type of ship out for him. Does have horsemen, though, starting to move out and about. Pushing forward with his Springle ships, trying to get a pickup on the other side. Shot almost gets it. 1 Springled ship taken down, but now doesn't want to overstep a little bit. Kind of just now this constant back and forth. Bolton will have an extra dock, though, to be able to produce from now.
Horseman being switched into now by Myriad. Horseman alongside of some Shuganu tries to do some pressure on land. Demo ship getting sniped out there. Villagers yet again in trouble.
Yeah, just a lot of idle time force. Couple galleys moving forward here for Bolton now, trying to snipe down the ships on the backside. The archer ships, 1 Springle ship gets killed. Now his galley's
Demo
going to start
ship.
getting focused here soon. Demo ship
Gets
sniped
out in
on
time.
out.
Only enough Springle chips to force Myriad back, at least for the time being. Now Bolton, is he trying to snipe down the archer ships? Nope, goes for the Springle ships instead.
Yeah, keeping his archer ships alive, doing a great job just out massing right now, using the numbers as an advantage, but losing another Springled ship as the fishing boats are healing up for Myriad. That's the big difference in this fight right now.
Yeah, the active healing there makes sure that Myriad is taking the superior traits, and now idled out on the gold. Bolton losing his gold access for the time being. He's floating a good amount of wood behind this. Might need to actually pull some of the... Oh my god, he's making farms.
He's got extra wood. He needs food. It is farms under the chapel. Never feels good, but Myriad, he's now using this time to move out with a villager and build another dock. He needs this so desperately. If this went any longer, Bolton could use that 3rd dock as a bigger advantage for himself, but Myriad been trading well and giving himself an advantage.
Bolton, while he still has the superior numbers on water, doesn't actually have any great water economy working for himself at all. So it feels like this water play isn't really helping him a lot at the moment at all.
Does spot out the dock right as it gets built. Sprinkle chips are there. Villager gets taken out.
Pose getting discovered there on the deer.
Horseman gets taken out. Choop gets taken out as well. Just distracted in a few different spots here.
He's just waiting there menacingly. It looks like a horseman once again trying to pressure a little bit.
Immediately
Ship
takes
getting
out.
sniped down.
Yeah. Demo got pretty low as well. 7 sprinkled chips is no joke here. Demo ships almost getting left behind again. It's 7 to like 5 sprinkled chips. It looks like actually just 4 right now. But Demo's pushing forward. Horseman onto the gold vein yet again.
Weak springle ship getting focused down. Emergency repair coming in on that one mining camp. Bolton suddenly, it looks like he managed to fix his unequal macro situation there. Moved out to the gold at the top side as well, or is about to move out there.
Yeah,
Myriad.
snipes out the demo ship too while Myriad is distracted elsewhere. So Bolton really been taking advantage of that.
Yeah, Myriad did manage to catch up in the springle chip department. Oh, Villagers getting caught out. Inside the outpost there. Horseman running after the Jugenu. Remaining horseman going to defend.
Yeah, Bolton should be able to pick up those trades pretty well. Villager, though, should get picked off. So good pickup by Myriad here. Couple economy picks, but loses quite a bit of military for it. Bolton has 7 horsemen now. Spears, though, on the way. Good reaction. Myriad needs it for the amount of horsemen that Bolton has now.
Spearman now also coming in for Myriad. Bolton recommitting onto the springle chips and is going for another push there at the same time. Horseman wrapping around. Just a whole lot of back and forth at the moment.
Yeah, Bolton might hit the wood line right as he pushes forward with the military ships.
Myriad, an army composition that you can in theory go for with the Shushi's Legacy in this matchup in particular would just be the mass early palace guards, but he lacks the food in order to really sustain that. Doesn't have that many fishing ships massed into, and the horsemen do get the dive in onto the wood line. One villager getting taken down. Could
So
be
much
2.
idle time. And at the same time, he's now fighting onto the water as well. Myriad pushing forward, wants to take advantage of this, but Bolton has quite a few sprinkled ships himself. Demo ships are trailing for Myriad, though. Could get a good pickup here if he can get that into the middle of the sprinkled ship mass. Demo ship low, taken out. Next one. Sniped out as well.
Demo ships in queue at the moment for Bolton. The docks are nearby, so Myriad needs to be extra careful. And does fall back. Demo ships coming in, getting sniped out again. Both sides.
Yep. Another couple demo ships going for the flank, but archer ships are ready.
Connects.
Able to barely connect, able to hit a sprinkled ship. Another demo ship from Myriad side, getting close, not able to connect. Bolton throwing one away as well.
Bolton did remake some docks on the backside. Villagers looks like they pulled their ships there. Some more did get taken down. Myriad
More
managing
sprinkled ship
to-
picked
Oh,
up.
sprinkled. That was a close one. Sniped down as well, though.
Yeah, Bolton
game
really
here at
feels
this
like he
point.
has this number here on the water, though, now. A
Just
lot of
has
those
no
sprinkled ships
fishing
from
at all.
Myriads are very low.
Yeah. But they can be repaired up. Myriad has the fishing ships. Bolton does not. More are getting killed there, though, and we do have some emplacements as well, some naval emplacements coming in. Bolton, is he pushing this in now, though? Looks like he is pushing forward, trapping
Demo
Myriad in the
ship.
corner there.
Demo.
Demo on both sides, gets sniped out again on both sides.
Oh, Demo on the flank. Good reactions by
all.
Baltoon on both sides.
Ringle's pushing in. Is he committing, though? There's a lot
Baltoon's
of repair coming in.
It feels like the
Follow.
repair isn't enough here for Myriad. He's still losing quite a few of these ships. There's not too many left. Baltoon still has the numbers, still has the galleys on the front side.
Numbers are shrinking, though. They are shrinking rapidly. Repair does amass alongside it, of course, with the emplacement there. Looks like Bolton is starting to mass up a little bit of a water economy behind as well, while idling out Myriads. Myriad's still
Yeah,
with
and it looks
9
like
villagers on
Baltoon's
the goal.
thinking about Castle.
Yeah, he could be. With the additional food income that's coming his way now. Let's take a quick look at the woodline, though, for Bolton at the moment, as I think it's shrunken down quite a bit. He is still actively gathering with the Archon Chapel inspiration.
Yeah, it has that mining camp, or the lumber camp where it's inside the chapel, so every time they drop off, they
Horseman!
re-get the buff. Horseman raid onto the gold again. This is in vision every time, but Myriad just a little bit slow to react, a little bit delayed there, and Horseman able to get good connections over and over. First it was Spears, then it was Horseman.
Early Palace Guard now onto the field. Bolton, you mentioned it, he's looking for the castle age up. Myriad now pushing on water. Actually does have the number superiority now when it comes to the sprinkled ships. Burgrave Palace is going to be the answer from Bolton.
Yep, Burgrave is on the way. Baltoon's starting to lose docks. There is a fishing boat that just pops out and just is moseying his way back all the way to a better location to start gathering fish from. Baltoon, though, he's losing these docks. He's losing these docks fast. Needs to maybe mass up a few of these sprinkled ships as he's aging up. He actually canceled Burgrave and changed it over to Regnitz.
Yeah, Regnitz instead. That's an interesting choice. I mean, it's a little bit greedy now. Because, of course, you want to maximize the value that you get out of the relics on the map. But you got to get the relics in first. And I feel like Burgrave, just in general, secures you so much more potential, and you can never underestimate the plus 50% damage on a charge, because that means that you're effectively able to chase after villagers and take them down with just a couple of hits. Regnitz is going to finish up now. Bolton has enough resources to instantly grab some upgrades on water. We do see the Sprinkled Cruise upgrade coming in, as well as the fortified hull. The upgrades had been buffed some time ago, so they do come in a little bit faster. Still needs to bide some time, though, for these upgrades to manifest. 10 more seconds. It feels like an eternity now. It's getting pushed all the way to the edge of the map there.
Demo ships are right there. They're hard to see. This is when it gets very scary. Needs to snipe out the demos. There's so many fishing boats out there, too. Demos close, though. Myriad backs away with the demos, though. They haven't gone for it yet.
Fishing ships
Blows
also
up in the
just body
fishing
blocking.
ships.
The upgrades are in. He loses all of the fishing ships, but able to keep his military mass on water. He should be able to potentially win the fight there. Demo ships also coming in now alongside everything else. Is going to force Myriad back. Myriad happy with the damage that he did there, though.
Oh
my God.
God!
Crazy connection as Myriad sleeps asleep at the steering wheel for just a millisecond too long and loses all of his sprinkled ships. And Bolton, he still had like 1,300 wood in the bank. He can instantly remass all of those fishing ships that he just lost.
Yeah, he's going for galleys first, though. I feel like fishing boats might be the play, but might not know what type of position Myriad's in right now.
What is Myriad doing on the
massing up
island
on
there?
land.
What does Myriad have there? Oh, he's got demo ships waiting. Okay. Looking for an opportunity there. Bolton's pushing forward. It's just mass demo ships now. Boltun, he is respecting. He is massing up
Oh,
down. Oh
the
no!
line.
Late reaction.
Look at how many villagers are dead.
That's GG.
That's
That is
just pure
GG.
devastation. So much for all the fishing boats that died. That's so many villagers that died. But demo ships in great position here. There's a massive demo ships able to connect, able to get into the middle of Boltun sprinkle ships, and oh my god!
Dreamlike connections, but it feels like it's all just a little bit too late. So many villagers got killed now on land for Myriad. He still has a good army out there. Mount Blue Academy coming up next. Is it gonna be enough? Boltun, he still has the economic tech lead, and he's got the Knights in outer space. Spearman kind of getting thrown away. That means that the Knights are gonna have free reign to take down the Shugenoo.
Yeah, the Spearmen were the most important thing to stay alive there, but now the Knights get free reign here, get to take out the rest of the Chooks, and then it is just head across the map, deny Myriad this position going forward. Boltun knows how much damage he did on that wood line now.
Relic also coming in for Boltun behind this. And every relic is just so much value now with the Ragnits in play. Egypt just came in for Myriad. Don't see any upgrades on water coming in for him yet. Starting to put up a couple more stables. Looks like it's going to be going for mass Lancer play. Bolton's economy not looking bad on land as well, though, and he did remass a little bit on water. Does overall have the economic lead at the moment.
Yeah, Boltun, though, he's looking to try to find some more villager connections. He says, all right, I harassed that 1 gold a ton. Now it's time to move on to the next gold and start harassing. And sure enough, find some connections right off the bat. Archers are there to support. Might just want to snipe out the few spears here and lose these archers. And sure enough, only 1 spear left. Great micro there by Boltun. Our archers actually stay alive because of it, because now the Knights get to turn back around.
Myriad does have a pretty backlog when it comes to even more Knights in production, though. Boltun needs to be careful, as Myriad's just fully singling in on the Knight-only play, while Bolton's still massing archers behind all of this as well. Does realize now that there's a great amount of lances coming his way, and does fall back for the time being. These Knights are relatively low health now.
That's the 4th relic Bolton's bringing back.
Oh no, the pathing. Maybe a Wololo. Not gonna be happening. So HP Knights going down. More Knights in queue. Mass at the moment is 10 to 5 Knights on the field, and yeah, Boltun finally switching over to crossbows. Question is this timing good enough for him? He's still taking the fights. The Archer's actually taking oh my god, there's no Pierce Armor upgrades at the moment for Myriad. There's no Pierce Armor upgrades.
Those Knights are actually taking significant damage from the Archers.
That is massive. At the same time, water fight happening yet again. A big
fishing
mass
boats.
Of demo ships coming in. And he's going straight for the sprinkle ships.
He knows if he takes down the sprinkle chips, he can take out the fishing for free. Demos don't pop out for Boltun.
Decent connections. All the fishing ships getting taken down, though, behind it all. Still no Pierce Armor.
He's got a decent economy on land. Yep, still no Pierce Armor. The Lancers that are moving out for Myriad kind of getting thrown away now, taking very inefficient trades.
Boltun, even with the loss on the waterfront, his land economy, as he said, it is looking so good at this point that that he can just continuously mass on land now.
Yeah, he still has so much food income. He is about to hit Myriad's gold again for, what, the 29th time this game. A few more villagers should go down. Crossbows are here, so Lancers have to turn, taking a trade that they are going to lose. Villagers, they decide to try to go back to the gold. They can't go back to that gold. Every time Boltun loses water, he ends up taking a great fight on land.
Gets a little bit of a shutdown there on the meditation guard, but yeah, most importantly, just taking down the outpost now, completely shutting Myriad down on gold. There's a big move out to the deer. It's getting spotted by a prelate that wants to, and look at the shift click. He's going right, like he's taking the right, moving it right to the villagers. He wants to try and please get a Voldo, idle out the villagers a little bit more. They're getting shut down on the gold there now, though. Myriad, I feel like for him at the moment, it's just the process of acknowledging.
Doesn't get the oh, he was trying to do a bait Wololo too. It was gonna be so good.
Gets denied there, but the villagers have been found out, and now Boltun, he's shifting everything over. 9, 10 to 42 military out in the field. Some of it is on water as well. Myriad, there's just no way that he can hold this.
No, not a chance. He's got 2 crossbows and 1 knight out with a couple horsemen. The mass for Baltoon is just going to be a death ball here. Go untouched. Not even sure if he can lose any units here taking this fight. Villagers just have to watch from the edge. And Myriad, he throws in the towel. Baltoon takes the lead on the series 2-0 now.
2-0, and up against an opponent that just beat Puppy Paw 3-0 earlier. His previous set, and Boltun. It's not the first time in these weekly Road to Wololos that Boltun has surprised us with his upsets, or just in general with his flawless performance.
Yeah, very, very clean games there. I mean, that are actually not so much clean, I guess, this game. It was back and forth. Water was absolutely crazy on this game, but it was weird because, like, on this map, it didn't feel like there was the usual typical fishing boom, so water was just more of a constant military distraction.
Aye. Water. I mean, it especially on a map like Holy Island, it really just can be so distracting. And Myriad losing a ton of villagers there in the woodline earlier. I feel like that kind of changed the entire game pace, because if he got the age up in with the position that he was in prior, he had like a 15 economic unit lead. Kind of lost it all to that one raid in the woodline. Next up, though, going to be moving over to King of the Hill with Macedonians up against the Rus for Boltun.
Yeah, so I mean, that is one where King of the Hill is I feel like everyone always does pick Rus on this map. It ends up getting through a lot. It's not like they're are known as the most OP Civ on it, but it just seems like they have so many bonuses that compound with the King of the Hill map as well. So we'll see what Baltoon has in store as the hunting cabin openings. It depends how many you're going to be going for here.
Yeah. King of the Hill, I've been playing a lot of Macedonians on this map in particular, with King of the Hill. It feels like, I mean, I've talked about this earlier, right? Like the Golden Horn Tower, it low-key feels like a mini Red Palace that you got going on. And if you get it up on this middle sacred site, it is so difficult, so difficult to get the Macedonians off of the sacred side there.
Yeah, so we'll see if that's what he goes for. Obviously, Rus has a lot of tools in the toolbox to try to deny that earlier on. Might have a much cleaner castle age timing with all the passive gold you can get from your hunting cabins, but how many hunting cabins will he go?
How many hunting cabins indeed? Is it going to be 2? Is it going to be 3? Maybe even 4? We'll see. We'll see. Definitely going to be more than 1, though. That much is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it should be at least, but you never know. I don't see why he wouldn't, as it just, produces you so much gold. You have that free ticket trade that you will consistently have, as we should not see a Kremlin play on this map, or just in general here from Rus lately.
Yeah, Kremlin in the middle, that would be quite something, but then you kind of miss out on the wood buff there in your own base. I'd love to see it. Unfortunately, probably not gonna happen.
Unfortunately not, you know, but it could be one of those times where like Baltoon's like, you know what, I'm up 2-0. Let's give the people what they want. Let's show a little excitement here. Give them some change of pace.
Yeah, honestly, I'm favoring Macedonians here in this one. Just in general, having the additional, or rather the potential of getting up to 3 ranged armor on your knights on the Radari. Sure, Radari have been nerfed significantly recently. But they are still gonna be able to put up quite a fight, especially up against like the Cav Archers in their current form with all of the bonus armor that they're getting.
Yeah. That is definitely the case. We've seen, you know, Roos's horse archers finally get nerfed a few times over now. Not quite the same benefit that they used to have, but still is a play that a lot more people have still been going. They usually just pair in another unit with it now.
Yeah, typically something that I see Vortex, or rather something that I have seen Vortex do quite a lot, is just spamming Spearmen alongside the Cavalry Archers. That's typically one of the best army compositions that you can go for. It's just mass Spearmen alongside the Rus Cav Archers, especially now that Cav Archers start actually countering out normal archers a lot more, like even in straight head-to-head engagements with the additional bonus to their attack speed, because now they have this like very similar attack speed to normal archers, but with just more base damage and a lot more health on them as well.
Yeah, it definitely is kind of that little bit of a switch. The change in base damage makes it to where they don't quite trade as well into, you know, their knights that they usually are facing up against. But hey, it is one that you know, adapt, change the gameplay, change the game plan. But King of the Hill being our third map, if Myriad able to take this one down, we have Baldlands and Frisian Marshes as the last 2 options.
Yeah, Baldland, Frisian Marshes. Frisian Marshes is definitely one of the more macro-oriented games. King of the Hill is also macro-oriented to a certain amount, but I think it also just depends on like positioning around these fights. Like a sacred site in the middle, resource around it, it can make pathing quite awkward when it comes to taking these fights. So you kind of have to, you need that esport mind in order to really like know which fights you can take there effectively.
Yeah, definitely makes it very, very difficult here. And yeah, we did see that Demu versus Anatan. Demu ended up throwing in the towel after second game just due to the illness. He wasn't feeling good. During the interview earlier, you could tell he was, you know, not feeling the greatest on the struggle bus a little bit. He said he had been puking in between some of the games. So hope he feels better. Hope he can recover and get back at it next week.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate things, right? Like if you're not in, or you're not feeling too healthy, you're not feeling too good for some of these games, it can affect you. You still put up a great set though in the first one, right? Like up against Voldemar. So definitely performance-wise he was still there, but when it comes to stamina with sickness, definitely it's one of those things where you might not be able to keep it up for too long.
Yep, exactly. But on to this game number 3, potential last game of the day on King of the Hill. Baltoon playing as the Rus versus Myriad as the Macedonians.
There it is. Third hunting cabin about to be built by Baltoon. All the way in the corner from the looks of it. It's going to want to leave at least some space.
Yeah.
Now you want to leave some space there for the... I think it's still fine for the high trade house, right? Like you can put it up next to the second woodline there as well.
Sure, I just feel like you'd rather have it fully tucked in the corner, but who knows? You know, maybe gaining a little bit more value now for less value later.
It doesn't matter too much with the way they change the scaling on the amount of trees, right? Like it kind of just stops at a certain point. Or it doesn't increase itself that much anymore. We used to have these high trade houses with like up to 400. I think I've seen like the highest that I've seen was like 600 or 700 gold per minute on a single high trade house. Nowadays, the maximum that you tend to see is like 250.
Yeah, still quite a bit of immediate gold trickle, especially considering they already have a bunch of other passive gold trickles from the hunting cabins.
Every little bit counts.
It is only the 3 hunting cabin opening from Baltoon. Did not opt for a 4th, although we saw it in a game earlier here today.
Yeah, 4th one is quite the investment, though. So just opting for 3 here instead. Lumber Camp already coming in, and there's the Imperial Hippodrome from Myriad. No big surprises there.
Yep, not shocked by any means. Same thing for Baltoon. Should see the Golden Gate dropped here in just a couple seconds. It should not be a Kremlin, unfortunately.
There's the Golden Gate now. No forward Kremlins, indeed. What's the plan going to be behind this from Baltoon? Is he going to... I mean, you kind of need to respect the Hippodrome from Myriad in some point, in some regards. Like, he's going to need some Spearmen. He's most likely still going to want to go Pro Scout behind this, I would assume.
Yeah, he could always opt for a few knights as well if he so desires, but I feel like wants to spend that gold on Pro Scouts first. So yeah, spears into Pro Scouts and then see what develops from there.
Baltoon just gathering up some wood at the moment. Most likely be dropping that wooden fortress. Hasn't been making any additional scouts so far, so maybe first going for the barracks before he's going for the wooden fortress. Not 100% sure on what exactly the game plan's going to be here.
Myriad getting survival techniques, already moved out to that deer a little bit ago and rallying that way, so we'll have a nice little food economy going for himself. Age Up has finished for Baltoon. Age Up about to finish for Myriad. So Feudal Age begins. Baltoon, plenty of villagers over on those straggler trees still. And Pro Scouts, I think, is still the play there in queue.
There's going to be some horsemen alongside those Hippodrome champions. No additional scouts yet in queue from Baltoon, though, so I think he's going to be waiting. At least he's going to be getting the upgrade in, but he's going to be waiting for a couple of spearmen, most likely be making. First stronghold coming in now on Myriad on his side.
Yep, still just this kind of initial feudal age points where we're getting production buildings down, we're getting those first couple of units. Baltoon's main focus here is just get that deer income started, get that stronger food economy going for himself.
There's a wood line getting found out, so Myriad will have the information on that wood line being gathered from there by Baltoon. Has enough now for the wooden fortress, so could be getting that up just to be able to defend the wood line as well as some of the hunting cabins there. Archer follow-up now by Myriad, so immediately has the army composition that he needs to beat against, to beat out the spearmen that Baltoon has been making now.
Yeah, good proactive play there by Myriad. Baltoon up to 4 scouts. Doesn't look like he's opting for any more right now. Once the, again, just kind of that allows you to have two trips to get each deer pack and, you know, get your food economy rolling for yourself. More and
Rising.
more
We do see a
horsemen.
knight now coming in, and Baltoon actually just passive gold income at over 100. He can afford a knight every minute.
Yep, a knight every minute, or you know, a blacksmith upgrade every minute. He's got a few different options there for it, but knight's gonna pair very, very well with this military mass, with, you know, those front line of spears.
Yeah, Spearman now coming in from Myriad as well. Trying to steal some of the deer there. Baltoon, he's kind of struggling though for the food right now. So he definitely needs to get some access there onto the deer. Has managed to at least buy himself a little bit of breathing room now, so scouts trying their best now to bring the deer back. Still need to be careful though. Horsemen and archers going for the dive again. Onto the scouts.
Oh, archers left a little bit forward. One archer should fall here. Does end up falling.
Spearman quickly getting taken down, but there's the Hippodrome Horseman. Now doing some additional damage there as well. But deer are being brought back. That's the most important thing here at the moment now for Boltun. Survival techniques coming in alongside all of this. Archer range getting prepped as well, and still trying to at least be a little bit annoying with the deer there. Outpost coming in, actually forcing an outpost for Myriad there.
The scout annoyance forces the outpost. It kind of makes sense though. Boltun's had knight, so Boltun, you know, has scouted this location for a while, clearly, and could always just rally a knight that way and actually do some longer term economic damage. So outpost not the worst idea there from Myriad.
Scout still being chased by the one horseman. Looks like he's able to make it out alive though, as the knights do come in to save the day.
Yeah, good amount of return damage there with the charge.
There's not a single blacksmith upgrade in yet for Myriad. I think he's probably waiting for the pierce damage to come in. And some villagers moving over to stone, so most likely we'll also be getting that stronghold arrow slits and placement in at some point.
So many villagers under that TC for Boltun. He does have some spears of his own pushing forward, moving, moving Myriad's army back on away. So Boltun's starting to take more of that map control now, starting to move out and about, try to secure the next set of deer for himself.
Deer pack. About to get taken there as well. Myriad, there's been a couple of situations now where he's just been housed for quite a while. Still housed at the moment. Potentially about to be taken.
Yeah. Positioned really well for this fight. There are a few spears there, though. Gonna try to snipe him down. Doesn't have a big archer mass yet.
One-shot them.
Spear mass got taken down pretty quick, though. Myriad doesn't have a big front line. Boltun's knight still alive and healthy. Boltun taking this fight and winning it substantially.
Not enough reinforcements coming in for Myriad. He's lost his entire army now. 10 to 21 military units. Some units just being sacrificed there as well.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup there for Boltun. Really is going to allow him to just do whatever he wants across this map now, knowing that Myriad lost so much. Could just allow him to chill and go up to castle, or just keep this aggression going, keep this production up.
Yeah, he's got 4 tickets still remaining in the Golden Gate, so could exchange that for a lot of the gold that he would need to age up. Already mostly there, but he is still investing more into the knights behind this.
Moving out to the boar as well, so Boltun, again, feeling comfortable taking this map control, feeling good to be able to move out to an even better food resource for himself.
There's the Ridari champion in now as well. Myriad, he just pulled 10 villages over to gold, so he's gonna want to get his own age up going soon as well. Question is, can he? Boltun, he's taking the board, loses 1 villager for it.
Big
as is
rip
tradition.
there.
Yeah, it's kind of a tradition at this point, where when you go for the boar and you don't want a micro, you're gonna lose that bill.
Yep, Baltoon trying to take a fight, loses a knight. It was already lower health for it. Is dropping the high trade house in the corner. It does look like it's just in front of that hunting cabin, but will still produce a significant amount of gold here.
And Myriad, he's sending a lot of villagers towards the middle of the map now, the center. If he's able to get the landmark, the Golden Horn Tower, next to the Sacred Site, that is going to be incredibly tough for Baltoon to take that position away from him.
Whole army is here for Myriad. Baltoon, he has the army numbers, he just doesn't have it all here together, isn't pushing out, doesn't have the knowledge and information of what Myriad is doing here. Or does he? Soon enough, will scout it out. It's just going to be a little late here. Spots out the Golden Horn Tower being built in the middle of the map. Moving his army that way now, needs to just delay it, needs to stall it as much as he can. There's only 8 villagers here, so pretty greedy by Myriad, but it's about a quarter of the way up already. There's the rest of the army for Baltoon. He's starting to push forward, takes the initial
Can he buy
engagement.
enough time, though?
I don't think it builds in
rough.
time.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining. He's going to need to sacrifice everything here. The Knights, they're just running for it. Body block coming in from Myriad. Great body block, actually. Trying his best to buy the time. Yeah, the Archers didn't move in time. 10 seconds.
It's enough. It's enough.
Is it? 5? Yeah, the Archer's not moving up. Even if you lose the entire military, it is completely fine. The Golden Horn Tower gets put up. And with it, Myriad... I mean, can he lose this? Unlikely.
I mean, I would think that Baltoon, you know, now you just need to start trying to siege it down. Unfortunately, it's like there's a keep up there already.
It's just
More like a Red Palace.
Red Palace, yeah. Myriad has a good amount of archers behind all of this as well now. Baltoon, he's putting up some walls at the top side, securing some of the relics. Double Monastery has been dropped by him. So he's definitely interested in getting as many relics in as possible. Wolf Farm's already getting put down now. Myriad, all he needs is to start capturing up that center sacred site. Baltoon with a single scout there in the back line. In the back of Myriad's base. He's getting so much valuable information out of that. And it looks like the wall-off from Myriad is not going to be finished off in time. As a knight is able to find out a villager there. Take that one down.
Yep, spot some villagers on the deer in that southern side. They've been down there for a while. Wall getting finished on the north for Baltoon as well. So Baltoon just trying to kind of secure up a good portion of his base. Should be basically on the last deer carcass it looked like under his TC. Relics being brought back in. First one on its way.
Ships are being pulled. Villagers not taking anything from that knight. Dishing out instead. Myriad looking to be in control in this one. I really like the position that he's in at the moment.
And Baltoon still has a big military mass. He's getting the relics back in. Myriad just now starting to secure that sacred site. He is grabbing a relic for himself as well.
Yeah, the sacred site was a little bit delayed there. Myriad choosing to go for the relic first instead of just immediately going for the sacred site. It's a little bit off. I think like the main priority needs to immediately be on capturing that sacred site instead of bringing that relic back. Delaying the timer by 30 seconds. Gotta start it as soon as possible, and there it is. Timer now up, sacred site victory condition. 10 minutes from now. Oh, relic. Put that back. Put that back.
Wanted to pick it up, put it back down. Pick it up, put it back down.
There you go.
Now going over to grab the second relic. third one behind his wall, so should be 3 relics there for Myriad compared to Baltoon's 2. Baltoon, though, with that wooden fortress he just built, looks like it's a good line in the sand for positioning point to maybe do some sieging, or he might just ignore the center for a little bit of time, go for the base like we saw earlier today.
That's a pretty big army, though, for Baltoon. A lot of crossbows there as well. Relic is going to get picked up. Not sure whether that's going to actually be taken, though. Wololo coming in, getting sniped immediately. Archers sniping out the crossbowman there. Not quite enough in order to get the one-shot in. He's not anymore. Dari, still a very strong front line, though, taking down the men-at-arms front line with ease.
Yeah, those men-at-arms, they're trying to be a tanky front line. They're just not as tanky as those Radari. Crossbows doing a good amount of damage. Baltoon says, all right, I'll go for a Wololo myself on the unit that that he killed. Not quite able to get that pick up. And overall, Myriad, actually, fight goes pretty heavily his way at the end of it still. You know, yeah,
Worse.
Baltoon had a lot more there, and it felt like it's still he's still traded out pretty okay.
Yeah. And now, level 3 Pierce Armor and additional plus 5% health is coming his way as well. Oh, villagers, though. Myriad, too late of a reaction here. No reaction at all. Villagers jumping inside. But this outpost, I mean, there's more and more men-at-arms coming in. It's going to get torched down eventually. Myriad, he's going to need to put the army there.
If Baltoon sees those berry villagers too, he could shoot across the wall and take out some more villagers. Just barely missing them. Here comes the reinforcements, though, for Myriad here soon. Right as the outpost was about to get burnt.
There it is, Archers immediately jumping on those crossbows. This time there is enough to one-shot. He's able to completely obliterate Baltoon's army here. Warrior Monk taking the relic, but Radari is on him. Soldiers just kind of standing there for the time being. One is going to get sniped out for it. Dari is going to get... Oh my god. No way. No way. The idle time. Ain't no way. Okay, he's getting taken down, but man, that's a lot of idle time right there. There's Trebuchet now coming out for Baltoon.
Second Trebuchet now out for Baltoon. Myriad's army, though, looks so scary right now. Baltoon needs more of an actual army, less into siege, or else Myriad can just run through and burn down the Trebuchets anyways.
Yeah. Trebuchet
That's exactly what he's going to do.
Both trying their best here. Moonstone getting dropped as well behind this. Baltoon falling further back.
Bye-bye, Trebuchets.
Trebuchet's unpacking, going for a shot as well.
So much damage that they do. Villagers healing up the Trebuchets. Mangonel pops out.
Shoots
One
onto
shot.
The Archers. Yeah, one shot about everything that's going to get out there. But the Archer count has been reduced. Baltoon still has like double the food income that Myriad has, but just struggling to get a decent army up. I'm just wondering, like this age, like the Sacred Side timer, I feel like it could have been up a minute or half a minute earlier. So the pressure could have been much higher on Baltoon at this point.
And the 2 Trebuchets staying alive is so crucial here for Baltoon. So many resources that could have been lost there. And this allows him to keep that siege up and aggression going earlier.
Fire now starting to hit that Golden Horn Tower. Villagers starting to repair as well. Be able to repair indefinitely though, and Baltoon still massing up those crossbows, necessary against the Radari count.
Another siege workshop, so much of a wood investment, but I guess he's able to afford it, to say the least. And it's just crossbows, men-at-arms as the military composition that Baltoon's going for.
else really at this point in time. This is could potentially be quite dangerous if Myriad were to go for his own siege at this point, but no siege yet inside. If it was just 2-3 mangonels, he'd be able to one-shot clumps of these crossbows every single time, every volley of some mangonels.
Crossbow mass looking very healthy for Baltoon now at this point, though. He's even starting to mix in some spears now to the men-at-arms mass to help out be that front line. Another trebuchet in Q2. This is really where you're now gonna, with the third trebuchet, you can get past that healing and resource, you know, that's being committed into. But Myriad taking the fight. Here come the Radari, here comes the whole mass from Myriad, but Mangonel not being dealt with here at all. Backline from Baltoon so strong at this point too.
And the crossbows doing a great job up against the Radari this time around. Radari, frontline getting taken down. There's still the Mangonels firing onto the backline. Baltoon even stepping up, thoroughly dismantling the frontline there from Myriad. Now even taking down the last couple of archers and crossbows as well.
Yeah, and the third trebuchet is now out at a perfect time when he takes down a big mass of military.
Myriad still has a great amount of Radari behind it. It's like all the Radari that have just been taken down are already there at the middle again.
3 minutes left now. Baltoon building a wall, going for a little bit of protection there. Looks like he is circling around. It is close to him now, going for this push here. The Golden Horn Tower, it's just getting mass healed.
Yeah. Continued counter repair there. Baltoon, he's just getting 2 more trebuchets. He realized, man, he needs a lot to take that landmark down.
5 trebuchets.
Oh, Wood actually running out though for Myriad.
Yeah, Wood is completely out there for Myriad for a brief little time. Doesn't have, okay, there I was about to say 18 villagers on Wood. He's got a ton of Wood income, but now so many of it is going into this sink here, and now with 4 trebuchets, it looks like it's about to get taken down with the next couple volleys here. Baltoon being patient though, waiting, biding his time. Next volley should end up taking down the Golden Horn Tower, and then he's going to pull this trigger. Another Mangonel in queue as well though. Oh, Golden Horn Tower is gone.
Now Baltoon is marching forward. Triple Mangonels now as well. At 3 Mangonels, he's able to start one-shotting the backline. Relics are being grabbed behind this. We get ready for a defensive Wololo. Just 1.5 minutes remaining now. He sees the entire army as it's moving up.
Quick takedown on the forward buildings here from Myriad. They all should go down rather quickly.
Now, fight about to be taken. Sacred Side starts to get decaptured. Alarms moving up. Mangonels need to be careful on their positioning.
Wololo goes down. Mangonel gets a good fire off onto the back line. Nothing too crazy yet.
Ari going for the dive onto it.
Another couple Mangonel shots. Great Mangonel shots onto the back line that Myriad has. Baltoon's military mass just looks way too big, way too healthy here. Crossbow backline is going untouched. Mangonel's going untouched. Sacred Sight is going to be denied. Myriad looks like he is going to be denied from moving on to this next round, as Baltoon, he still has a whole mass after the denial and takes the game and takes the series.
GG coming in, and Baltoon with a clean 3-0 victory here in this set, denying Myriad from the entry into the semifinals of this week's Road to Wololo, instead taking that spot for himself.
Yeah, what a series there to finish the day off. 3-0 for Baltoon, so big congrats to him. That is the final game, final set of the day, and we'll, I'm sure, get the bracket on updated and up on the screen here in a little bit to just show y'all what we have in store for tomorrow, and I think that might be first before the interview for Baltoon.
Indeed, and this is what we're going to be greeted with tomorrow, as we're going to be watching Annotant versus Baltoon in the semifinals at the top side of the bracket, and then Vortex versus Beastie, bottom side of the bracket. Man, this is unusual to say the least. I mean, the bottom bracket, that is a very usual one, but the top one, Baltoon versus Annotant. When was the last time we've seen Baltoon versus Annotant in a tournament? Have we even seen that matchup before? I don't recall seeing that one previously in any tournament.
My memory isn't reminding me of something that jumps out on the page. Maybe Cal will use his programming skills to look it up real quick and let us know. Warchief Club in 2024 was the last time they played against each other.
So I'm gonna assume that there hasn't been an A or S or even a B tier tournament where they've played against each other. Oh, a League Classic too. Okay, never mind. Taking that back then.
All right. But exciting sets on the schedule for tomorrow. Exciting day we had here today, as always. Was a great one casting with you. First, we got Baltoon here for the interview.
All right, let's hear it.
Congrats on the clean 3-0 there, Baltoon. Feeling good. Are you excited to be playing in the next round tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So what were you thinking coming into this set? Obviously, you know, Myriad taking down Puppy Paw 3-0. Were you a little bit more nervous than what you normally be? Would you rather be facing a Puppy Paw or the Myriad over here?
I was excited to try to get a rematch against Puppy, since last time it went relatively well. But yeah, when I saw it was Myriad, I was quite happy because I have a decent record against him. So.
Gotcha. Well, first game, it was French versus Golden Horde. You ended up kind of just massing up the knights, massing up the military, and waiting for just a timing Castle Age fight. It felt like the team games came into play watching that first game of that one.
Yeah, I just tried to do not rush things too much and just let him make mistakes, and yeah, it worked out quite well.
Yeah, and then we went into Holy Island, and this isn't the only time I've seen you on Holy Island just go with the ignore water at first, go with a little bit of military. So was that a map generation idea, or was that more of you were game planning that right when you saw the Civ matchup?
Yeah, Civ matchup mainly. Like, I think Kiljardi is pretty bad against Sushi if you just play pure on water, because the Aachen radius is not that big, and then you have no bonus after that.
Yeah, and we saw actually Myriad drop a nice pressure tower on that gold vein, and it seemed like you were just getting a lot of damage down there, a lot of idle time there, and it was funny because like there was a lot of water fighting, but it felt like neither of y'all invested too heavily into water. Did you feel like that was like a main concern, or is that why you invested into more farms kind of earlier on?
Yeah, I assumed the game would, because my fishing would not. It was very hard to get fishing up because he was constantly making ships, so I decided to make some farms early because I didn't want to move out for deer without wheelbarrow and stuff.
Makes sense. And then we just saw the final one. It was the typical King of the Hill game where battle for the sacred site. You ended up seeing that Golden Horn Tower. You had the military mass. You got close to being able to deny it. It looks like you were a few steps away, but once it was up, did you feel like you were, nervous because that timer was just going to be set then?
No, I wasn't that worried, I think, because I had taken some decent fights before that, and I still cleaned up a lot of his army in the fights around the Golden Heart Tower, so I was still okay with it from that point.
Gotcha. Well, big congrats on the series victory again. Looks like you'll be playing Anatan tomorrow to try to get into that grand finals. Anything specific to look forward to as far as, game plan there? Anything prep work extra that you're gonna do playing against Anatan?
We'll see how it goes.
There we go. Well, good luck. We'll be cheering you on and looking forward to watching y'all's sets and series tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, that was Bolton, but now, Dabson, I think it is time for us to round out the day. Tomorrow, there is still going to be plenty of Age of Empires for goodness coming in here on EGC TV. We're going to be having the semifinals and then the grand finals in order to decide on another player that is going to be qualifying for the main event, the Red Bull Wololo Londinium in London. Got like one of the historic theaters there as well, so very exciting to be playing there.
Yeah, definitely exciting indeed. We've had 2 players qualify so far. I know these players gonna want to go ahead and book their ticket and get their name locked in as the next set, but we have another day to decide who that will end up being.
Indeed. So for today, we're gonna say farewell, but tomorrow, don't forget to tune in again here on EGC TV. We'll be there, casting the road to Red Bull Wololo here for you guys. Until then, wish all of you a good one. And Dabson, thank you so much for casting with me today. And yeah, everybody, don't forget, tune in again tomorrow. We'll be there. See you then.